Well, a very good morning to you all from the Burt Brothers Motorpark in Grantsville, Utah, a couple of miles outside of Tooele, just the first valley over from the metropolis of Salt Lake City, here on the shores of the Great Salt Lake. This is the World Racing League. This is Midwest Championship Weekend, and we are DriversEye Live. Thanks for your company this morning, everybody. Happy to have you along for the World Racing League's first trip west of the Rocky Mountains, first trip west of the Continental Divide, and we are set for 15 hours of racing across 2 days that will decide our first regional championship of the 2025 season. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined this morning by Ryan West. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning.
By JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
And by Jordan Worth on the buttons, way out on the East Coast. Something of a home race for you two gentlemen, Ryan and JT.
Nice.
So that's a really loose definition of home race.
It sure is, but it's
We'll
all
take
relative. We're back in the mountain time zone, so at least you guys got a little sleep in this morning.
Yes, we did.
Yes. So we begin the first of two pace laps here around the outer loop layout at Burt Brothers Motorpark, previously the Utah Motorsports Campus, previously Miller Motorsports Park. It's a facility that's about 20 years old, built back in 2005, 2006, hosted its first race with the American Le Mans Series back there in 2006 on the full layout. At the time, it was the longest permanent road course in the United States, which was something notable anyway about the facility. More commonly these days, we run the outer loop layout here, just over 3 miles, 3.09 miles, and 15 turns. And it's proven to actually be pretty interesting, as we found during practice and qualifying during the day yesterday. Gentlemen, before we go down the starting grid and begin the second of two pace laps here, we have something of a new feature here at DriversEye Live, one that was teased like 2 years ago, and we finally got implemented yesterday. Can we talk about the fobs to the race?
Yes. God,
Yes.
I hope so.
This is the DriversEye Live version of keys to the race, but in case that was trademarked by somebody, we decided to go with the modern automobile equivalent, and obviously we've gone with the key fob. So
I think the original take on that was fobs to victory.
fobs to victory. Well, maybe that's what we do here.
Yeah.
Yeah, fobs to victory. We'll adjust that for tomorrow.
right.
First and foremost, curbs and runoff. We found out yesterday here the curbs actually quite tall and aggressively serrated, but the runoff itself, if you get out behind those curbs, it's very rough. A lot of gravel, a lot of stones. You're not going to get trapped in anything, but you're likely to pick up some weeds and grass along the way. Maybe pick up a few rocks. Watch the radiators. Watch the air intakes. We were told by Brad McCall yesterday after Carter Peace had a quick off in one of the round 3 NPO1s. They pulled something of a bouquet out of that car and handed it to Carter. Car was mostly okay, but you can only get away with that so many times. Gotta watch the under tray and some of the aero on these GT4 cars in particular. Local knowledge here, a bunch of West Coast-based teams that we wouldn't normally see, but also a bunch of East Coast teams that don't usually make it out to this part of the country. A lot of debutantes here at the Burt Brothers Motorpark, first time here. Keep an eye on some of the cars that we're not used to seeing, certainly. In particular, Singler Racing, the number 13, CTSR, the number 221 up in GTO, El Diablo Motorsports, and the number 48. A lot of experience in endurance racing down in GP1. Don't normally see them here in the World Racing League. TC Design. Zalus Motorsports is based right out back here. Same thing with Blaze Racing in the number 118. For the rest, it's the learning
Important
process.
to note, Brendan,
go ahead.
CTSR we don't usually see, but they were very, very competitive, and I believe won, at High Plains.
That's mostly karma running a 997 Cup. That'll get you a victory almost by default. That's a really good point. We obviously didn't broadcast from High Plains Raceway, but lots of both experience in endurance racing and the local knowledge here in Utah to go along there. The learning process for the rest of the teams, what can you learn over today's 8 hours that you can take into tomorrow's race? How can you adapt over the course of these 2 races and set yourself up for victory? And the tires, Ryan, a favorite.
Yes.
Very abrasive surface here, to the point that we may see tire changes out of the GTU field, which is not something we typically expect. Multiple tire changes, perhaps. Watch those GP cars as well. The Continental is very, very durable, but we don't have a surface quite like this anywhere else. So do we end up seeing some pit stops out of the GP cars, and does that throw in some variants that we wouldn't normally get? And of course, championship mindset, Midwest Championship weekend, extra bonus points on offer because it's a championship round here this weekend. GP1 is absolutely stacked, particularly in the battle for P2. Yeah, we're set up for something special here this weekend. To the starting grid, as we round the last couple of corners here in the final sector. Your pole sitter, front row, actually, in GTU, which will lead the field to green. Stratus number 60 is your championship points leader alongside Heraflight, the number 247. Tremendous lap yesterday, right at the finish to go P2. Automatic Racing 908, Stratus 58 on row number 2. Automatic 909 and Stratus 59 on row 3, and the round 3 cars in row 4. GTO, your pole sitter, is the off-leash Motorsports Mercedes-AMG GT4. Remember, that's a turbo car alongside the normally aspirated round 3 racing Porsche 991.2 Cup. AE Victory Racing in the Supra alongside CHR number 191, a BMW M4 GT4. Row number 3 is 678 Rapscallion, the first of 2 Ligier JS P2s. JS2Rs alongside the TCB Racing number 246. Your GP1 pole sitter is El Diablo Motorsports TC Design number 256. Both local teams here at the front of GP1, and GP2 will be the 214 and the 76. We head on to the front straightaway for the first time. The World Racing League is green at the Crossroads Endurance Challenge at Burt Brothers Motorpark. GTU field leads the field down the long front straightaway here towards turn number 1, and as they fan out, just like we saw 20 years ago for the first time, 3, maybe 4 wide. It's all pretty neat and tidy headed into turn number 1.
Yeah, this field instantly getting stretched out. I think the car's wanting to have a little bit of space here as we go into a relatively new track with a relatively rough surface. So those cars leaving themselves a little bit of space, not have any issues. Here comes the general production field. They're going to lead into the checkers here, and they're going to jump out way wide. We're going to go 4 and 5 wide on the front straight here as we come down into turn 1. Exactly the opposite of what the GT field did. You just see them coming down into turn 1. There's a lot going on here.
Yep, looking for the El Diablo Motorsports number 48 bright green car, yellow chartreuse, I think was the color we ended up settling on yesterday. They'll arc their way into that long first corner, about 120 degrees of rotation there. It actually looks like the 256.
BSR.
Is that BSR in the box
in the Cayman.
Yep.
It looks like it went to the lead there.
Cayman, sorry. Yep. We'll jump on board with the North Loop Motorsport number 21 BMW round turns 3 and 4 for the first time of asking. This is deep in the field. Back in GP2, side by side with the number 214 just up ahead. That is your GP2 pole sitter, the 76 Boulder car, and some smoke in the mid-pack there from the GP1 cars. Now, was there contact, or is that a technical problem? That looks like the 808.
It does, out of the back end.
The M240IR out of Off-Leash Motorsports this weekend, playing host to the squad from Samson Racing Communications, I found.
Okay.
Yesterday, which is very interesting.
They have some local knowledge with this track, I would imagine.
Yeah, you'd think so. You'd think so. A 6-hour was run here not so very long ago, taking on the Sun Chaser name into the darkness here in Tuella as we go down the front straightaway. 5 cars in the lead draft headed down the long front straight with those GTU entries. One of them ducks out. That looks to be the Heraflight number 247. Doesn't quite get alongside to show the nose there into turn number 1. First lap led actually by the Heraflight car. So it's Heraflight way up front from Stratus number 60, then the 908 of Automatic Racing rounding out the top 3.
So CHR has gained a ton of positions and currently is going to be near the front of the field, but that round 3 car is starting to get bogged down, I think, by the GTU traffic. Those GTU traffic cars are going to be struggling for grip on this surface. I think as soon as the tires come into their temperature window, they might be a little bit better off here, but I think that's going to hamper the progress of the round 3 car as the car behind continues to threaten.
Right, and you know how the weather is in this type of environment. This sort of high desert biosphere, let's say, cools down aggressively overnight, but it heats up actually quite quickly during the day. The higher in elevation you are up here, we're at 5,000 feet in Tuella, so very,
and there
very
appears to be
chilly
not
and
a
windy
lick
this morning.
of cloud cover. Not a
No,
lick of cloud cover. So the surface temperature is going to be really high.
Yeah, unlike yesterday morning where it actually was quite warm. or I'm sorry, quite cloudy, and took a while to warm up. This morning, it's all sunlight and all energy being pumped into the track. So we got to look at the GTO field. We changed their round 3 racing in that Porsche 991.2 straight to the lead.
Absolutely. If we look back into GP1, BSR has gone to the front. TC Design has come down to second. El Diablo drops to 5th, along with Blaze Racing right behind in 6th. So not great for 2 of the local entrants, but BSR hanging on to an all right. GP2, North Loop has gone around the Palomar and Boulder cars. Well, the Palomar and Boulder cars have both fallen, so they've gone around Boulder, and they're right behind the Garage 66 entry, only about 2 or 3 tenths off of their ultimate pace. So that battle in GP2 looks like it's going to be heating up as well.
Let's try and pick up the leaders if we can, Jordan. I know we do have a little bit of camera issues down there around turns 3 and 4, but 5 cars in a line with now 2 laps on the board, working lap number 3. Those 5 NPO1s. This is something pretty cool. 3 GTO leaders there just behind them as well. Heraflight, you kind of wonder here, guys, if maybe this is a little bit of a cork in the bottle situation, stacking up some of those NPO1s headed around the first sector.
So here's my question. If you're off leash right now, do you save tire? You've got round 3, who's getting a little bit held up by the GTU field, although it looks like that GTU field is starting to stretch out just a hair. CHR right on their rear bumper, I think, trying to make a move somewhere. I think if I'm in off leash, I spend right now just trying to save tire. Make sure you don't let the cars ahead get too far out there, but I wouldn't be super aggressive trying to take positions right now, knowing that there's going to be a tire wear issue, later on in the stint.
Yeah, it's a fair point. If we think back not so very long ago, actually it was 4 years ago, to NOLA Motorsports Park, and I think WRL's first trip there back in 2022.
Yeah.
Was it the Chill Out Motorsports MX-5 that ran in GTO with the LS engine? That was just absolutely tearing through tires because they were sliding the car around. It was first race for that car, first trip to NOLA. And it's not that the car was super unstable. It was just really being pushed quite hard and not very well balanced, being its first race weekend. And you do wonder if we end up in a situation kind of similar to that. An older surface, another Alan Wilson track, by the way. As we get a move for the lead, headed into the final corner. That is number 60 up the inside of the Heraflight, number 247, and job done before they even got to the apex.
So I think the 60 here has potential to kind of stretch the lead now that they're in the front. I'm really curious how being at 5,000 feet is going to impact the ability to drive one of these NPO1s. They're pretty reliant on downforce for as small of a car and as efficient of a car as it is. And if you're up here at 5,000 feet, Scott's not here to tell me I get my numbers wrong, but you're getting way less downforce than you would get at a comparable track at sea level. So that, and it applies to the GTO cars as well, they're just not as reliant on it. They're making more mechanical grip with the tires, which is also at a premium here. So I imagine the GTU guys really, really looking forward to getting some temperature in those tires because the aero cannot be as effective here as it is elsewhere. Think back to, if you're an F1 person, cars they'll talk about it, the Mexico race for Formula One, that the cars have way less downforce available because you're up at a high altitude. Looks like that Heraflight car is going to continue to... No, not quite. They held on. It looked like the second Stratus car was going to try to make a move there, but not quite able to pull it off for the 58.
See that lead margin being stretched out to 5 or 6 car lengths already. So certainly seems, like you said, Ryan, that number 60 car has the potential in some clear air to really establish itself now at the front of that GTU train that begins with that Heraflight number 247. To the point you just made about driving these GTU cars around a place like this, Ryan, I did chat with Brad McCall yesterday, who popped up in between qualifying sessions just to say hello and have a quick catch-up, and amongst other things did discuss wrestling one of those GTU cars around a place like Utah and his impressions of Burt Brothers Motorpark being here for the first time. For a track that has
the way you trailed off there, I thought you were going to play an MP3 of his comments.
Sorry. No.
Like, whoa, sweet.
Dealing with a little bit of internet issues now that we've doubled the race control staff for today. So one of the things that he said is 58 now goes around the outside of Heraflight onto the front straightaway. One of the things he said is that the mid to high speed corners are actually still flat in the GTU cars. Turn 2, that climbing right-hander, just at the beginning of the lap there, is flat in a GTU, as is turn 7, which is the that middle fast sweeper there, right in the middle portion of the lap. He said both those corners are flat out, and you're still carrying quite a bit of speed, partially because some of these corners actually have a decent amount of camber to them, and you can really ring the car into those corners and carry the speed through the mid-corners. So he said it's actually quite, for it being as flowing a layout as it is, it's actually quite technical, which is something I don't think I anticipated prior to my first visit here.
Makes a lot of sense. I do want to look back on the general production field real quick. TC Design and El Diablo still haven't been able to recover their lost positions too well. You do have the open throttle number 64 having gained 5 positions. They're now up to 7th. So that car kind of coming into its own pace-wise. They're now running... is it the quickest pace in the GP1 field? I think it is. 2:14.807. Yeah, right now they're the fastest car in GP1. So that car has come alive here at Burt Brothers Motorsports Park. GP2, the same kind of thing's happening. It's still Garage 66 and North Loop at the front, but at one point Garage 66 was about a second a lap faster. North Loop has now come back to within about half a second, so they've stabilized a little bit of the bleeding there, and I think they're going to go hunting for the car at the front. And as I say that, Garage 66 goes down to a 2:15.3 versus a 2:15.9. So I think that GP2 battle between Garage 66 and the North Loop Motorsports number 21 is going to be the one to watch here. You've also got Boulder, who's a threat in GP2, absolutely. They're down in 3rd position right now. They've got about the same pace as North Loop, but had lost a bunch in the opening stanza of the race there.
Eyes on the GP1 lead battle for the moment, I think. There it is, headed down towards turn number 5. Top 3 cars are nose to tail, then nominal gap back to P4. But this is kind of similar to what we saw in GTU. Sorry about that. Yeah, top 4. It's kind of similar to what we saw in GTU with that cork in the bottle. BSR Racing and that number 981 Porsche, to some degree stacking up the Blaze Racing 118. Now Ginger Racing and TC Design go side by side in the battle for P3. That was favoring Ginger just very, very briefly, and now it's kind of gone the way of the TC Design car, and back again we go. A Blaze car, really, really impressive. Didn't have the ultimate pace in qualifying yesterday, but hounding the back of the 981 Porsche.
Have we verified that this El Diablo is indeed the same El Diablo? The 48, if it's the El Diablo of Thunderhill television fame. Hello?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I suspect that it is, but I don't have any actual data to back that up. And to be honest, I don't know where I would look for that. Other than trying to maybe, but like it's pretty... I know it's named after the El Diablo mountain in Bay Area, because that's where their team was located at the time, when I hung out with them when they were doing the 25-hour. But I don't know if they moved to Utah, or if it's local-ish to them, because they don't do the Thunderhill 25 anymore, so they're coming out here. I have no idea, but I'm not on site, so I can't go and ask anybody. So Jordan's given us a little peep into that GP2 battle. So we just saw that orange car that went through was the North Loop Motorsports BMW.
And all the GTUs coming through
and
there.
GTU's right behind, so they're already going to get into the traffic. Again, I think this is going to be a little different for those cars here, because they're just not going to have the power, being a relatively low-powered car anyway, and they're not going to have the aero. I think it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to make the passes that they're used to making in that car. All the people driving it, of course, consummate professionals. I don't think people are going to make mistakes and do foolish things and wipe people out, but I do think it's going to take a lot more planning to get one of these moves done.
Yeah, and it should be noted, once the 60 from Shadows Racing got around the 247 from Hair Flight, it has checked out. Has about a 6-second lead now, so you see going through the shot there, with about 5 general production cars in between them and the next group of NP01s.
Oop, quick off and on there from North Loop. If I can just jump in here, gentlemen.
It's your show. You can do whatever you want.
That's not really true.
No,
well,
Jordan
it is
can.
a little bit. Anyway, I'm happy to say we have a guest. First thing this morning.
Sweet.
Immediately. Yes. I just said to her, thank you for coming up. First
You
off.
already know.
Exactly, of course. Normally we do like 4 hours worth of interviews on Sunday afternoon, and we can't follow the race because we're just rotating door here. You didn't even let the race settle in.
No.
Straight
I'm
upstairs.
here. Yeah, we're here to talk.
That's because it's about 85 degrees in this room in the afternoon. The earlier you come up, the better off we're going to be.
Exactly, and there's a fan.
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's courtesy of Dave McDaniel over my shoulder.
Yeah.
Tremendous work. Sarah Montgomery, out of the AE Victory number 119 Toyota Supra.
Yes.
Yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
Currently running 4th.
Yes.
Yes,
Currently running 4th.
And for as frantic as everything else is on track, it's like the one car out on track that isn't just being attacked either from behind or attacking.
Yeah.
And it just settled in nicely.
It's been really weird today because I woke up knowing I wasn't starting the race,
Yeah.
which it's like the first time in probably 7 years that I've not started the race. So so Ashley Freiberg's in the car first for us. And, she is a very seasoned pro.
Sure.
So it's been like I have the full nervous anxiety jitters for her, and I'm not the one even starting. So
You do hear that a lot when pro drivers get interviewed during races, like, oh, what is it like? You're on the sidelines. What's it like watching your teammate? They always say, well, it's more nervous being here than it is behind the wheel.
Oh, for sure. Well, and I trust her 100%.
Sure.
But it is still like the start of the race, like for the whole team, what we've all worked for the past month and a half, and it's just crazy. Like I still have the anxiety. I'm like amped up and ready to go. Like I'm actually driving, but I'm not. So we'll get there eventually today.
So let's talk about anxiety, because I don't know that we've chatted to
Great.
the millennial
Can you hear my
experience.
breathing? Yeah.
The millennial experience.
Hold on, let him cook.
Let's talk about it. So I don't know when the last time we talked to any of the AE Victory lineup was here.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. I
Yes.
mean, it is your fault because you drag your co-drivers up here normally.
Yeah.
But it's been a minute.
It has.
It's because
And
they've
in
been
particular,
crushing
I
it,
don't-
Brendan. What do
I
you mean?
don't think
But
we've
not
talked.
literally.
Think we've talked since Daytona,
Yes.
and I
You're
think we
right.
have to talk about it
Okay.
because I think to anybody who was watching, Daytona seemed like a real turning point.
It was.
Like
it was.
like flipping a switch.
It was.
Not that you guys were uncompetitive by any stretch of imagination,
No,
but something just
We
clicked.
have Aaron Vogel, the team owner, has put together one heck of a team. Lineup from driver coaching to driver mindset coaches, which is something that no one thinks about.
Mindset
Mindset
coaches.
coach, which he comes to every race with us.
Fascinating.
And every person on the team is working with her and another coach that we have for mindset coaching.
Okay.
So when we get to the track, we know exactly what each person's job is. We know who we need to talk to if we have a question about something specifically. And I think, of course, on-track results are important, but once you have that back end in place and in line, it will only make on-track better. And I think it was worked really hard to get Daytona ready for that.
Yeah.
And it proved that it worked.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean,
and it's only progressing.
It wasn't even like a gradual step. Like I said, it was like flipping a switch where just everything seemed to click all at once. I mean, the Supra's always been a good platform for GTO. But even those first couple races, it seemed like you were trying to get your feet under you with the new platform.
Yeah.
And then just all at once, you guys, I mean, I dominated is maybe too strong a word, but it's not far away from that.
Yeah, no, we did. We had a great Daytona race, and unfortunately, the last 45 minutes, we got hit. I think we finished 6th or something, which was our best result, but we were so bummed. We were all upset because we were fighting for the lead.
We were too, to be frank.
Yeah, so
very deflating.
It was really a bummer, but it really just boosted our confidence knowing that we can do it, and all the work that Aaron and everyone else in the team is putting in behind the scenes is working.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool, and like for us to qualify 4th yesterday, in which we then moved up to 3rd. For the start of the race that's our highest start ever. So it's really, really special, and I'm really proud and happy for Erin with all the work that she's been putting in behind the scenes that it's coming through.
What about some of the, I don't want to say lineup changes? Obviously, Erin stepping away from the driving duties, at least for the near future here. Ashley Freiberg joins you guys. I think Laura Hayes joined you guys back at Daytona as well.
Yep.
So some shuffling around.
And a
some
little
additions.
at Road Atlanta.
Oh, okay. I actually didn't
we
know that.
needed help. It was hot.
Yeah, sure. Understood. 4 drivers at Road Atlanta?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And you guys all seem to be gelling pretty well. I mean, Laura obviously has extensive experience with Thunder Bunny racing. We've seen that before, but different when you go into a new environment, new team, and a former competitor, really.
Yeah, for sure. Well, she still is. She's talking to me today, and I'm like, nope, you're the enemy this weekend.
Is she supporting you guys this week in AE Victory, despite Thunder Bunny not being here?
She's still working, so
okay.
She's downstairs underneath us, helping like watch everything. And
very cool.
Being eyes up in the sky kind of thing, but
very cool.
But not for us, unfortunately. We'd love to have Laura, but she has her priorities,
of course,
in other places, which is understandable and very cool for her. But we're all still good friends, and we all get along really well, which is nice, And I. Even just going to that point of getting along with everyone in the field, I was talking to P1 and P2 on the grid. Those are two of my best friends, and I was like, don't forget that my car is right behind you guys. So even though I'm not driving, treat her with the same respect. So it's cool. It's a really good environment here in general.
I appreciate you going to bat for Ashley Freiberg, as if the name and her history in motorsports doesn't really command that on her own.
Right. Exactly.
And it's cool to see Ashley in the series. I mean, there was a time there where Ashley was one of the not just best female talents in the sport, but
for sure.
her junior open wheels story was tremendous.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, she's racing 24 hours a Daytona with, I think it was with Turner.
It was,
so.
I think has a class podium at Sebring, also with Turner in a BMW. And obviously
so she ain't
is a super
slow.
Recognizable name. No,
that's for sure.
Clearly. And I'm sure that only helps bolster the team, right?
Yeah.
It's, I mean, you're obviously not slow either.
Right, yeah.
And Alana is in her first season with you guys as well, coming off the shootout earlier this year.
Exactly.
Is that just another level of kind of bolstering Alana's experience?
Yeah, so Aaron's whole goal for this program with AE Victory Racing is to have it as a driver development program. Mm-hmm. So her goal is to just want to get more women in the sport, and not just driver development, but we have female engineers, as many female roles as we can fill. So it's just developing those people to get more women in the sport, to help promote them, to get them to those levels they want to be, whether that's, data engineering, social media, anything you can think of on a team. We're trying to find those females to fill those spots, which is really, really special. And I don't think there's anything else like it out there.
I would agree with that. I know it's been not a work in progress, but you always find those ways to improve and improve and improve.
It's a brand new team, so
And now the proof is in the results there as well, which is really, really cool.
Yeah.
Let's turn our attention away from just the AE Victory specifics there. Your first trip
I do want to just, I'm sorry, Brendan, I just want to touch on what we're showing on screen here.
Yeah.
So this is the battle for GP2. We're on board with North Loop Motorsports. This gap between the Garage 66 and North Loop spreads by like half a second at a time. And some of that's going to be down to traffic, but they're kind of in a spot where they're trading good lap times. So this GP2 battle is starting to get pretty close. It's close in the front of GP1 as well, 0.3. Blaze to BSR, and then TC Design, another 0.7. So that's probably a battle we should look at also. But there's two pretty close battles in GP1 I just want to make sure that people are aware of here. That off-leash CHR round 3 train is kind of still the way it's been. But the general production stuff has been tight at the front of GP1 and GP2.
BSR and Blaze still at the front of GP1 there, which is really, really cool to see there as well. Sorry. You're blame Ryan.
I'm just here. It's okay. It's always Ryan's fault.
We're a little out of practice.
It really is.
We've done this together for the last 2 months since we're at Atlanta, so we're settling back in here. Your first trip to Utah, or you've been here before?
I have been here before, but I've never raced here. So this is my first time ever on track, which is really cool. It's very unlike anything we've ever driven.
What were you here for that you didn't race?
I actually came here like almost 10 years ago to meet Mazda.
Fascinating.
Yeah, so that's like when baby Sarah was kind of starting to get into car racing. Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Fascinating. Huh? During a pro weekend?
Years ago, about 15 years ago, I'd say. Yeah, it was a Grand Am race.
Wow.
That's how long ago it was.
Wow, we were talking about Grand Am yesterday during qualifying.
It wasn't IMSA, it was a Grand Am race. Yeah.
Wow. Huh. Yeah, so
I met Patrick Dempsey that weekend. That's how long ago it was.
He was still a Mazda guy.
Yeah.
Very cool. I didn't know that. It's funny you say it's unlike anything else that we race here in WRL, really. I was trying to think of a comp this morning. Like, what could you compare this place to?
I would say it's, in a way, similar to High Plains.
Okay.
So every time you go around, the corner is always different.
Yeah.
Because there's always dust somewhere there wasn't before, and High Plains is the same exact way. So the pavement, they don't know how long has been here, so it's older concrete, which is interesting.
We think it's
but-
20 years. We think it's the original surface from
yeah,
like
it is.
0506.
It's, I think the original, but just goes to show, like, you know, Road America was just repaved,
Yeah.
and like, but this track doesn't completely tear up tires like a Road Atlanta would.
Interesting.
So,
Okay.
I might be giving away secrets here, but
It is. No, it's really interesting you say that. I had a conversation with Brad McCall yesterday that said that they think it's actually really abrasive, and they don't think, at least in the GTU cars, that they're going to be able to make it through without changing tires.
Yeah, I don't know. Our tire wear has shown pretty decent, which is good. You know, keeping it on track consistently for 8 hours could completely show a different story.
Sure.
But it is a very fun track. I will say, when I learned it on Thursday, turns 1 through 5 were pretty easy. Like, okay, I got this. And then whenever you go past turn 7 into like turn 8 and the rest of the track, you're like, where am I?
Yep.
What am I supposed to do here?
It was really interesting watching the cars from trackside. I mean, turn 1, it's a long corner. It's got some camber. You can carry a lot of speed in there
for sure.
if you want, right?
Yeah.
Really kind of lean on the right side tires. You're kind of accelerating up the hill through turns 2 and 3.
Hill, in quotes.
Right, exactly. Man-made elevation changes here.
Yeah.
Would have been flat otherwise.
Yeah.
But you get down to turn 5, and I would say half the cars on any given lap were just way too deep into the braking zone, kind of got carrying too much speed. Turn the car in, the rear tires protest, the car slides away, and it really seemed like grip, low-speed corners in particular, was really at a premium.
Yeah, for sure. And the other thing that Cole and I were actually talking about in the round 3 car was how aggressive some of the bumps are here. So, like, through the little chicane, turn 8, 9, and 10, you have to use some of those inside rumble strips because that makes a straighter line.
Of course.
But as soon as that car lands, it doesn't. It like hops 3 or 4 times, and you're like just trying to catch the car. But you can't not use it because it's a straighter line, and you can get to power sooner actually using those curbs. So it's very interesting and different, unlike any other track I've been to, really. And then, like you said, turn 1 is just like a 50-year corner, just carrying as much speed as possible through it. So it's pretty quick in some places and definitely holding on in some, and
One of the other points that was made as well, down from turn 11 up here at the east end of the track, all the way down through the final sector, they've been running drift
all the rubber,
competitions. And Brad said yesterday it's actually pretty slick.
It is. And so when I was learning the track the first day, it seems like you'd want to go where the rubber is, right? And but watching video and things like that, that is not the correct line, because we're probably adding an extra 2/10 of roadway if you go way out there and use that surface. But it's kind of entertaining watching other people learning the track, going way out there and completely losing control. And I'm like, oh, someone didn't watch video, you know?
Well, I think they also ran the drift layout in reverse. I think they started here and ran it backwards that way.
Sense.
So
that makes so much sense. But it's very deceiving because like 3/4 of the track is completely black, full with rubber. So you would think that would be the line, but it's really not.
So we created this very dumb thing this morning called the Fobs to the race instead of Keys to the race. It's supposed to be Fobs to victory, but we messed it up.
All right.
And one of the things...
It was Ryan's fault.
It was my idea.
It was Ryan's idea. It was my execution that dropped the ball. But one of the things we said here was, for the teams that aren't local out here on the West-ish coast, there's a learning process.
Yeah.
Right? You were here for max track time on Thursday. Obviously ran practice qualifying yesterday. But this is where you really kind of settle in to the weekend, right? 8 hours of racing. Okay, you've got the racing line down, but how does the track change over the course of the day? Where do you get dust, marbles, etc.?
For sure.
What does the beginning of that learning process look like, bearing in mind this isn't a super well-represented track in sims as well?
Correct. Yeah, there's not really any sim work. I did 0 sim work training for this. I did 0.
Wow.
All video, watching different people's video on the internet.
Sure.
But I will say the other interesting thing to keep in mind with the changing track surface is the temperature.
Yeah.
So like this morning it was probably mid-60s, and this afternoon it's going to be high 80s.
It was way colder than that this morning.
Well,
I was here at 6 o'clock.
That was just a random number off the top of my head. Yeah, okay, so it's like a 30-degree difference, maybe even 40.
Yeah.
So that's really even the bigger thing. Like I can deal with changing track surface because you do that anywhere, but the temperature difference is going to be really big. So in the past couple of days, driving and practicing, I've been doing more the morning stints, but today I'm going to be driving in the afternoon where
Sure.
it's going to be greasy and slick. But I can't imagine it'd be any different than what Road Atlanta was like that entire
Of
race
course,
weekend.
yeah.
So, same car, same tires. We'll kind of play with that, but it is different, and you just have to go in with an open mind and just understand that there are limits to every corner every time you go through it.
Yeah,
It's completely different. So,
To that end, yeah, having a good understanding of the car and the tires and how all those things work together is obviously crucial, right? Especially when you're at a brand new track for the first time. Understanding what your limitations are when you jump into a car is arguably the most important thing to just being able to turn it on and go quickly immediately. But these aren't slick tires. We're not changing tires every pit stop where you go out and you get a fresh set of tires. So you're dealing with a changing track surface, right, in terms of temperature and grip. You're dealing with dust and gravel, et cetera, being brought on track and potentially being thrown into a stint in the heat of the day on very much not a fresh set of tires.
Yeah,
right,
for
where
sure.
you're trying to get 4, 5, 6 hours out of a set.
Yeah.
Are the tires themselves consistent enough from event to event that okay, we're at this point in kind of the plateau of performance, and roughly what you're going to get when you get out there, or do you really have a couple of exploratory laps where you're trying to feel everything out and understand where you're at?
I mean, luckily when I'll get in, the car's going to be hot and roaring and ready to go.
Sure.
So someone already warmed it up for me the past 5 hours
of
before.
course.
But I've already accepted that it's just going to be the greasy, nasty scent.
Sure.
So I'm just going in knowing that it's going to be a hot mess. I can complain as much as I want, but nothing's going to change. So I know they're going to adjust pressures for me because I do drive a little crazy. Like
Oh, is that
sliding a lot.
right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. But with it being hot, it's still going to be super greasy and slippery no matter what they're able to do. So
you guys are actually changing pressures from driver to driver based on driving style?
if we have time. So like if I'm the one that gets the new set of tires, they'll adjust it to me, or knowing that I'm about to get in.
Understood. Okay.
Just because I can, I'm finishing the race.
Yeah.
So let's give her what we got and hope she can do the best. But
Interesting. Is that common practice, or is that just something that you guys have kind of realized, like, all right, well, this is a way we can
I think it just kind of works for us, you know?
Okay. Very cool.
And every driving style is different. So the way Ashley and I's data are completely different. Completely different, yet we're getting the same exact lap times, We're looking at each other's data, trying to help teach Alana how to do things. And it's like, I do this. And she's like, well, I do this. And I'm like, well, my way's working. She's like, so is mine. And I'm like, how can we, so we just drive very differently.
Sure.
And that's uniform. Like every driver's going to drive completely different. So the other interesting thing is how different this track is from all the other ones we go to, like the Road Atlanta, the Road Americas.
Yeah.
So setup is very different from this track from all the others. So the first day and a half was us really trying to dial in a very flat, greasy track that has dust, that doesn't have a ton of grip like some of those other places, and trying to adjust to that. So that was very interesting because it's very different from anything else.
Well, on top of that, you're cycling multiple drivers through those sessions, right? So the feedback you're getting from one driver isn't necessarily the same as you're getting from another. All the while, the track is changing throughout the day. The surface is changing and rubbering in. I mean, there's a lot of things that you're taking into account and maximize performance there. But obviously able to make some good progress.
I mean, look at us. We're doing good. So, all good stuff. I can't complain. That's for sure. And I know the team's working hard, even behind the scenes at the shop during the off race weekends, and trying to make it happen for us to do well at these events.
I don't know that I have much more for you, Sarah.
Well,
I appreciate you coming by.
no
Ryan, do
worries.
you have anything to add here before we turn Sarah loose back to the AE Victory paddock?
I don't, not at this time.
Okay.
Pending some scheduling decisions, there may be a request that I make next year, but
well,
That's
that's,
I'll type it in the chat, and then Brendan can relay it offline.
well, that's such a tease for everyone listening. How
Well,
could you
it's
do
that time of year. Listen, were you at High Plains last year?
No.
Okay, we had 13 hours to fill last year at High Plains, and so a lot of what we did was like
Oh, a tumbleweed.
scheduled.
Yeah.
A lot of that. A lot of 2026 scheduling discussion about, where would you like to go? What do you think? Where would you go? Where would you not go? Where can we add? What's working? What's not? It's that time of year.
I would say, as long as we keep Watkins, that's all I really care about. Watkins Glen is the coolest track. It's the most beautiful time of year whenever we go, and I just hope it stays.
Leaf peeping season in the Finger Lakes.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
Man, it's perfect.
I used to live in that
Come
area.
to Watkins Glen, fans. You would love it. It's perfect weather. It's beautiful.
I would go to Watkins Glen in January, frankly. I love upstate New York any time of year.
Don't do that.
I mean, not to race cars.
Don't do that. Yeah.
Race there.
Sarah did not suggest that to the fans.
Brought to you
We're
by
here.
Bridgestone Blizzak.
Yeah.
The WRL ice fishing tournament.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. No kidding. That'd be kind of fun, actually.
Sarah-
Have a snow race for WRL.
I'm into that.
Yeah.
Talk about that. Sarah Montgomery, thank you for stopping
Yes.
by.
Thank you guys.
Appreciate it. And yeah, best of luck to you. Come see us maybe again tomorrow or this afternoon.
I will
after
start
you've
tomorrow.
had that disaster stint. Not disaster stint.
Yeah,
but
today.
Disaster
Yeah.
conditions stint.
Hot stint. So,
Greasy, unpleasant.
yeah, if you see me out there, just throw me a water bottle. I will appreciate it.
Got it.
Woo, launch. Yep. Cool.
Sarah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I'll come back to this. The East Coast mind cannot possibly comprehend that, like, 85 degrees, like, now they're starting to understand that, like, it's a dry heat actually doesn't matter because it just bakes you and you feel awful, and it's only 85. It's not 115, which is liable to happen at this track from time to time. So, you know, just, you love to see it. JT, do you want to give a little rundown?
Yeah, sure.
Gotta get that rundown working.
Yeah, up at the top field, the 60 from Stratus Racing still leads. They have about a 12-second gap over the sister cars, the 58 and the 59. Also spread out a little bit there. The 908 from Automatic Racing, 4th place, Hair Flight, running 5th at the moment. Just behind them, the 909 from Automatic Racing. The number 1 from Round 3 Racing sitting 7th, and the number 10 and 8th, who we saw briefly a moment ago, I believe having a spin and rejoin, if I recall correctly. GTO, it's still the 70 from Round 3 Racing in the Porsche Cup car. Just ahead of Off Leash Motorsports and Charlie Hayes Racing.
Just ahead, JT.
And that's
barely.
inverted, though, because it was off leash in 3rd.
Yes, and it's a very close fight. I mean, you've got the top 3 within, a second and a half here. You see them coming through shot here. Porsche, Mercedes, and BMW. 16 and a half seconds back. Forza Motorsports has been on a very good charge in that BMW M4 GT4, working its way up the field after having started last in the GTO class today. Getting by 8 victories. Supra just 2 laps ago, I believe. A little bit further behind, we've got the TCB Racing Toyota Supra as well over the CTSR Porsche. Is that a Cup car? I'm not quite sure, or if it's
I
just
believe
a
so.
911.
Yeah, it's a 997 Cup.
Yeah. Very cool to see that thing here. 8th place Stoic Racing. 9th, the lead Rapscallion Ligier. Singler Racing. Then the rounding out the top 10. Bruce Innovations in the 111, and then the 669 from Rapscallion there, 12th. GP1, as has been the case, BSR Racing jumping to the lead at the start. I do not believe they have surrendered it at any point. Just a half-second lead over TC Design in their BMW M3. Blaze Racing running 3rd, followed by El Diablo Motorsports, and then the 38 Palomar Racing there running out the top 5. The 46 from Ginger just a half second behind them. HQ Autosports in 7th, Zealous in 8th. The 555 from Bruce Innovations leads to the 24 for 9th and 10th. Just outside the top 10, you have the Hyperion Auto Collective BMW. The 64 from Open Throttle, and then the 808 from Off Leash Motorsports, I believe, still on pit road at the moment.
Yeah, that was the car that was smoking on the first lap, JT. We saw that in the midfield,
Mhm.
right the way through the first sector. It didn't seem to be dropping any fluid or anything like that, even though it looked a little bit steamy. But
It's-
I think
yeah,
proving
it's-
to just be smoke rather than any sort of fluid-related issues.
Yeah, that car had qualified, I believe, 6th. It had jumped quite to the front, right there, that opening lap. But as we did see, something was wrong with that car. It started dropping back and came down pit road, and I believe might be at the garage at the moment. And then in GP2, which we've been keeping our eye on, it's still the Garage 66 Subaru BRZ leading. They've got about a 4-second gap over the BMW from Northwood Motorsports. Boulder with their 325, about another 5.5 seconds back. Fourth place, we have the MX-5 from AOA Racing, and then rounding out the class is the 83 from Palomar, another 2.5 back from the Mazda.
The
Really
Garage 66
Okay.
entry has crushed it this year. From a team that was originally going to run in GP3 that I'm sure by this point has made enough modifications to be in GP2 in earnest. But going back to that first weekend, not sure how well they were going to do and ended up just crushing it this season.
It
They've
was
done a great
Mid-Ohio.
job.
They were like 2 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else at a 2.2 mile track,
Yeah.
2.25 mile track. I mean, it was really striking. Now, there's some maybe not representative of all of the race or the ambient conditions
Sure.
that we would get through the balance of the season, but it's borne itself out the rest of the way through the year. That car is just so quick there in GP2. The lap times are fastest laps would put it in the midfield in GP1. 16 flat last time
It's pretty
around.
incredible.
Be competitive in the next class
they
up.
try and they get close on lap time periodically, but they're never consistently in the same realm as Garage 66. Garage 66, some of these going down to 214, 215. That puts you up in GP1 a ways. Now, they're not hitting that 215 number a lot, but when they are, you're absolutely right. They're running midfield GP1 pace. I was trying to ask Brendan before... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was trying to ask before you went to the interview, do we know for sure that the 48 is the El Diablo of CBS News, or I'm sorry, CBS Sports Network fame?
Oh, the Survive the well-known
25.
endurance race. Yeah.
Did you ever get a SAG card for that, by the way?
No. I have a suspicion as we get the GP1 lead battle here, center stage, headed down towards turn number 13. I actually don't know for sure either way, but I would assume it kind of has to be.
I would too, but the livery is completely different.
Well, of course, it's been...
But it's been 10 years.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
It was a blue number 30 that was sponsored by a tire company, and now it's 11 years later, but it's still an E46.
Well, it used to be an E36, so it's a different car.
Side 3 wide here down the front straightaway, guys. This is the battle for GP1. I think the Boxsters just stayed ahead in that run. Man, that thing has some legs down the straightaway. There's a Supra and a GTU car that went by, an NPO1. Then the Porsche. Yeah, it side by side at the line becomes about 2.5 car lengths by the time we get to the braking zone for turn 1. I think that's a big part of why that BSR car has been able to stay ahead. It's just got so much punch up through the middle gears down the long front straightaway here. Anyway, back to the El Diablo thing. I am fairly certain it's at the very least the same team, if not the same driver lineup as well.
Well, if you're with El Diablo Motorsports and you find yourself with a little bit of spare time, you can go up to the control tower and find Brendan.
Third floor.
And then you can tell me, and then we can talk about our fast lap victory at the Toyota Prius Challenge that took place at Sonoma Raceway, again, about 10 years ago.
Speaking of our past experience out on the West Coast, I signed in today at the gate directly behind the first driver I ever interviewed. No, Johnny Canis.
Wow.
Which is not a name I've thought of, but I got the, you got to sign in every day here at Utah. You got to sign the waiver every day. Just pull up to the gate, get the waiver, and the name I was signing below, I was like, I know that name. It's been a long time.
So also WRL, Jason, the first person I ever interviewed is in WRL circles now, Sean Rahal.
Is that right? Yeah. Huh.
He hangs out with the Round 3 homies from time to time.
Yeah, after being not in racing at all there for a few years.
Well, he was doing circle track, and then now, because Brad talked about this a little bit, and I asked him about it, and he said he's doing coaching and such now back in road racing, but that he didn't like the politics of it.
I mean, is that not just racing?
Evidently, it was much simpler times when you're running
sure,
dirt oval.
At the pro level in particular.
Yeah.
I mean, the politics, whether it's driver
well, he was caught up in
rankings or...
Remember, he was the fake silver, if you could call it that back then.
Right. Yeah. It's all driver. It's
For
always driver
8-star,
rankings.
which would have been a situation.
Sure.
8-star and Star Wars at that time.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
That would have been something. So I don't blame him.
I'd ask what Alex Popov is up to, but I think we called a race or covered a race with his kid in it down at Homestead earlier this season.
Was that in the F4
Yeah.
Winter Series?
Yeah.
The Yak Attack
Correct.
Winter Series?
Yeah, I mean, dynamic duo there. Alex Popov and Gustavo Yakiman. I think we're just missing a Podolicchio, and we're in great shape.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Anyway.
That's a deep cut for the regular sports car viewers for the last 15 years.
I mean, I feel like some of those names are like the immediately recognizable ones. Like, you just know.
Yeah.
You know, like, you don't forget a Gustavo Yakiman. You don't forget, like, a Pastor Maldonado. Is Gustavo Yakiman the Pastor Maldonado of sports car racing? Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I don't think Pastor Maldonado is currently doing coaching. Like, for what it's worth, Gustavo Yakiman does have a, like, full coaching program thing that seems like it does pretty well.
Yeah, it does.
What do you think Enzo Podolicchio's up to right now?
Who could say? Impossible to know.
Do you think he is or is not sleeping on a twin cot in a metal room?
Is that something that was previously happened? Oh, nope. But that's one side. Anyway. Yeah. So, welcome to those of you who are joining us here at the Crossroads Endurance Challenge. We indeed find ourselves at a crossroads. The Crossroads of the West is what the event is named for. 15 hours of championship deciding action to come this week. And we'll get to the championship scenarios a little bit later on, because it is going to take some progress through the day, let's say, before we can kind of set ourselves into the scenarios for tomorrow morning. And we will go over those. Obviously, High Plains, being a little bit down on entries, kind of turned things not on their heads, but in an interesting direction, because it was double points.
Yeah.
Yeah, so for that single 13-hour race, it's not that they awarded points at halfway or anything like that. It was just you doubled up your points at the end of the 13, much like Daytona was for the 14
Right.
hour.
It's not like it's a... I mean, that'd be a way to get entries. We're getting quadruple points. If you want to go out to PIR, we'll award quadruple points.
Is that Portland or Phoenix?
Yes.
I don't think the infield at Phoenix exists anymore.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
There's a doubleheader that I think I'm going to try to go to with my father-in-law. They're doing an IndyCar NASCAR doubleheader.
I know, yeah.
I think I'm going to try to go to that. Anyway. Brendan's fallen off the face of the earth again. There must be an interview or an internet problem.
No, well, no.
That's the pit lane. Okay, got it. I hadn't seen that happen yet. I was like, that car is moving fast in the wrong direction.
That is the HQ Autosport number 189.
Okay. All right.
It's kind of why that camera is in the place it's at, so you can kind of catch cars as they enter.
Makes sense.
Enter the pit lane there.
This is a nice pit lane. It's a nice little pit complex.
Actually,
like
the
that.
facilities here are quite nice.
Well, this used to be the Ford Performance, whatever they called it, school. Also.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, this was where they had all the. So they did all the Mustang, the Mustang GT KR or what the GT one that's in the one that's in iRacing, the old one.
The FR 500S.
FR 500S. There was like an A too and an R.
Out there.
They ran those here. There was like a school that Ford had. When it was, I think it was still Miller at the time. So you'd want all of your amenities to be quite nice.
This is where Brendan learns how to do social media and try and talk at the same time.
Nice.
Which is the exact reason Brendan hasn't really done social media to this point, because it's been almost all talking.
It's a little tough. It's a little tough.
It is. It's extremely tough. We have a battle on for the GTO lead here, guys. Headed down into the final corner.
Is it the top three in?
Well, it's the top two.
Top two. Oh,
they dropped that Charlie Hayes Racing number 191. HQ Autosport is sent. That's very early. And it's a quick stop.
Got to go off cycle.
50 minutes in. Intriguing.
Must be off cycle. That's always what it is. They're off cycle. They're playing the long game. As they thunder back out onto the track here. Cross start finish, and then they'll come down into turn 1.
Sunset Bend.
Kind of a lonely part of the track here right now for the HQ Autosports BMW.
I don't know that that's necessarily a bad thing here.
No, not trying to get up to temperature and such. I don't think it is. It's just, you know, as far as
it's not
for
just
visual
that.
appeal, you know, there's
Not
not
just
other cars
that.
doing things.
I think the track is interesting enough that being out on your own and just kind of turning laps is kind of interesting enough by itself. The road moves around enough. There's curbs to use. There's curbs not to use. There's a risk-reward factor there. You know, you kind of want to hustle the car into some of these slower corners, like down here at turn 5. I don't know. I was thinking after last weekend, I was like, you know, because Mike Gorman of Open Throttle Racing came up and visited us at the Daytona booth during the 4-hour enduro we covered for the SCCA SARC Invitational Challenge down there. We were talking about Fun Cup because, of course, we were. And I was like, where would I most like to drive a Fun Cup on the WRL schedule?
Mid-Ohio,
And no, you know, the answer might be here.
I think a
very
Fun Cup here
genuinely
would
the
be
answer might be
miserable.
here.
Would be miserable. Because you have no power.
I don't know.
You're going to have nothing.
Power.
You're going to have absolutely nothing. And the track is wide. I don't think that would be fun. I'm going to level with you. I don't think that's it. I think it has to be a small track. You could sell me on bits of Road Atlanta. If you could do the school course at Road Atlanta, you could sell me that was fun.
Which doesn't exist anymore either.
I mean, it exists. Like it's there. You could.
The pavement's there.
One could
I don't
do
know.
it.
I think Mid-Ohio is just too twisty. This is not something I'm interested in. Barber, maybe, but there's too many slow corners there, I think, to be really super interesting. Here, you can kind of hustle the car in. There's a lot of medium speed corners where you can just let the car kind of hang on the tire. Like, it might be here. Might also be Sebring. But I would be very genuinely interested in actually racing a car here. Everything I've seen this weekend so far has been a very pleasant surprise as to what this track offers, what it looks like, frankly, on camera. You know, you're in the middle of the valley here, so it's not just like there's no dull scenery around you. You know what it is? It's like, Ryan, the scenery here is like giant Willow Springs. You know, you got the mountains kind of off in the distance here. This is all a little bit more intimate than Willow Springs, but still kind of has that, like, wow, or an increased kind of wow factor here.
No, it's the mountains and surrounding environs of this sort of bit of the country in Utah are striking. And if you have time, Brendan, you should try to go up into where the ski resorts are, kind of to the northeast.
Park City,
all that up there. It's really gorgeous up there.
Big bobsledding fan here. Check out Park City.
Yep, absolutely.
Is there a car being recovered over there at turn 11?
That's a great question. I'm glad you asked.
Or is that just a staged safety
Might just be
vehicle?
staged.
We were told during the drivers' meeting yesterday that the turn 11 and turn 5 cuts would be used to pull cars out from the racetrack during recovery processes rather than dragging them all trackside back to the start-finish line and pit entry here. So it did kind of catch me off guard there because it's not a place I think we've seen a tow truck to this point. As we approach the end of the first hour of racing here at the Crossroads Endurance Challenge, welcome along to World Racing League Midwest Championship finale. Finale weekend, anyway. We've got today's race 8 hours, tomorrow's 7 hours, and that will conclude this first regional championship, 2025 season. Brendan Kazmarek, Ryan West, JT Tam. Jordan Worth is on the buttons. Joining you very happy here from the northeast corner of the Burt Brothers Motorpark in Grantsville, Utah. Been a great weekend so far. Thanks to those of you who are joining us in the chat. say hello if you like. I'm more than happy to engage with you there. Give us a like and a follow. Smash the like button. There are many podcasts I listen to that have statements that follow that are not generally broadcast appropriate, but our podcast appropriate. So,
Speaking of, I can announce next year. No, not yet.
Not yet, but we are very much in next year mode here.
We're in talks. We're weighing our options about next year.
I mean,
I miss getting those articles. I feel like there was a golden age of sports car reporting where it was the silliest way to say that XYZ team is weighing their options.
Do you remember, was it Murphy? Murphy the Bear?
No, I don't.
Yes.
Yeah, so it was a sports car racing website that posted just little snippets, and every now and then he would expand on some of these items, but it was just pure rumor and speculation. And
I did not like him.
I actually really liked him because, like, who cared? Right? Who cared what got posted?
I got in a fight with him.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Well, here's the thing. I don't know. I just like
Seika, and I was happy.
Got it.
Wow, that's aggressive by JT.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Really letting that anger bubble to the surface.
JT's opinions do not necessarily reflect those of the rest of the commentators or DriversEye Live LLC.
No, he decided to pick a bone with me with semantics on Roberts Motorsports having a frankly awesome run at Sebring where they finished quite well in the GT2 class. And he goes on this whole tirade about things that are awesome and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, on his blog. And then I'd be at Laguna Seca, and this is a small, older guy, and then his car gets backed into by one of the RVs. And
lovely.
I thought you meant like get wrecked on track. I was like, no, that's a little dark, man.
He didn't race. Mike Anderson says, sounds like the heyday of J-Skis. That's very much what it was. J-Skis is obviously a little bit more in-depth, and I think probably more plugged in than this guy was. Like, actually plugged in. But in a day where... I gotta be careful here, but I think sports car racing reporting has become entirely too managed by people who are very interested in their own brand identity rather than just reporting what they know. Right? So going above it, I
think my take is more that it has taken on the same form as a lot of other, quote, journalism, end quote, that we see in this day and age, where you're not journalisming as much as you are press release reading and saying, wow, isn't that cool? I had lunch with him, and then moving on.
Maybe, but so I think there is, and I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus here, but there is...
We all know who you're talking about.
No, I'm not. No, I don't think you do.
I think I'm one of two.
So, exactly, right? So it is one of them, right?
It's not that thinly veiled, Brendan. I'm going to level with you. If anybody's remotely plugged into this circle, they know who you're talking about.
So one of the things I think I find frustrating is that you have journalists that are being given certain amounts of information, right? That are connecting with people, connecting with brands, connecting with people who are managing those brands, and they constantly talk about how much they know, but refuse to share any of it publicly. And it's the same thing, week after week after week after week. Well, we hear these things. There's rumors about some things we know, some things we can confirm, some things we can't confirm, but we'll let those announcements come out in their own time. Where is the intrigue? Where's the engagement? Like, if all we're doing is waiting for press releases to be written, nobody's going to stay engaged in between event weekends. These event cycles are going to play out on their own. There's a huge silly season and turnover, let's say, cycle coming up at the top of sports car racing. The first one we've really had in hypercar and GTP, with Genesis announcing their factory drivers, Ford announcing factory drivers, McLaren announcing factory drivers. Some of these are going to be driver changes coming over from other brands to take on better contracts, better situations. Some are seeking a change of scenery. Things are about to get, I think, pretty wild at the top of sports car racing, and all anybody wants to talk about is how much they know and how little they can say. Can we really just not talk about, hey, here's what we anticipate happening? Or, I had a great conversation with so-and-so, and, like, it's just all you trying to impress me about how much you know, but without actually telling me anything. And I find that extremely frustrating. Extremely frustrating.
A lot of that has moved into the podcast atmosphere.
But not even the podcasts say anything. So when I brought up Murphy the Bear on that website, like, a lot of it was just him talking about what he had heard. Go for it, man. Like, talk about what you know. Talk about the rumor. There was a rumor once about somebody, it was Pescarolo. You remember when Lola put an Aston Martin V12 in the back of their, in the back of the Charoux car in like 2008? Yeah.
It was the greatest thing ever.
Awesome. There was a
That was
rumor
a
going
precursor
around.
to what was actually kind of a cool build.
Absolutely. There was a rumor that Pescarolo was going to do the same thing, but with the Corvette GT1 engine. Right? And that obviously never came to pass because there's a loophole in the rules that if you used a production block, you got an extra, I don't remember what it was. I don't know if the displacement went up, the allowable displacement went up, or it was a power bump or restrictor size or what it was. I think it was a restrictor size. But you could do these things. And, like, obviously that thing never came to pass. But even if you're just, like, stirring the pot a little bit based on a rumor you heard from 2 or 3 people, somebody put it out there, man. I don't care. Like, just get people talking and excited. Look at Mozon's Corner. Tremendous website. You guys are all familiar with Mozon's Corner, right? Yep. Tremendous website. Guy who really knew his stuff, who was really, really interested and passionate about it, and had development, and there were development cycles in cars where you could really do some, like, you could do spy shots. You could do, anticipating an upgrade on this car. Here's what I'm seeing. Here's what I think is a likely change. This is Stratus number 59. It's the first pit color out of GTU. And now that that's out of the way, it just feels like nothing is happening in sports car racing because it's all being so highly, highly managed by corporate interest. And that is just really boring to me. Really boring. Give me interest. Give me rumor and speculation and excitement. Like, F1 has it in droves. Give me that in sports car racing. Bring it back.
Was that possible just because Mike left the sport, or?
I mean, it probably is, but I think even at the journalist level, right? At the top of people who are talking about it influencing sports car racing and the modern zeitgeist of sports car racing, I think all of that dynamic reporting is just gone. And it's all about, well, they all know the same things that they used to, but now nobody's talking about it anymore. Side-by-side battle for the GTO lead down the front straightaway. Porsche gets a bad run off of turn 15, and they are going to head off into turn number 1, Sunset Bend. Side by side, Mercedes is going to go outside with the turbo, and a Porsche defending to the inside. Mercedes, can they hang tough around the cambered turn number 1? For them to appear at the next camera if it happens to be up. Probably not. I look out to my right, and they're still side by side, headed towards turn number 3. The Mercedes briefly had the inside there at turn 2, and the move finally done. I know our cameras are hanging up on the hill there outside of turn number 3, but they'll make their way into the braking zone at turn number 5, and we should have a change for the GTO lead on track.
So, Brendan, I'm not sure how familiar you are with the mid-teens sports blogosphere, but were you familiar with Deadspin?
Yes.
Okay, so Deadspin's tagline was sports coverage without access or favor. And it allowed them to report things that they heard because they weren't worried about pissing anybody off because they just didn't care. The problem is the people who had that level of access now have their livelihoods and their families and their potential retirement situations and mortgages to look at. And those very same people whose rumors they were reporting on are now paying them directly. And they can't afford to ruffle those feathers because now they're part of this, like, PR news industrial complex, and they can't mess with it. There's one in particular that I'm thinking of who, despite being kind of annoying, probably did the most of the feather ruffling, but now he's paid as part of the larger sphere.
Yeah.
And has
I think
to
they
be,
all are.
Well, exactly.
Or both of them are.
The youngest one is no longer young.
Yeah.
And I think it shows in that he's probably now more future-oriented than, let's just see how many people I can irritate by sharing all these rumors that I hear. So until that position is retaken by someone, I think it will continue to be this way because, unfortunately, there's not enough money in doing a dead spin for racing.
That's probably true. And I realize that it probably does take, to some degree, a real investment of time to build out those relationships. And obviously everybody, I think, gets to a point where, as we just talked about, you succumb to that sort of PR complex. For pressure or for whatever other reasons might exist, financial pressure or otherwise. It is very obvious now that both of the top 2 sports car reporting outlets are that.
Yes.
It's very, very obvious. And even in podcasting form, it's so tightly controlled. It's not that they know any less. It's not that they're any less plugged in or they're any less knowledgeable about these things. They're just substantially less interested in actually reporting it. And
is that
that's
more
just boring.
or less fun than IndyCar, where everybody knows all the moves in advance?
They don't. There's actually
Interesting thought.
a decent amount of rumors that have been going
No,
on.
but like
and off.
everybody knew that Will Power was out and Malukas was in. Like that was just like a thing that was
But no-
out there,
Yeah.
and it hadn't actually happened at all.
We
but it was
did.
just out there.
We did up until Renus VK announced that he was leaving Dale Coyne, because Penske had plenty of opportunity to announce Malukas, but they weren't. And then we find out VK was leaving Dale Coyne for a better ride.
Well, maybe.
You would hope.
Up until Coyne announced they were working with Andretti.
Well, yeah, no, but Dale Coyne offered VK a paid slot.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, and
didn't know
VK
that.
turned
Wow.
it down to go
Oh,
elsewhere
still
as
with it
the
empty. Okay.
Mercedes comes in from the lead in GTO.
Yep.
So able to, I think, testing that they can make the move there to take the lead if they need to on low fuel. Or perhaps the driver of the 70 saying, yeah, you can have it. We're at the end of the stint here. I'm not worried about it. I'll let you go. I'll make up some time when you go in the pit lane. We'll do the overcut. Or the undercut. One of the cuts.
I wonder if it's much that car being a better balanced car with all these mid-speed corners than the Porsche is as that fuel wears off. Obviously, the fuel is going away from 2 different parts of the car. Mercedes fuel will be going out from the rear. Porsche weight will be coming off the front tires.
Right.
You wonder if that generates a little bit of
Yeah.
a little bit of balance shift there that just favors the Mercedes at the end of the run, as opposed to the Porsche.
Well, especially here where tire grip is going to be at a premium as well.
Yeah, well, tire wear in particular will be interesting, really interesting to me to see how the Porsche handles that number 70 with that weight over the rear tires. The track starts to heat up, these long corners, long medium speed corners. If you're really leaning the car on the rear tire, as you tend to do in a 200 tread wear configuration, it'd be really interesting to see how that pans out over the next probably 2 to 3 hours, I would think, before we see any hint of a tire change.
I believe that. Is this a good time for an ad?
I think so.
Can we do the thing? Can we run an ad?
Now, let's step aside here at the Crossroads Endurance Challenge on DriversEye Live. The World Racing League's Midwest Championship weekend rolls on. Race number 1 is an hour and 10 minutes old. We're going to thank our partners over at Continental Tire, the spec tire, single tire supplier for the general production classes, and be back on the other side here from Burt Brothers Motorpark and the Crossroads Endurance Challenge.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back! The Burt Brothers Motorpark. DriversEye Live. Brendan Casimir, JT Tam, Brian West. Pit stop from the number 24 Bruce Innovations, nay, Montgomery Motorsports, number 24. pit lane. And yeah, pit stop at the front there from that off-leash Motorsports Mercedes. We'll see where they cycle back out here. I think TCB in the 246 is going to come through to take P4. Stoic number 87 has not been in yet either. Actually, I think the first of the cars to have pitted thus far is going to be the Forza Motorsports number 140. Sorry, Forza Motorsport number 144. So that'll kind of give us a sense of where things have panned out there. Round 3, number 1 is into the pit lane. What do we have there in GTU? A while since I looked down there. Automatic 909 jumps to the lead on the back of the pit stop for the race leading number 60, who has come back through on their outlap and holds a 2.5-second effective lead over the team car number 58. Round 3 car number 1 has dropped almost a stint. I'm sorry, almost a fuel stop's worth of pace, already being behind the Stratus cars, with the Stratus cars having made their first pit stop. Stratus number 59 is the only exception there, but that number 1 will cede that position here. Paraflight has dropped a lap already as well. That car was noted for dropping earlier on. That was back at not 10:07. Where was that? 9:35 this morning. So early on in the race, didn't we see JT back at Road Atlanta? That car have a really super strong start for Paraflight, and then either an engine failure or some other kind of major mechanical issue that kind of ruined its pacey run. It was. No, JT's bailed on me as well.
Oh, I'm good. I'm back.
Okay, Ryan's back.
I had to verify that I wanted to receive some paperwork, so that's fine.
Got it. Oh, TCB is a little held up in traffic there as they work past Ginger Racing, the number 46.
Did you ask my question for me or no?
Which question was that?
The one that was in the chat.
The one in the chat? I did,
Yeah.
yes.
And what was the answer?
No, she said there'd be a whole thing.
Oh, kick-ass. Okay, cool.
They do a whole thing. I don't think so. That. You probably can. It's fine.
I can say kick-ass.
Okay.
That would not get bleeped anywhere.
Is that true?
Yes.
Huh. All right. Fair enough.
I don't even get to be on late night to say that. You can say that anywhere. I think you can say that on the radio.
I've never heard that on WRL paddock.
Yes, you have. Surely you have.
It was a joke.
Oh, okay.
I probably heard it this morning, to be honest with you.
Yeah, probably.
Still no pit stop for the GTO class leading round 3 racing.
I so get worried about that, though, because they've run into this problem before where they push it too far.
Yep.
And that starts to make me real nervous for them.
Now they're in.
Okay.
After 34 laps. 34
So it's going to cycle CHR to the lead. And then the AE Victory also will come into second place.
I think this is CHR into the lane now.
Okay.
Nope, that is AE Victory into the lead. No, and CHR is down there. They're just kind of behind easy up.
So 34 is the number. That's where we're at on that?
With the 2 pace laps, yeah, we'll call it 34, 35.
Okay.
It's about what I anticipated. Hour and 15.
Yep.
Remember, we're at altitude here, so everything's going to be running a little leaner than it normally would anyway.
Sure.
So that all actually makes some sense.
Well, we've seen the Supra with Laura Hayes behind the wheel do an hour 10, hour and 15.
Right, yeah.
With Thunder Bunny. If you stretch, you can get a lot if you're saving. So this car ahead, the 214, is the Garage 66. That's the leader in GP2 that we're about to pass. They're now out to 13 seconds in front of Northloop, and Northloop just does not have the pace to stay with them. That Garage 66 car, very, very quick. So here we are on board the Northloop BMW.
Our most commanding lead we've got. This is the largest class lead out of the 4. Ooh, wide end off.
Ooh. Trouble.
Yeah, that car protested at the apex.
Yeah.
Grabbed the sign and marched.
It was pointed out to me that
too
Boulder
much.
pitted really early.
Okay.
Yes.
76. Why would that have been? They've
Potentially a pickup issue, maybe? I don't know.
Early is a 26 laps, 25, 26 laps.
For a
It could have been any
GP2
number
car,
of
though.
things. Oh, there was contact reported at 9:54
Okay.
with the number 247 Heraflight NP01. I wonder if that was coming to give a car a once-over.
Right.
Long stop of the CHR 191.
It is worth noting before we go off of GP2 that while North Loop is 13 seconds and probably more now behind the Garage 66, they're a full minute ahead of AOA.
Right.
So it really
That
is
AOA car did not get a lot of time yesterday.
No.
I drove past it at roughly 3 o'clock, and there was at least one Mazda engine on a hoist. Unclear where the second Mazda engine was. Whether it had been in the car yet or it was actually being removed. But that was quite late in the day, so the car obviously did not make qualifying either. You know what I'm looking forward to today?
What's that?
I think I am looking forward to a race that is largely uncomplicated by full course yellows.
I'm also looking forward to that. I think that'll be fun.
I think when I think back to our last WRL broadcast from Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, that it was so start-stop, through no fault of anybody's, really. It never really felt like the race settled into a cadence or a rhythm of its own, and you were just jumping between pit stop decisions under yellow.
Right.
And it never really played out like a race. It just played out like a bunch of 20-lap, 30-lap segments, which is also racing sometimes. That does happen. But I think here, just the fairly forgiving nature of this track, I think is, and the fact that you're not pushing quite as hard with such major consequences like you have at a place like Red Atlanta, I think, yeah, we can settle into a nice rhythm today and really see the ebbs and flows. That's what I hope for.
The ebbs as well as the flows.
Speaking of ebbs, did we
See the Utah Fire Museum?
we did see that. Did we see the Florida State Virginia game last night?
I did.
The Jefferson Epps Trophy.
Yes.
They have a rivalry trophy for that game.
That's outstanding.
It's nonsense.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what Cal's going to do this weekend. Oh, that 66 getting a little sideways there as well.
Yeah.
I think the track temperature is starting to change meaningfully is what I'm going to chalk this up to, because we're starting to see cars making mistakes that have really good pace.
Yeah. It happens quick here.
Life comes at you fast.
It does. It was cold this morning. I was kind of in trouble because I thought I had forgotten my sweatshirt at the hotel. And got trackside. It was 50. It's 6 degrees cooler here in Grantsville than it is in Tooele. Right? Tooele was showing 59. It was showing 53 here. And it was breezy this morning. Unfortunately, I had found another one of my sweatshirts in the back of the car, so we were okay. But there for a minute, it was
I'm
properly
sorry.
cold.
And again, this just goes to show how your and I travel decisions vary wildly. You're bringing more than one outerwear object?
I have 3.
What? Oh my god.
I wear a hoodie when I travel because it's comfortable and cozy, and I like it. I have my DriversEye Live zip-up that I use for, generally professional, and I have a very nice vest that I was given last season, not like a thermal vest, but it's decently padded. It's comfortable. You can really move around in it, like when you're setting up cameras and climbing hills and stuff. That I really enjoy wearing in kind of the mid-range conditions, or as an extra layer if it's like really, really cold out.
That is just stunning to me. Like, I cannot imagine.
You know what I
that much
like?
Clothing.
I like comfort, and I like very specific comfort. We're gonna go 3 wide again on the front straightaway here.
What, like carrying a giant suitcase through an airport?
Well, here's the thing, Ryan.
Nothing's comfortable like that.
Here's the thing. Is you don't carry a giant suitcase through an airport. You carry a giant
5
suitcase.
medium ones.
Nope. You carry one suitcase to check in. You check it, and then don't think about it again until you get to your destination.
I suppose. But
So
also,
you're dealing with
when
it for a fraction of the time.
Right, but then you have to wait in line to drop it.
No, what? No.
Yeah, the last time
You're
I tried
flying out
to
of the
check a
wrong
bag, I had to wait 20 minutes in line to drop the bag.
I will say, I did have that experience in San Francisco last time I was there.
I guess that might just be a San Francisco thing, because it was also San Francisco where I had...
ever happened.
Okay.
Almost everywhere I go, I mean, status will get you things, I guess. You get a little bit more flexibility of what you can do and where you can drop bags.
I suppose. I mean, that's just... I would much rather have the safety and security of gate checking my bag, knowing that it will be on the plane.
I used to do that, but honestly, now, like, the development pathway of driver's ed is fascinating. I now have the thermal printer I use for shipping labels rather than asking the front desk at hotels to print them for me. The TC Design BMW just came to a halt in the pit lane at the... Oh my gosh. So, first off, I'll tell you about this team, TC Design. First off, they flagged their car down to its pit stall by using just broom, like a kitchen broom.
That's good.
The fueler is wearing an HP Williams BMW fire suit from approximately 2001.
Yes.
I cannot confirm or deny whether the name on the belt says Jay Montoya, but holy cow. What a throwback, man.
That's awesome.
That is maybe the best fire suit I've seen in the WRL paddock, and it might not be close.
I don't know, man. CJ Herrera has the EJ Viso fire suit.
And that's good, and some of the Hammer pit crew back in the day had a lot of NASCAR surplus fire suits as well, but this is awesome. I mean, this is the HP invent, big, right in the middle. BMW logo above it, the blue markings on the arms. This would have been post-compact, right? So this might be like a 304, actually. That is tremendous.
That's pretty awesome. I cannot wait to debut my Highcroft Racing NASCAR jacket at WRL
NASCAR?
later.
Oh, like I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
From
unfortunately, it arrived. I did confirm that it's a 3X. It appears that it has been machine washed and has shrunk.
No trouble.
So it's probably shorter than I would have wanted, but it does fit like chest, stomach, arms quite
Sure.
nicely.
Yeah.
But it comes too high up. I usually wear a 2XLT so that it's long enough, and this is not that long at all. But otherwise, it's very comfortable.
Highcroft, you say?
Highcroft, just with the Tequila Patron, number 9, got Scott Sharp's signature on it, the whole 9.
What do you think it costs to wrap a race car? What's that number look like?
Like just a color or like a printed wrap?
No, print.
$5,000. I'll just throw a number out there.
Yeah, I don't know what that number is. I'd be intrigued. I was wondering if it's at all feasible for WRL or for DriversEye Live to sponsor a retro weekend.
No.
Where we
Not at all.
yeah, it doesn't sound like it. Yeah, or maybe we just promote the idea of a retro
I don't
weekend.
think the teams want to rewrap their cars that frequently.
No,
if I'm being
that's
honest.
probably true. Even if it was paid for, I'm sure it's a huge pain.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well,
All right. Well,
He might be buffering.
no. Just listen, guys. Listen.
okay. Here we go.
It's my third weekend on the trot.
Sure.
With DriversEye Live. I was at Summit Point Motorsports Park, Summit Point Raceway. Or Summit Point Raceway. 3 weeks ago. The Wheelhouse. I was at Daytona 2 weeks ago, or last weekend, where I also did commentary, including a 4-hour enduro, which was an experience.
You did, and you called Alec King was in that race.
Yes, he was. Alec King was also in a tremendous race on both Saturday and Sunday in, I think, ITA, like an ITA Miata.
Yeah, I saw the onboard from his turn 1 difficulty.
Yeah, I mean, some of the racing down there was tremendous. I think we had like 6 or 7 photo finishes through the weekend of 0.5 of a second or less. I mean, it was really something. Spec Miata margin on Saturday was 2,000th. Spec Miata margin on Sunday was 1,000th. And I left that weekend just exhausted. And so naturally, I was home for approximately 60 hours. turned around and flew 2/3 of the way across the country, and now here we are again, doing more commentary. It really does take an amount of effort. I think this weekend's racing is going to make it fairly easy, but there's still an amount of processing that happens there and immersing yourself in the race in a way that you can discuss, analyze.
Yes. Speaking of analyze, been waiting for a couple more pit stops in GP1 here, but BSR Racing had pit. Currently 5th in the moment, just behind Zealous out on track.
Zealous,
my apologies. That gave the 256 from TC Design the lead in class for just a bit before they came in. Then they rejoined about 16 seconds behind the Porsche. Unfortunately, this past lap was a bit off pace.
Yeah,
and
224.
Yeah, they've dropped quite a bit further back now.
Yeah, I mean, that gap was basically nothing when the TC Design car pitted. The gap is 27 seconds, and 10 of that came in the last lap, which doesn't sound to... Well, oh, you know what? The pit stop lap is the... I know they stopped before the line, yeah. Okay, so it sounds like a driver getting up to speed, is really what that sounds like. Kind of using that first lap to feel out the conditions, feel out the tires. And we should see that car back up. It's obviously a quick car.
Yeah.
Really interesting also to see Blaze, El Diablo, and Palomar going longer here. Those are all E36s, aren't they?
Let me double check. Diablo should be an E46.
46, okay.
The other two E36s.
Okay.
Zelos an E46 as well.
Is it?
I have it as a 2001 BMW M3.
It is. I'm fairly certain of that. It looks to me like...
it could be an E36.
No, it's later than that. Sorry,
really?
newer than that. As Blaze Racing ducks the number 118 into the pit lane here on the front straightaway. No, it looks like a new car for Zelus.
Okay. Cool.
It's like a sky blue, was I think what Jordan called it yesterday.
Yeah, it's like a Laguna Seca blue almost. Oh,
sure. Yep.
Oh yeah, no, that do we think it's one of the M235s?
You know what? It could be. If you told me it was a 2 Series, I'd believe it. I just don't think it made it to... Did that data make it to Motorsports Reg this time around?
No, because
No,
I
it still
pulled my
shows the
data
other car
from the entry list.
Yeah, if we have anybody plugged into Zelus down there, please do let us know what it is. I think it's a 2 Series. But it doesn't have the wing and the arrow that like the 235 IR had. It actually it reminds me a little bit of the early stage development of the Montgomery Motorsports number 24.
Mm-hmm.
Before they, decided to, before they got the arrow on it and really kind of developed it out.
Yeah,
Palomar 83 is in from GP2. As we ride on board here at the HQ Autosport number 189, just how much rubber there is offline there. That's all from, as you can tell by the line, drifting. We had that discussion with Sarah Montgomery earlier on, and Brad McCall told me yesterday, very, very slick. Not very, very slick, but slicker, rather than being a little bit grippier. Look here. Yeah, it's a 2-door. Tell me that's a 1 Series, and I believe you.
Alright, so looking in GTO at the moment, after the pit stops, looks like round 3 easily regained the lead. A Victory did jump a couple spots here, as we see this North Loop coming down pit road here. Anyways, off leash after the pit stop cycle comes back out, I believe, in third in GTO, 12 seconds behind the Supra from a Victory.
Oh, slide there out of the Stoic Racing number 87. Right there out of turn 7. El Diablo is finally in what you're absolutely right, JT, is an E46.
Yeah, it looks like Blaze Racing had also come in as well.
Yes, Blaze was in the lap prior. So this is our first kind of opportunity for separation there in most of the GP1 field. And we'll get this pit stop cycle done. North Loop out of its pit stall as well. Jump on board with them. Just using the east pit lane here at Burt Brothers Motorpark. Kind of an awkward exit here. You duck to the left between the cones, between the walls and tire stacks. And then there really isn't a blend line, like a proper blend line going down the length of the remainder of the west pit lane. You're just sort of, well, blending.
There appears to be a
wherever
blend
you can find the
seam
space. But yes, there is. But it's only about a car width wide, so you really don't have a lot of room there as you rejoin the racing surface. It's an interesting little part of the racetrack. I think back in the day, ALMS, they used both pit lanes, and they're not contiguous. There's a gap there.
Right.
For staging safety vehicles and such before you get to the other side. And then that rejoins actually in the runoff at turn number 1. Palomar 38 is in. That'll be your GP1 race leader. Inherited the lead on the pit stop cycle. And this should hand the lead back to BSR Racing, who, just like they left it, half a second ahead of the number 118 of Blaze Racing. So, got some separation in GTO with the off-leash Motorsports Mercedes dropping about 40 seconds in the stop cycle to the round 3 racing Porsche. Obviously have the separation building down in GP2, but GTU lead gap is under a second. And GP1, same thing. Lead gap there should be right around half a second. 3 wide down the front straightaway again. Time it's Rapscallion 669 and TCB in the 246.
It's important to note in GTU because remember that 60 did have a large lead.
Yeah.
Getting towards the end of that first stint there. So the 58 making up a lot of time there to be able to come within a second.
It is really interesting how these races play out with Stratus, JT. It's a group of drivers that cycle themselves through all 3 cars. So unlike in pro racing where you're nominated, I think now to a car, and you just run that car, here it's 7 or 8 drivers that all cycle through the 3 cars. And so you do tend to get these swings in performance across those 3 cars, and it's not big. It might only be a couple of tenths a lap, but in the end, assuming they've all stayed reliable, they do have a tendency to find each other.
Yeah.
Kind of pace is off-leash doing here. 206.6. Victory at 206.9. Round 3 at 207.3. Pace has really started to come out of these cars now that it's warming up. And presumably these tires are starting to take a bit of wear on the... What we've heard from one person is a fairly abrasive surface.
Last lap through, the 669 Ligier from Rapscallion getting around the Singler M4 BMW for 9th in GTO.
It's one of 2 Rapscallion Ligiers this weekend.
The other one is just next position up, which is sporting a Very interesting livery. It's got a, what is it, blue towards the back. Bit of yellow, I think. Hard to tell from the camera.
Yeah, blue, yellow, and black.
Yeah,
It's a very nice livery. Yeah. I do wonder if... Sorry, I do wonder if that was the old off-leash Motorsports Ligier.
Okay.
They've taken back into their stable. I don't know that for sure, or if it's just an extra car they've had. Obviously, off-leash has gone a different direction into the Mercedes camp.
TCB Racing directly behind Forza Motorsports this last time through in their fight for 5th in GTO.
Yep,
Garage
they
66
are.
still going on that stint.
What doesn't Garage 66 have working for them? They've got pace, they've got consistency, they've got fuel mileage.
They
Like
can
everything
shoot
just
from the perimeter.
seems to work.
They can defend your favorite player. Jordan says their onboard isn't working, so that's... There you go.
This sounds, I feel like a lot of the GP2 cars can easily do an hour and a half though. Because you have the,
We're pushing an hour 40 here.
I don't believe the AOA MX-5 has come in yet.
True. I mean, is this a difference here between running a 4-cylinder sports car that's light versus a BMW with a 6-cylinder? Is that... Like, are we? Is it that simple in terms of fuel economy? I'd like to think it's not, but maybe.
I don't think so. I wouldn't call the 3 Series platform heavy by any means.
No, of course not. But relative to an MX-5 or a 86, heavier anyway.
Yeah, because I mean, Palomar in their E36 just pit 2 laps ago, I believe.
Well, and then they've got the older one that is lighter. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But unfortunately, unless we get a big change, like a driver change in the 66, it seems like they're going to have the pace to kind of carry this at the front, assuming there's no yellow or anything.
We will get driver changes.
Right,
Very
but how much is that going to vary the lap times between the entrants?
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see, right? Because the other side of this is how good are you, how quick are you on your pit stops, right? Are you giving time away to your competitors, and do you have to make some of that back up? Now, I don't think that's the case for the Garage 66 car, but Zalus is in, number 88.
Yep. That's a pretty long stint for a GP1 car.
Oh, hey, this camera's back. Woo. The left-hander at turn number 4.
Ah, yes. Scream looking towards Blackrock Hairpin.
Are you going with names this weekend, JT?
I am
going
going
corner
names. They did such a good job with some of these corner names. I mean, I feel like you got to.
Do you believe that?
The last 2 corners are wind up and release. That's fantastic.
So I think Ryan and I have had this discussion separately. I don't, well, and also I was in the Discord yesterday, but I don't like tracks naming their corners before anybody's ever turned a lap. And also naming every corner. Okay. There are 23 turns here, and every one of them has a name. And I just, you know, some of them make sense to me. Like, I think wind up and release is okay. Tuella turn, because you're pointed at Tuella, is fine. The attitudes, I think, works well for the corner that it is. Right?
I mean, especially back when it was, you had LMP2s going flying through there.
Right. I think it's arguably the most iconic corner sequence on the track.
Oh,
man.
Yeah. It's appropriate.
There's a real risk-reward factor to using the curbs over there as well. And yeah, I do think some of these names work really well, but then shoehorning other names into corners that are inconsequential or don't reflect the nature of the track or create an identity for it.
I mean,
Race broadcasters name corners thanks to Racer Talents. Says Hockey Talk Tennessee. Yeah, I mean, listen, we've tried to come up with some corner names in the past, and we got told off by a racer because he said, well, that corner's been called something else by locals for decades. Don't rewrite history just because you don't know it. Which is harsh, but...
It is, because if you don't know the history, then...
Right.
How can you rewrite something you don't know exists?
Exactly. Or if it hasn't caught on, does it really have that level of notoriety, right? Has it stuck, let's say? And if it hasn't, can it be named something else? Who decides whether it's official or not? And if you are calling it something organically, eventually it does just become that thing. Unless it doesn't become that thing, which is kind of the point. Turn 9 at Watkins Glen is a great example, and is actually the example I'm referring to. Apparently it's been called the off-camber by locals for a long time. Called the off-camber. We've been calling it the Achilles for 20 years. In both sim racing and otherwise, which anatomically makes sense. And so we were really pushing the Achilles agenda. And we got told off because, well, no, the locals call it the off-camber. But nobody else calls it that. I've never heard it called that. So, I mean, should we be, if names haven't stuck or names don't exist for certain corners, do we as broadcasters, Gus Johnson style, have the ability to just assign people nicknames for fun, assign corner nicknames for fun?
I mean, that's why nicknames exist. Period. I mean, something might be called one thing, but it's you can call it as you will, and if it's good, it catches on. If it doesn't, it's just you doing it.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
I think Turn 7's name on the map, Witchcraft. I think we should call it Radion, actually.
Yes.
I mean, with your talk with Brad McCall, how it's surprisingly flat through there. I mean, that I can see a bit of witchcraft involved there.
I guess. I don't know. A couple of corner marshals joining us in the YouTube chat. First off, thank you to the corner marshals who are here this weekend. I am operating under the assumption that they are not volunteers, but if it's something you sound like you could be interested in, standing out trackside for a day's worth, a weekend's worth of racing, there are both paid and volunteer opportunities available across motor racing in the United States.
Hard to get closer to a car.
It is. I would not be involved in Oh, that is the HQ Autosport number 189. Off the road.
Exit of turn 5.
5, yeah.
Black Rock hairpin.
On the inside.
So, yeah, that is basically a double left-hander. So you have the hard, slow left-hander. You're going to have an additional left-hand kink after it. It looks like this is just after the apex, possibly just having an oversteer moment.
How do you get there?
I just told you. Oversteer.
You slide back, you oversteer and you slide back down to the corner.
Yeah,
maybe too much
and then
curb on
let
exit.
it roll back, or let it roll back into the grass on the inside there. That does make some sense. Yeah, all right, I buy that. Also, there are 3 cameras that cover that part of the track, and inevitably the cars ended up in the one place that isn't covered by the track sides. It's really remarkable.
You are known for having a wide angle for just those moments.
Yeah, I try to get away from the wide angle stuff, especially here. because you're already so far away, but it's to the right of this shot, it's to the left of the previous shot, and it's just inside this shot, to the right-hand side. Really tremendous. Not even Jordan Worth can save us now. I believe HQ is streaming today. On YouTube.
Yes.
You.
On the tube.
That car has not continued yet, by the way. Still stationary over there on the inside of turn 6. Let's see if we can rewind this YouTube replay back and get a little bit of context for what happened here. That's a lot of dust, man. Oh yeah, just too much throttle on exit, and the car went right around. The car is going to have to be pulled to a place of safety. And is it in just an awkward enough spot where we have to go full course yellow? This is going to be our first experience with the the Burt Brothers Motorpark safety team. And what they're willing to do as far as hot pulls are concerned. Oh, this camera's back. What? Please bear with us, dear viewer. Please bear with us, dear viewer. Sometimes they're great, sometimes they're terrible, and there doesn't seem to really be any rhyme or reason to why that's the case.
Yeah, Saturn is now in the House of the Rising Sun, so we get our turn 7 camera back.
Speaking of planetary alignments, etc., do you know how many times I've heard the song Age of Aquarius over the last, 2 weeks?
No.
I think I've very genuinely heard that song more in the last 2 weeks than I've heard in probably the last half decade. It's just everywhere I go. I heard it in the grocery store while I was home. It came up on a playlist at home. I heard it in the airport here in Salt Lake. Just everywhere, man. Anyway. Cameras. Thank goodness. And it does look like I actually haven't met that vehicle yet over on the inside of turn number 5. There's some movement in race control next to me here, but oh no, they're sending now it looks like they're sending a safety vehicle from driver's left here around start finish. You know, one of the interesting things it hasn't obviously come up yet this weekend. But obviously Burt Brothers Motorpark is more than just this 3-mile outer loop layout. Right? When it was built, we mentioned this earlier, when it was built, it was the longest permanent motorsports permanent road course in the country at just short of 4.5 miles. It might still be, but I think Flat Rock is going to go longer than that. Anyway, and maybe one of the Spring Mountain layouts. Here, in addition to having, that long outer kind of connection between turn 6 and the Attitudes, you do have a ton of pavement here on the infield that make up both the East Course and the West Course, where a lot of times these courses are run in parallel and independently of each other. So you do have the flexibility to move safety vehicles around from one place to another through the infield on pavement and kind of present them at a place where they can go recover a car without having to, ride around the track surface for a long time. There are also some gravel roads that connect some of those corners. And it looks like that's what they're going to do here with both a flat toe and a tilt bed, based on the gravel and the dust I'm seeing from the infield.
Interesting. Also report turn 7, the 10 coming to a stop.
No. That is the
Round
Round 3
three.
Racing GTU. That's the red, white, and black colored car. That is not the car that was off the road yesterday. So where is that number 10? At turn 7. Stop driver's right. Don't see an NPO1 over there.
It's not hiding behind our
That
tower,
was
is
4
it?
minutes ago, so it must have maybe continued? Must have continued.
Yeah, probably then.
It just doesn't say that it's continued. Normally it does. That's the first of our no, it's not the first of our GTU runners to have problems because the Heraflight car had an issue earlier on. Round 3 Racing has not come through. Where is driver's right at turn 7?
Probably along the Armco there.
You know what? I wonder if it's down the hill from the Attitudes. We have an onboard we could follow around to that part of the track and maybe... No, there's no waving yellows or waving greens over there, so... Jump on board the North Loop. Yes, it is. Yeah, no yellow flag up there at top of the hill. You know, oh, that's up the inside by Stoic Racing number 87.
Very demure, very straight-faced move there. What are you and I doing a car wash here?
Probably gonna need one. It's very dusty
Yes.
out in the boonies there. Oh. Oh, there is the waving flag. Yeah, okay. So I do see a waving flag. No, that's turn 6. That's a waving green. Oh, are we
This
under
is the one
power?
deciding it's not going to get much better for rejoins.
Nice wave from the North Loop driver.
Fascinating. Okay, so there's
So there's
the
the
safety
yellow
vehicles.
on the left. Yellow on the left.
I thought that was a green.
Oh, could have been.
I thought that was the green from particular. Oh no, there it is.
But-
Okay, got it. I can't see that out the window here. Oh,
Need some binoculars.
now I can. I got it.
I got him.
So
Yep.
from 6 to 7.
From 6 to 7, yes. So that run towards the fast sweeper, that right-hander, pulled off to the driver's right side of the racetrack there. So, yeah, the log is absolutely correct. There it is. And that will be a yellow flag then, presumably. And now the safety team is with the car. That HQ car sat for 7 minutes at the inside of turn number 5 there before eventually continuing under its own power anyway.
That must have felt like ages in that car.
Yes, but I do wonder what was going on for the ages in that car.
Cycle of master.
Side-to-side contact reported between 83 and 247. That's the second instance of contact reported for that Heraflight car this morning. One was with the 76er car just before the first hour was up. Now, at the number 83 Palomar entry. That's the GP2 class car. Let's take a look back at our GP1 and GTO lead battles. These are the ones that really didn't expand out earlier on after that first round of pit stops. Blaze Racing has actually taken the lead from BSR Racing on the last lap, as a matter of fact. So they kind of hounded that Porsche number 981 and eventually got the move done. And it's still just sitting there at 3.5 tenths of a second. So just the tiniest gains backwards and losses, or gains forward, losses backwards over these first 2 stints for that Blaze number 118. We talked about the local knowledge aspect of all of this earlier on. I mean, that 118's based right down the road here. That is, as the conditions have changed this morning, kind of like we talked about with Sarah Montgomery earlier on, the ability to adapt, the ability to learn. It's going to take some of these teams that have never been out here to Utah before a couple of stints to kind of understand and anticipate what's coming next, whereas I'm certain that E36 squad out of Blaze Racing has more than a handful of laps around here in all kinds of conditions.
They've got it dialed. I will draw your
I
attention
think they
back
probably
down
do. Yeah.
to GP2.
Yep.
It would appear that there's been a driver change in the 66 on
Agreed.
their last,
Yes.
because they are now routinely 3 seconds a lap slower than the second place North Loop car. And so this is the onboard the North Loop car going by the stricken round 3 racing Sebico NP01. So they are now 8 seconds behind the 66, and they're going to go hunting. And like I said, they're catching them to the tune of 3 seconds a lap. So this isn't going to take long for the 66. Here we are on board the 66. You can see their best lap down there, 2:14, but currently doing 2:20s and 2:19s.
Yeah, I mean, I think race pace there is probably about a 2:17 in GP2 anyway. So yeah, I think your 3 seconds evaluation there is probably about right. And obviously, there's nothing that says you need to be at maximum pace for, you know, all of your stints, saving time. Especially, I mean, these GP1 and GP2 cars, we don't talk about this very much because we kind of take it for granted now. But these Continental tires will go a whole race distance. Regularly, these GP cars are getting through, you know, 7-8 hours of racing without needing to change tires, which is tremendous from a whole variety of standpoints, particularly for cost. But what happens then is you do find yourselves a little bit out of practice when it comes to changing tires under pressure.
Right.
And I just kind of half wonder if what we anticipate the tire wear station being here is actually causing a little bit of conservative... Pace management. That's exactly the phrase I'm looking for, Ryan. Exactly. A little bit of pace management here to prevent that kind of awkward situation of, well, we're going to have to change tires, but we got to use jacks, we can't use air jacks, and how do we all, you know, can we get it done quickly? Can we get it done efficiently? If we don't get a yellow, I mean, if we end up going green for the majority of today's race, you're giving up that time under green. Are you better off just saving the tires? Especially if it's going to be marginal. Yeah, really interesting to see how, if that turns out to be the case, or if it is actually just a driver deal there. There's a waving yellow at 13. Why is there a waving yellow? Oh, that might be a white. And that would be for the number 10 under tow.
There's a safety vehicle up track towing.
It is. It would be. No, they're definitely yellow.
In any case, they'll get that car pulled off.
And it is now into the pit lane. Is that number 10 under its not its own motive power?
Beautiful, beautiful. Good job. Way to go, ladies and gentlemen. We got him.
Just about quarter distance.
Indeed. Just in time for JT to leave us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it happens.
Viewership's going to plummet here in a moment.
It is. It really is. JT, are you committed to the cause? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't. You're fine.
The Champion Motorsports cause, maybe.
Indeed.
That is. Jordan, could we get that same rotation on the square Crossroads Endurance Challenge logo? The regular logo? Let's not. It would look it would really be something. We still have an overall running order that is 6 GTU cars, followed by your GTO leader. Such is the pace advantage of those GTU cars. But downforce will get you.
Indeed, it will.
Is. As the leaders come nose to tail through the final sequence of corners and onto the front straightaway. 60 from 58. They go by the number 119 there on corner exit. That's the Victory Supra, who then blows right back by both of them on the front straightaway. Yellow with rescue flag to cover on-course flat toe. Interesting. Okay.
Guys, great news. I have popped out the YouTube chat.
Yeah, that is the move. You know what? A couple of no, it was last weekend at Daytona. I had some local drivers to the Central Florida region of the SCCA up in the booth with me, and one of them was to ask, "Hey, if you're rooting for anybody in particular, put it in the chat so we can call them out for race updates." And immediately we got like 15 chat messages
Nice.
of people just talking about who they were rooting for. So if you happen to be rooting for anybody in particular, or you're just maybe you're just along for the ride, here for the journey, you know, with us here at DriversEye Live, as we mostly are.
We'll do better activation questions later. That
Yeah.
invite discussion. And
I do want to invite
intrigue.
discussion, and I do want to invite discussion. It's difficult to make 8 hours of that kind of chatter. You know?
Nah, you just do another one every 30 minutes.
Do we just need a list instead of like free-form podcast moding about the coverage of modern sports car racing?
Probably a little bit of both. JT has disconnected from our channel. He's gone.
All right, Zalus.
Yes.
Oh, Jason Harwood.
Zalus, let's go. Perfect.
Yeah, can we confirm what that Zalus car is, Jason? Do we know if they're running a 1 Series or a 2 Series here?
1 Series, 2 Series, Red Series, Blue Series.
I like that. It's also both red and blue. That's very good.
It is.
The baby's first BMW book.
This is a rod bearing. Can you say rod bearing?
If not, it's an M2. There we go.
M2, there we go. Perfect.
All right.
M2 CSR. So that would be the race car then.
What's that?
The-
Would be a race car. Yeah. Yep.
So I think that's the way to go in GP1, if I'm being really honest.
So
As
here
parts
we go.
become, we can have this discussion again, which we have every weekend on the money every time. So, you know, whatever. That is going to be the move going forward in GP1. I've deemed it so.
Well, it's not just that, right? Because I think we're now finding that almost, not exclusively, but the E3646 chassis is being outperformed, at least over a lap or in general a stint, by cars that are not an E36 or 46. And I
Right.
get that they are complicated cars to build and even more complicated to get to be reliable and consistent over 8 hours. And
Sure.
that's just any modern, road car that you're trying to turn into a race car.
Yep.
But it just doesn't seem like building another E36 or E46 is going to get you where you want to go. Like, whatever the next cars to be built for GP1 or GP2 are, they need to be something different. They have to be.
I think because there's this, well, and we'll see how long this lasts as the economy continues to be a really shaky, weird thing to predict. Right now, there's a lot of interest in these lower-end, quote-unquote, cars that are race cars. You've got Ford, who have entered with their Dark Horse S, R, H, T, whichever one it is, the H-patterned one. It's allegedly a WRL car, but then people just run the GT4 car. I didn't understand that when they talked about it initially. Anyway, so you've got that challenge car. You've got the MX-5 challenge cars that are still out there. You've got the GR86 challenge car. You've got this M240. Toyota makes an all-wheel drive Corolla DCA thing now.
Is that the GR?
Yeah.
I would love to see that in a WRL track.
My understanding is
I
it's
think
very expensive.
Sure.
And that the engine on that, I know that the road car engine, purchasing the engine from a Toyota dealer costs as much as the car if you would need to replace the motor. So I think that's going to continue to be an issue.
What is it, just a 4-cylinder?
That's a 3-cylinder.
3-cylinder?
It's a 3-cylinder with so much
Fascinating.
power. So you're stressing. It's the rally car motor.
Right, okay.
So I don't know how well that would last in endurance racing per se, because they're already having issues with them here and there in road cars. People take them to the track and stuff. It's not going, I think, as well as they would hope. And Toyota also has a terrible terrible reputation right now with not upholding warranty claims, which is a problem. So much so that if you're going to buy one of these two-seater Toyota 86s, you should probably buy a BRZ instead, because Subaru will actually honor the warranty and Toyota won't.
Can you K-swap it?
K-swap what?
The GR Corolla.
The car is new enough that I don't imagine that's been attempted in earnest.
Yeah. Okay, like, it's a good platform. I mean, the car is obviously designed to be motorsports adjacent, track adjacent.
Sure.
How can you get the reliability out of it, or into it, I guess, in this case? If the engine is just not gonna
transfer
abide.
case situation is not great either. It's not really a car that's designed for this sort of running. But they do make a racing version of it. It is out there.
Sure.
You can buy it. I don't know how much it costs.
Right.
Allegedly, we're going to get this new Supra replacement that's supposed to have the V8. But anyway, to go back to my original point, I think we're going to continue to see that manufacturers would rather build these cars that are track day and this level of racing appropriate pace-wise and running cost-wise, because then they'll be able to keep all those costs and all that money in-house instead of you going and buying parts from World or whoever. I think that's the way it's going to continue, and I think we'll see home-built cars at this kind of level, at the GP1 level, start to dwindle shortly.
Maybe, but then what do you do with it as a class? And I'm not saying this from WRL's perspective, but because I think this is going to affect everybody kind of similarly. Going to a power-to-weight formula certainly helps with that sort of thing. But if it's all going to be designed and controlled at a sort of factory level rather than a tuner level or a garage home-built level, how do you get a car to be competitive? Like, we talked about the Ford Mustang thing, where they were going to design a Dark Horse R or whatever it was to go 9-to-1 power-to-weight racing.
They did. That's the current challenge car.
It's not. It makes too much power. I just had a conversation about this yesterday. That's the point I'm going to make in a follow-up to the point that you're going to make, which is that they give you enough latitude with the power sticks and all that other nonsense that you can get it where it needs to be. And separate from that, like we've even seen in GT4 cars, for example, there was an entrant that ran two GT4 BMWs, and I was very reliably informed that one had the factory GT4 suspension setup, and the other one had this three-way adjustable multi-bypass, expensive suspension on it. And the one with the expensive suspension was way nicer on tire wear. It's not GT4 legal, but because the mounting points are broadly similar to the road car, there are options to change stuff out. And so I think that's what you're going to see, is you're going to get these M2s and the 240i's. There will be options out there because they're close enough to the road car that any of these road car accoutrements that people put on there will bolt on. And it'll just be, have you made the right modification calls to that, but your engine computer, your cage, your fuel cell, the safety stuff, all of that is going to be profit that the manufacturer makes instead of Steve's race car building where he welds the cage in and finds your seat and does all that. I mean, yes, that's true, but until... okay, look, GT3, GT4, and most GT classes throughout its existence have had a stable set of regulations that you can build a car to and maximize a car against, right? You have this concept of what you're trying to accomplish, whether it's cost savings or, BOP management or tunability or serviceability or whatever, that you can say, okay, this is what we're trying to do with this car at a factory level so that it can serve factory entrant racing, it can serve customer racing across whatever this platform is globally. And that platform now is GT3, GT4. Right. Almost exclusively. Amateur racing has never, for a whole host of reasons, had a unified set of rules. And I mean, to be fair, top flight sports car racing hasn't had a unified set of rules up to the last half decade either.
Well, even then, it's not really unified.
Well, sure. Right. Well, I'm using GT racing.
They've made it GT racing, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So using GT racing in particular, once GTE died, or it became apparent that GTE was dying, everybody kind of coalesced around GT3, and we all understood it was going that way for a long time. But we all coalesced around that rule set, and now everybody that wants to go GT racing is building cars to go GT3 and GT4 racing. Amateur racing, especially in the United States, does not have that. Power to weight kind of gets us there, and Grid Life is doing very similar things on the sprint racing side, right? Where like that's what you're doing is 9-to-1 power to weight racing, at least in the
That idea of that Honda
GT
class is genius.
Of the what class?
The Honda class at Grid Life. Do you know how that works?
No.
It's very similar to the Honda Wars with Farah.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Where like you could, if any Honda chassis, any Honda motor, here's your other vague rules, and like just build whatever you want to build. I think that was a very smart class idea. Probably not a whole lot of manufacturers you could make that rule set with, to be fair. But.
No, I don't think so. But okay, so back to the original. If you have, until you have a unified set of rules, there isn't enough. It doesn't make economic sense to develop a specific racing version of a car that is both affordable and accessible to amateur motorsports entrants. That also accomplishes all of their goals, right? And I don't know if that's ever likely to happen. Like I said, power to weight is kind of the closest we've gotten to that. But there's still a lot of pushback from other organizations in amateur motorsports who want nothing to do with power to weight, or whose entrants say they want nothing to do with power to weight. And I think eventually we will get there, the way we all got to GT3 and GT4. But until we get to that point where multiple organizations in the United States, and I'm purely using WRL and Grid Life as example here. I'm not saying that this is ever going to happen, but as examples, people who are already doing similar things say, no, we are going to use a unified rule book, or at least a unified rule concept. So that manufacturers like, I don't know, Ford, I don't know, Toyota, BMW, whomever, can say, okay, this is the next line in our motorsports ecosystem, and maybe it doesn't come out of the M stables or it doesn't come out of the GR stables, but that these are cars that people can go buy rather than build, that are tuned to do the right things at the right class and the right power to weight numbers, and not cost an arm and a leg to develop to get to a point of reliability, because it does really seem to be the hang-up here.
Right. I don't think there is appetite to build more SKUs, basically, of
Probably
car.
not.
I think this strategy of we have a one make series that runs with the pro paddock at XYZ race, and we leave the cars to where you can still tinker with them a little bit. They're pretty reliable out of the box. We can get you different power sticks if you want, and you can buy them for $100 grand. Is probably the best you're going to get. For whatever reason, and like I kind of understand why, and Mike Gorman has talked about this in his experiences. For whatever reason, all of the race cars now either have to be a paddle shifted automatic, which I think is the right call, frankly, or you have two manufacturers, and then by extension a third one in sports racing in the SCCA, that have decided to use this monumentally expensive sequential gearbox that makes the cars so expensive to run for an amateur team. The gearbox, and I'm sure somebody at a team that owns the M4 will tell me that I'm wrong, but because there's other stuff involved, which I'm sure there is, but by and large, the gearbox that is in the M4 GT4 car is the same one that's in the Grand Cherokee. It's in a lot of the Mercedes stuff. It's in the BMW road cars. Those transmissions are everywhere. They're all over the place. There are so many cars that use that ZF 8-speed.
Yeah.
Across the board, across manufacturers, across countries, that I don't want to say anyone can rebuild them to a race spec, but you're not having to reinvent the wheel every time you take one apart to service it, or you get a replacement one, or whatever. It's not some unobtainium weird thing that no one's ever seen before. Steve at your transmission shop in your local hometown knows how to take a ZF8 apart. Like, it's not complicated. Like, they're around. And that's the move, and I think that it will continue to be expensive and cost prohibitive while companies are insisting on putting these $65,000 racing gearboxes. I don't think they're that much, but they're a lot in their race cars. I think that's going to be a headache for people, and it's why you're seeing people like Kurdog Racing, for example. They run the GR86, but they said, the Cup car is knife edge. It's pretty sharp to drive. You got to be really careful.
Yep.
But 2, we like just the regular automatic. The automatic's fine. Mike Gorman has talked about the automatics are fine. You can shift them fine. It'll do what you ask it to do. It's not a big deal. So now that automatic gearboxes perform well enough for racing applications, cars that use that type of gearbox in one make series, I think, are going to do better and better, and become a thing that you can really grab your hands around and go, yep, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're keeping. This is it. As we see my understanding is the reason people don't run that Dark Horse R that it's in the Mustang Challenge and the Mustang Cup is that it's an H pattern. Mm-hmm. And so that's not as fast, obviously, in WRL as running the GT4 car.
I
makes
don't
sense.
think that car would be competitive here. I mean, that car has virtually no aero. It's pretty lively. Obviously, yes, it is an H pattern as well. And it would have to be, detuned. Okay, if there's a power stick that goes with it, it's great. But I mean,
the Dark Horse R is detuned. That's the one that's 9-1. That's the one. It would fit GTO other than the aero at this point. But that would be the car that works.
I was told it's got too much power. Is that the Cup car? The Dark Horse R?
Yeah.
I've been told it's too much power.
Oh, it has too much. So that's the name of the one that they said was a 9-1 car. So it must have a power stick or something.
I agree with you. But if you look at the development that's gone into the Porsche Cup car, right? I mean, that is no longer a Porsche Cup car. It looks like one, but that has had a lot of development poured into it. If you look at, the Supra and how much support Toyota gave that program. I mean, from the earliest days of Hitman Racing back in, I think it was the end of 2022.
Yeah.
You look at the electronics on board the G82 M4s. I just don't see a world where an H pattern, very raw, single make, challenge type of car, even at the right power to weight number, could realistically come in and be competitive. Bearing in mind, too, the GT cars don't have performance modifiers the way the production cars do.
Yeah.
So it's not like you can take a bunch of extra power because you're not running any aero. I mean, if anything, you make a case that the car's probably better served running in a production class.
Probably, but then I think that car is way too outside the window.
No, and that makes it not feasible for sure.
Yeah,
but what I'm saying is, because that car is not developed to be a, let's say, gentleman driver friendly sort of platform, or pro and gentleman shared platform, the way that GT3, GT4 is, the way DP used to be, frankly. Daytona Prototype.
Northloop made their pass, by the way.
Oh, very good.
I believe that happened on this last lap.
And up second in GTO as well. AE Victory Racing has passed and is drawing away from Off-Leash Motorsports. And, frankly, also closing in on your race leading number 70. The margin's 37 seconds at the front of GTO, but it is, there's progress being made there.
For what it's worth, the Garage 66 is now down into the 218s, so the driver in that car getting... And they've been in the 17s, the high 16s. So that
which I think
is
probably the right range for race pace for that car. But I think for the long haul here.
Northloop, since the driver change, I presume there was a driver change.
Yeah,
has been consistently in the 17s and 16s. So a little bit more consistency out of the Northloop car, whereas the Garage 66 I think is getting there, but it's still a little bit more up and down. So now is the time to strike if you're Northloop to put the pace in and try to build this gap as best you can build it now while you know you have the pace advantage.
Just to go back to our other topic of discussion here, and we don't have to belabor it, but another thought did pop into my head here. Pilot Challenge, previously, Coney Challenge, Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge, Grand Am Cup, whatever you call it, was primarily a tuner-centric series. Up until the GT4.
We've talked about this before, too. Yeah.
Have we?
Yes. And you don't have that anymore.
Talked about...
There's not tuners anymore. It's all factory cars. You're not getting to win on Sunday, sell on Monday your suspension kit because you're just using what the SRO has decided is the
and that's
homologated suspension.
Fair. Of course, I get all that. I'm not saying specific to Pilot Challenge or anything pro-promoted, but as with the proliferation of power to weight formulas series, is there space for a tuner to come in, a Moorhead Speedworks, for example, to come in, design a car around the 2 Series platform or whatever, and sell a kit with all of the parts and everything, and maybe to do the work themselves, that will convert a road-going insert platform here into a 9-to-1 power-to-weight car that you can take into WRL on one side or into Grid Life. Is Touring Cup the 9-to-1?
Yeah, I don't think that's worthwhile. Because if you're going to buy an M240i, call it 25 grand. You probably get one for less that's in garbage shape. You probably get one for more, it's got less miles. Whatever, call it 25 grand. You're going to strip all the stuff out. You're going to get it lighter. You're going to buy a seat. You're going to buy a cage. You're going to do all this. You're going to change the fuel cell. You're going to do this. You're going to spend so much money on that. Versus, what do you think an M240IR costs? I'll look it up right now. I bet it's under 70 grand.
I was going to say
like
60. 60 was going to be my number. You get a used 240 for 60.
Yeah. M240IR for sale. BMW CCA already has a club class for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that it would be, you'd be better off as a, you'd be better off if your Moorhead speed works, and maybe Chad Moorhead could tell me I'm wrong as well. You'd be better off selling an endurance kit for the existing sprint car than you would trying to sell people kits to convert their road cars, because the amount of work you're going to have to do. If the cars were $5 grand, then like sure, maybe. But with all the electrical stuff involved, it's a hassle.
But those cars aren't competitive.
So this one, the 241 with a WRL logo on it. It's blue and white. LED Racing 6265 failed to sell on Bring a Trailer for 46 grand. Now that's not the
PMW
market.
Maybe? Blue and gray?
Blue, white, and gray, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably 72 PMW would be my guess there. They did run, I think they ran a 240 there for a while.
Let's see, this one. So here's one for 80 with like all of the everything on it. Brand new turbos, like well maintained, 80 grand. I think you'd have a hard time building one from the ground up for 80. I really do.
Sorry, Ryan. Off and on at the second to last corner. I think it was the 191 Charlie Hayes Racing M4 GT4. Looks like it was on the way in, too, which is an interesting spot for that to happen.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my hypothesis. Like,
it's a flat tire. That's the problem. Oh, no. That is not a flat tire. That appears to be perhaps a left front suspension failure, and a ton of brake dust flies out of the left front corner of that car as it comes to a stop in the pit lane. Oh, the driver out immediately. They're going to fuel that car first, as is quite right. It's obviously low at the left front here. We'll see what's done next. Fortunately, it's in my view here, in one of the first pit stalls, actually. That fairly tall second easy up there, the all-black easy up. They are going to change drivers in the pit lane, so whatever the issue is, they think it's probably a quicker fix. A tremendous amount of brakes out of the left front of that car, though. Not something we're used to seeing here in the World Racing League. Ryan, are you hypothesizing that basically we're at a point where we need to wait for manufacturers to design their own Cup classes and Cup class racing cars, and then we can take those cars racing in WRL? Like, is that what we're waiting for? We're waiting for Toyota to decide that they're going to do some step up from the GR Cup.
That's what they're doing, though. It's happened. Like, that is occurring.
Right.
It's
so
going
the disconnect is between those classes existing in their own little space and the power-to-weight formulas that are growing meaningfully in U.S. sports car racing.
Yeah, but they're all... I think the people building the power-to-weight formulas understand what the cars are and if you can get them into that kind of window. Like that GR Cup, like you can get it into GP2. It's not perfect, but it's close. But like the M4 or the M240i, that fits in GP1. Like, you get the right power stick on it. Like, that's the thing, is with all these Cup cars, with all the turbochargers, or the, you've got the Bosch ECUs and all this other nonsense, you can change those things. Yeah. You can get the cars to where they're...
True.
Going to meet... the classes aren't so sparse that it's like, ah, man, this car just doesn't fit. Like, that's not really a thing that occurs. There's a big off there.
Off on the way into turn 3.
Gotta take all that
Peculiar
curve,
one. Round 3 slides up the inside of one of the Stratus cars. Yeah, that Sebago car should be meaningfully quicker around that portion of the circuit. Longer corners.
Have you noticed that we're also converging on the same kind of prices as well?
Oh, like the just short of 100 number?
Yeah, or in the case of the Sebago, you're like just over 100, but obviously it's like a full-blown custom-built race car.
Sure, yeah.
But everything's kind of about 100 grand.
You know what isn't 100 grand, Ryan?
Well, with import tariffs, Brendan, I think we might be hosed.
No, Mike and I had a great conversation about it last weekend. So I didn't bring it up. It was unsolicited, completely unsolicited.
Yeah, but you've made it part of your brand now, so people are going to ask, you know.
I understand, and believe me, Mike's bought all the way in. Mike understands branding. Mike understands nothing else. Mike Gorman. Mike Gorman understands branding. No, he said that the move is they run their season. You wait till the season's over. They bring the cars in-house and refurbish them, and then resell them refurbished. So new engine, rebuilt transmission, like the whole thing. They refurbish them and then resell them. And he said the move is to get them when they're refurbished because they're cars that have already done a season or two. They get refreshed, and you're getting a ready-to-go, refreshed, purpose-built racing car.
So he's, like, researched this. Like, it's...
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's in the works. It's moving.
Yes.
Interesting.
But that was still cheap. It's like 20 grand normally. And he thinks it's potentially cheaper than that towards the end of the season. Now, obviously, yeah, tariffs, they are what they are, but...
I bet there's a way you could lease one, though. There's got to be some kind of... Yeah, if they take it back to refresh them anyway,
20
you
grand.
lease it.
Like, even if you're paying 40% on a tariff...
That's still 40%, Brendan. Like,
I understand, but you're still getting a race car for 40% of 20 grand. It's 8 grand? You're getting a race car for 28 grand. It's ready to go in GT. Well, kind of ready to go in GT.
No, it's not really ready to go in GTU.
There's some work that has to be done. It's
not really ready
uber competitive.
Not tremendously.
Nah,
what I think WRL should do for smaller tracks, and this is an idea that I've just developed in my head that I think I still need to workshop a little bit.
No way this could go wrong.
No, this is great. It's going to be multi-class. It's going to be B-spec, including the Micra. 2CV.
Yep.
Miatas, like old ones, like 1.6s, and Fun Cups. It's
Fun
just gonna be like WRL
substantially
lights.
Faster. Oh, each in their own classes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's basically like and the Kaz. The is it Citroen or Renault? It's the Citroen C1. It's a little tiny thing, the economy car.
Picasso. Yeah.
No, not the Picasso. That's way bigger. No. The little tiny thing.
Yeah, no,
like
the C1. They're like super mini, whatever.
Yeah,
Ford Ka,
exactly. Yes.
And the Lupo.
Ford Ka, thank you. Yep, and the Lupo. Yeah, exactly like that. So it's kind of like that step down from B-Spec a little bit. Those cars run in Europe in single class, racing. Used to be the 2CV series. That's, kind of become the C1 series now. Yeah, right. Now they're C1s mostly.
Right.
As a 70 and 60 or 59 battle, rages on here down the front straightaway. Side by side at the last corner, and the 59 immediately pulls to the inside because the 70 is going to rocket away down the front straightaway. Anyway, there's been developments there, but I do think you're right. Like bringing those cars stateside and running a lower tier series for those one-make cars that you can just go buy in a single spec format, I think could be really compelling.
Yeah, I think so too. So RJ, we're gonna brand that idea, WRL lights, and then you're gonna have to pay us a licensing fee.
Pay us.
Yeah.
We're going to write the rule book, and then you can buy it from us.
And we're going everywhere. And by everywhere, I mean Black Hawk, Willow Springs,
Willow Springs is going to get too big here in a minute.
MSR Crescent. Yeah, that's true.
We can't. Yeah, it's great
Yeah.
too, and that's just not on.
Yeah, that's not going to work. What's that?
Oregon
Pacific
Raceway
Crest,
Park.
Pacific Crest Raceway or whatever in Washington.
Pacific Raceways.
Pacific Raceways. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brainerd.
Oregon Raceway Park in Government Camp.
Yeah, all of them. We're going to go to all those tracks with
Yep.
this traveling circus of super minis and front-wheel drive boxes.
Are they? Are we going to ride and drive this thing, or do you have to buy your own?
Now you buy your own. You can do whatever you want. This doesn't matter. The micros are like $8,000. Like, who cares? Like,
Ooh, I think we may have had a fire bottle pop off in the pit lane here. Indeed, we have, and it's a 119. It's a second-place car in GTO.
oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, and there's more extinguishing going on, being sprayed at the rear of the car.
Oh no.
But it's still being fueled, so
Oh, it must be just the external.
I don't know if it was a little flash. Oh, somebody was spraying it. I don't know if it was just a little flash fire there.
Can we bring that rule from IndyCar to WRL? Where you have to have a guy with like a pressurized water gun, and you have to like shoot the fueling area after you're done.
It was very interesting there for the 119. They sprayed some extinguishing. I don't know if it was a flash fire or what. They resumed fueling the car, and then there was more extinguishing being sprayed at the center rear. I don't know if it was maybe some rubber and some pickup that got that caught fire there when the car came to a halt, or what?
I don't know.
I don't either. You know, one of the other things I think I'd be really kind of interested to find out here over the next couple of days, and I hadn't really considered this till now, is what is the brake situation like here? Thought kind of crossed my mind when the CHR car came to a stop in the lane with all that black dust that poured out of the front left corner of the car. Obviously, we're at elevation. The air is thinner. And take a trip up and down the stairs a couple of times here, and you will feel exactly what I mean. Obviously, cooling becomes less efficient at altitude compared to the design spec of the car, certainly. Are we in a situation where we're going to be running into brake issues towards the end of either today or tomorrow? Don't know. Question for an interview, which I'm sure we'll get in droves tomorrow afternoon.
We may have somebody on their way right now, in fact.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Oh, then I should step away briefly if we're going to be engaged here for a minute.
Well, let's run an ad too. Now we're at 5 hours 27 to go.
Make it happen, Ryan.
Let's do it. We're gonna do the ad. We'll be right back here from Burt Brothers Motorsports Ranch Park. Burt Brothers Motorpark.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Burt Brothers Motorpark. I'm Ryan West, covering WRL's first trip here to Utah. Very excited. This is day one, of course. We've got day two starting tomorrow as well. It's been an interesting race so far. We've got a lot of teams that have some local experience, and we've seen some driver changes impact standings here on the course. We'll start with GP1 here, the 118 of Blaze Racing, a local team. They're in the lead of GP1. Followed by the number 981 of BSR Racing. They're a little ways behind, about 24 seconds in there, Porsche. Followed by the third place, El Diablo Motorsports, a West Coast team, certainly, that we have not seen appear in WRL before. So happy to see them here. The 256 of TC Design, followed by the 88 of Zalus Motorsports, another local team. We're on board with the HQ Autosports BMW. They've had some trouble. They sat for almost 7 minutes on the infield, having spun. So they've got quite the hill to climb. I think gathering some data for tomorrow, they'll be hoping to have a little bit stronger showing. One of the classic WRL entrants. GP2, we've got the number 21 of North Loop Motorsports. They are currently leading the number 214 of Garage 66, about 5 seconds the gap there. So this is a battle that's been simmering over the course of the first, call it 2.5, 3 hours or so. Some driver changes having taken place and swung the advantage back in the direction of the boys from Minnesota versus the 214 having had a strong season thus far in their Toyota 86. Like I said, about 5.5 seconds behind. We expect that gap to ebb and flow. We expect action all the way through the race in GP2 there. The number 83 of Palomar Racing having now recovered. They're back up into third, another longtime WRL entrant, a relative local entrant. That team based out of San Diego. In GTO, we have the 70 of Round 3 Racing. They're making their second pit stop, I believe. They were out in front of the AE Victory Racing car that has recently made a pit stop. They had a little bit of a fire, potentially, going on the back of that car, but it appears that all is well that ends well. They've sent the car back out. They were approximately 2 minutes behind the Round 3 car, but we'll wait for that gap to update as we finish our pit cycles here. Number 246, TCB Racing in third position. They are about 13 seconds behind AE Victory. The number 87 of Stoic Racing, 19 seconds further behind them in fourth position. And then in fifth, the number 40 of Off Leash Motorsports. We saw them near the front of the race in the opening moments. They were in the top 3 for some time. They have fallen back down the order in their Mercedes-Benz. To some extent, sixth place, number 678 of Rapscallion in GTO. That's their Ligier. The 7 of Sigler Racing, which had a great outing last time out in Colorado. The 8 of the 191 CHR, also a car that featured heavily in the top 3 in the beginning of the race. The 669 of Rapscallion, the 144 of Forza, and the 111 of Bruce Innovations rounds out your top 11. And then CTSR, another entrant from Colorado a few weeks ago. They are down in 12th. GTU, we've got the Stratus number 60. It had been pulled up behind the Heraflight car at the beginning of the race. They were the first car to make their escape, and unfortunately it took the teammates quite some time to get around the lap traffic and the slower traffic in GTU, so they've got a little bit of an advantage right now. Still left over, I think, from the opening few laps of the race. That's the 60 followed by the 58 Stratus Racing, both cars. The 908 of Automatic and the 909 of Automatic, third and fourth. Some ways behind the lead 2 Stratus cars, about 20 to 30 seconds. The the 5th place number 1 of Round 3 Racing, their sister car having ran into some trouble recently. The 6th place number 247 of Heraflight having now fallen all the way down into 6th position, and the 59 of Stratus bringing up the rear as the aforementioned number 10 went back behind the wall. I don't think has circulated since. So that's your rundown of the running order right now. Brendan had stepped away for a moment for a little bit of a break. He's given me some notes of the 70, the 247, the 256 are all in right now. So we are watching that. Got some comments in the chat. Matt Million's in the 60 this weekend for Stratus Racing. We've had some interesting takes here. I believe Patrick Wilmot is in one of the Automatic cars this weekend as well. So we're starting to get some more drivers mixing it up in the GTU field. We've started to notice that over the last couple of races. At Atlanta, certainly, we had Ryan Eversley in the car. He was able to do some work for Automatic as well. So I think Automatic especially liking to share the love here, get more and more people into this Sebico NPO1. A class that has only grown. It used to be one team, and then there'd maybe be 1 or 2 entrants here or there that happen to have the car locally. But now we've got more full-time entries in GTU. You've got Stratus, you've got Automatic, and you've got Round 3 with Heraflight, coming to a substantial portion of the race this year as well. So that's a class that continues to grow in GTU. Very excited to see that. More classes, more action. It's incredible. Let's see. So BSR has finished their pit stop, it looks like. Yeah, still showing us 3 minutes 43 behind the number 118, so we'll wait for that gap to update. The GTO gap that we were waiting on, the AE Victory number 119, about 3 and a bit seconds faster than Round 3 Racing that last time by. Round 3, of course, having just recently come out of the pit lane, so you've got potentially new driver getting in the car, getting up to speed. Still waiting for that gap to update here. I think it's going to be a substantial gap. 48 seconds, but right now they're about 3 seconds a lap faster. So if that kind of pace advantage continues, where you've got a 2 or 3 second advantage over the round 3 car, you would expect that car will be caught at the end of this stint, but then at the end of the stint we're going to change drivers again, presumably. So we'll reset that. So we're hoping that the 119 can catch up to the 70 and at least be close heading into the next cycle of pit stops. Swiping through here to try to find some other battles here. Garage 66 now 4.1 seconds behind North Loop Motorsports. So North Loop Motorsports leading in GP2, the former champions being chased down by the current championship contenders in GP2. I spoke about earlier, that's a gap that I think is going to continue to go back and forth. That's a war that's going to be waged over the course of the next 5 hours as we settle up who's going to win the first race at Utah for GP2. Of course, we'll be here tomorrow as well on the Sunday. El Diablo now 36 seconds off of BSR, so that car not quite on their debut entry in WRL, not quite able to hold on to the front runners there, but they did just put in a 2:14.6. So that puts them near the top of the field as far as pace is concerned in GP1. At least top of the field running right now. I think these lap times are going to continue to go up a little bit as the day gets a little bit warmer and the track surface gets hotter. Of course, out here in the high desert, you're going to get a lot of sun, especially given that there's almost no clouds to speak of anywhere to be seen. So we're going to have the sun putting energy into the track. It's going to make it very greasy, in addition to it being a surface that's a little on the abrasive side anyway. So the grip is going to be at a premium. I think we're going to continue to see these lap times increase rather than decrease. And a little bit of cloud over there, just over the mountains, but nothing that is threatening to block any kind of sunshine in a meaningful way, I think. There might be a little bit of blockage up there, but again, for the most part, very, very sunny here in Utah this time of year. We are beginning to enter the rainy season here on the West Coast. Typically around middle of October is when you start to see more and more of the rain showers come through. But in some parts of the West Coast, you won't have seen any rain since May. Maybe a mild thunderstorm here or there that'll bring you, an eighth of an inch here or there, and lots of lightning for the forest fires. But like I said, we're just about getting into the rainy season here, so no rain threatening this weekend. But if you were to run this event, closer to December, you may end up with a stray shower here or there.
Right.
It gets very, very cold here in the high desert. Brendan, welcome back.
Thank you. Happy to be here. How do you feel about an interview, Ryan?
I feel great about an interview.
Tremendous. It's all you. I'm going to turn the microphones here because I've only got the two this weekend, and there is a trio of drivers who have joined me here. Yeah, give me a moment to get them squared away here, and then I'm going to turn it over to the Ryan and Hyperion show.
Okay.
Hyperion, excuse me. You guys chat for a while, and I'll rejoin you on the other side here.
All right, sounds good. Of course, I'm going to lack a cue of when they're ready to go, so I'm just going to keep talking. And then when somebody says hello, I'll switch into interview mode here. So we're going to be speaking with the folks from the 722 of Hyperion Auto Collective. They are currently running 9th in GP1. Let's see. Looks like they've had a driver change. Their pace, they're thereabouts for the middle to lower half of GP1, but again, I believe their first WRL weekend as well, so probably things to be learned, and I would assume a local team, but again, we're hoping to have answers on that. So we're going to have John and Grant here from Hyperion. John, Grant, how's it going?
Good. How's it going? This is John.
John, perfect. And then Grant?
Yes. Hi, how are you? Yeah, doing really well. Super excited to be here. Really grateful for the opportunity that WRL ventured west. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. So what was it that drew you in? Is it just, I'm from the West Coast as well, so there's a degree of there's not a whole lot of racing at this level that comes out here, so when it comes, you do it. Have you been watching WRL and interested, or is this just something that happened kind of local to you, and you're like, let's throw our hat in and see it have it happen?
Oh, well, my so I started the team, or was sure that I was going to start the team driving home from my very first race, which was Thunder Hill, Lucky Dog, 1,000 miles of Thunder Hill in November of 2023. So
so pretty recent even.
Very, yeah, we were all
Okay.
very recent to car racing. And so, yeah, on the drive home, I just schemed this whole thing and bought a car, transport, and truck off of Facebook Marketplace from various places in the country.
Excellent.
And 2024 was our first year racing Lucky Dog, and we had some decent success. And I stumbled across WRL at some point in 2024, and there was a really good interview you guys did with Andy from Palomar. I think it was at Road Atlanta, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what inspired me. I was just like, we have an E36. It seems like a pretty straightforward path, and I read the rules and started listening to all of your broadcasts, and yeah,
Perfect.
we've been that's been our goal ever since. And since we're based out of Bend, Oregon, we get a lot of seat time and a lot of great entry into endurance racing through Lucky Dog, and it's been fantastic. We are used to being a front runner at Lucky Dog, and so it's we're driving in our mirrors a lot more than we're used to, and I would say this track does not suit our nature. We typically drive a lot more high commitment blind crests. This is a very high average speed track. It's very flowy, and that is not necessarily suited to our strong suits with either the car or the drivers.
So it's interesting that you say that. I have this perspective on it that I always think is like, it's just because I'm in WRL and I just watch it all the time. But I think the Palomar guys said as well, because they had done Lucky Dog and some other things out here on the West Coast and had been very successful, and then came to WRL and were not successful right away. It seems like it really is a step up. You guys have been into this now for, call it 3 hours. Do you think this is something where today you're going to get the car dialed in, or are there going to be some adjustments that you have to make moving forward to get to where you want to be in WRL?
Oh yeah, I mean, for us, I think as a team, we want to play the game. We want to play the game at the highest level that we're able to. You guys moving west obviously is mega for us. It's a huge thing. This was a really easy haul for us. Grant and I actually flew to Eagles Canyon in February just to spectate and watch tech and kind of hang out. I DM'd Mike Gorman. I was like, hey, can we just lurk with you guys? Is that cool? And he was so gracious and so welcoming. So we just wanted to verify that I think we're going to be okay. We can do this. We're tight. We did have to make a massive step up this year, both in car development and more optimization for GP1. And then also pit-wise, we're a team of 6. We have 4 drivers, and I have an engineer and a crew chief, and so everybody's wearing multiple hats. But it's, we're, I'm not scared. You're scared. It was we were here Thursday, and we were one of the few GP1 cars here, and the Merc and a lot of the MPO ones were like, oh, okay. But our sim racing with the guys from Livery and Riot have been incredibly helpful with multi-class awareness and just it's a marathon, not a sprint.
So you found that after having gone to Eagles Canyon, you found that this is going to be a reasonable. The thing I want to commend you on is you're doing the 6-person team. It's doable as a 6-person team. You don't need the whole hauler, and that's what I like about WRL is it's really, you can optimize. You don't have the minimum pit time, you don't have all that stuff, but if you're just 6 guys that have figured out how to do it and you all know you have a job and you execute, you can crank out a competitive pit time. It's not something that's so outside of the realm. You can really click together and get stuff rolling, and as long as you've got the car with the raw pace and you guys are where you need to be, it's something that you can absolutely be successful in. And we've seen it before. The Palomar guys obviously have a little bit more going on. They've got multiple haulers and things like that, but we've seen small teams come and repeatedly do well in GP1, and I think it's cool that you guys are going to carry on that proud tradition of making sure that we have a production-based car, that we're able to get out here and really show what you're made of and continue to have fun. So we hope that you continue to come as we hopefully continue our expansions west. I'm hoping to see more West Coast races. The Colorado, I think, wasn't exactly what we would have hoped for, but this Utah turnout has been pretty good, and I hope people take word of this being a fun new venue out. One of the things I like about this venue specifically is it's not a million miles from town. It's not like you're at mid-Ohio and you're very, very far removed from civilization, if you will. Do you guys find that you have time to go do things when you go to other races? Or are they typically too far from the track? Or do you guys just like working on the car, going to sleep, waking up, come back to the track?
I think sometimes we have plans of potentially doing other things, but I think we're so focused on, being as efficient as we can and making sure everything is dialed, hyper-organized, everyone kind of knows their place. And we have been, fortunate enough, we've raced at Sonoma a couple times, which is an incredible venue and track, and obviously a lot to do around there. But We're really, when we go to a race, we're very focused on, the race, making sure the car is doing what it needs to be doing, making sure that, we're trying to get as much rest as we can, working on it, everybody else other than me, working on it and making sure that mechanically we're where we need to be. And really, most of us come from a bike racing background. Some of us have done it at I'll use air quotes and say professional elite level, and so we're very used to going. Cat 1. Yeah.
I got
pro.
you.
Some of us still have licenses that say pro, even though we don't have any hair, or the hair we do have is gray. I think it's holding on to the past, maybe. But so we're used to going to events and competitions where, you go to a bike race, and even if it's on Maui, you're focused on doing the bike race and doing the training and getting the right nutrition and resting and doing all of those things. So I think we're kind of already have that level of mindset of we want to have fun. I mean, that's the first goal. But for us, I think being focused and doing the best performance we can is where the fun comes in.
So I think that gives you guys almost a kind of a baked-in advantage if you have a, let's call it, competitive cycling background, especially for road biking. There's a lot of personal optimization that goes into that, and a lot of trying really hard to understand exactly what it is you need to be doing and get to where you need to be, and you have an idea of vaguely what it is you need to be doing to be at the front, and here's my plan to get there and how that's going to work. And so I think a lot of that stuff does extend to racing to some extent. There's another commentator that works with us sometimes named Scott. He is also pretty big into cycling. He's a Cat 1 guy and does criteriums on the East Coast. And so it's something that if he was on, he'd love to chat with you about too, about, the parallels there between cycling and racing. But I always thought that was like a more natural way to go. But the number of people who were genuine Cat 1 serious cyclists that transfer over into racing, I haven't seen as much as I thought I would. So I've been a little surprised by that.
That is, it's very shocking to me. I started racing crits when I was 10, and that really was my bread and butter. The Cat 1, I mean, I raced in Europe for almost 2 years. And I own Project Bike, which is our team sponsor, is a large bike shop in Bend, Oregon that I own. Hi, guys. My very first race, obviously in the end of 23, I got pretty emotional about 20 minutes into my stint. I get a little emotional thinking about it now. I have not raced at the sharp end of the Pro 1-2 field in criteriums for, I'm 47, so, it's been actually my last race on an NRC team was the Larry H. Miller Tour of Utah in 2006. So I have been on this racetrack before on a bike.
Right, but on the Tour of Utah. That's cool.
Yeah. That's
super cool.
So, but my very first stint, 20 minutes in, like I said, I got pretty emotional because it was 1-to-1. I was freaking out my first 20 minutes, and it was just like something clicked, and I felt home in a place that I haven't felt in a long time. And that's really when I knew that Tyler and Grant, these guys that are very good friends of mine that I ride with and train with every day, would also, be the perfect shoe that fits. And it's been fantastic. Obviously, there's so much to car control and so much to motorsport that isn't cycling, but the racecraft, the stress, we're used to managing, traction patches the size of dimes with pretty low pressure on them, though the resolution's quite good. But with, 110 guys on a technical track, I mean, sometimes we're racing at night in the rain on cobbles, and so it's very technical and high risk, but in a totally different fashion. And, we're hitting speeds, in a road race, sometimes you're going 60, 65 miles an hour, basically wearing underwear and a little hat. So,
Oh, yeah.
so it's, but just the racecraft and the competition it's almost like I have a second life in racing. It's been really fantastic. And the overlay with my clients in the bike shop and bike guys who are car guys and car guys who are bike guys, it's fantastic. And I really would encourage any bike guy who's listening, who's thinking about it, you just have no idea how good it actually is. Just do it.
It scratches the same type of itch. And maybe you can relate to this too, being a bike guy and now a race car guy, which I'll ask about in a second too. But it's me and my friends growing up, it didn't matter what it was. Bikes, dirt bikes, cars,
shopping carts,
and anything that you can get in there and really mess with. I have a Marin Nicasio out back, and I online was reading all the forums and stuff. It's like, oh well, if I get this XTR derailleur cage, I can go longer and I can get the bigger gears on it, because I'm quite a big guy, and I tried to run the Sea Otter with it last year on the family ride. I was like, this is geared all wrong for that. So I got a big 40, I think it's either a 46 or a 48 tooth on the back now, but I got to get the cage, and I can't adjust any of that to save my life. So I brought the pile of parts to my bike shop, and I was like, I swear to God, I've checked all this. It fits. It works. I just need you to put it on and adjust it, and I think it'll be kick-ass. But just anything that you can do where you can kind of mess with it and make it your own and make adjustments here, and I want a little bit different head tube, or I don't like the shape of this steering wheel, or I really want the shocks to be a little bit stiffer at the front, that it all kind of runs together. And that's why I think that the cycling and the motor racing really should be going hand in hand more than they do, because it's the same type of nitty-gritty that you can get into with that as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think you used the word optimization, and I think you nailed it. I mean, that's really what it's all about. It's figuring out the right, materials, the right tire pressure, the right bar position, the right bottle, everything down to the nth degree. And, motor racing, obviously, there are a lot of variables. I guess I would say more variables that you can change. But I think it's just having that mindset of trying different things, trying to just optimize what you're doing. All the way down to where should we put the cooler to make sure that
fighting for grams.
Yeah, it doesn't upset the balance of the car, these types of things. I mean, that's maybe a little nth degree, but when you're talking about guys who buy titanium bolts for their bikes to save 38 grams, that's the kind of focus you put on it. But I think you're absolutely right, and I think it is just having that idea that how to work with whatever the technology is that's in front of you, and just technology in bikes and the way that bikes have evolved over the years, and the technology now with electronic shifting and disc brakes and tire tech and everything else in between. I mean, we could just talk about that all day, but I think with cars too, I think it's just thinking about what the goal is, how you want to get there, what changes or what gear within reason can you optimize to make it towards that goal. So I absolutely agree that there's so much crossover there, and I think it's really fun to see a lot of the pro drivers and people who are also passionate about cycling. I think Valtteri Bottas is probably the poster child for that. I mean, he's doing not world tour level racing, but he's racing
very high level.
Yeah,
very high level.
Yeah, exactly.
With his brand of personality, which is very appreciated.
Super cool. So
I wish I could grow a mullet, but those days have passed me by.
Everybody aspires.
Can you get the mustache at least? We can get you parked away now.
I can. It is.
That's a requirement. Oh man, that's funny.
You're pretty new to this. You said 2023 you did Lucky Dog.
That's right.
What
on
makes
a
you pick up the mantle and go, I want to do car racing? Was it something you looked at as a kid? Did you have a friend that was really into it? Did you buy a cool road car and go, oh, I get it? Was it the Drive to Survive effect? What gets you into endurance racing?
Well, I have some very prescient, very distinct moments. I remember the second I became a car guy. I was working in a bike shop, delivering a piece of fitness equipment to a town 2 hours outside of Bend. And we opened the garage door, and there.
Just out of curiosity, I'm a Reading guy. So which town was it?
Lakeview, Oregon.
Lakeview. Okay.
I was delivering a pre-core elliptical trainer to someone in Lakeview. Really nice couple, and it was 1998, and they opened the garage door, and in the center there sat a 2.5 RS, Subaru 2.5 RS in World Rally Blue with gold wheels. And I saw the differential hanging down from the rear wheels, and I was like, my brain just melted. I instantly fell in love. And literally before that moment, a car was a conveyance, and I remember it like it was yesterday. And then very shortly thereafter, I moved to join a team in Denver, and just to force myself to recover. That was back when I was training 5-6 hours a day. I do 2-a-days, and after my easy morning ride, I'd play Gran Turismo GT2, and that's when the hook set. And so I finished that game, and from then on, racing cars was something that was so unobtainable, and I spent the next 2 decades chasing the dream and finding little to no success in doing so, but became quite skilled in the world of bicycles and bicycle retail. And then I developed a GR chassis STI, so it's a 2008 STI hatch into a track car, which I pedaled at our local track, Oregon Raceway Park, which is a phenomenal track. It is bonkers. It's probably the most technical track on the West Coast. And my guy Josh, who is currently in our car driving, he owns Arc Flash, which is our motorsport servicer and builder in Bend, Oregon. And I've worked to build the oxymoronic, reliable Subaru track car, which has definitely proven to be so. Strangely enough, here's the key.
That's good.
Run at about 220 horsepower.
Okay, that makes it a little bit more. Okay, gotcha.
With all forged internals, closed deck, etc. So
right.
So at the end of towards the end of the 23 season, he's like, dude, you should just reach out on Lucky Dog and see if you can find a rented seat. And I was like, what words are you even talking about? And so I was like, are you sure? Me? Like, he's like, dude, just do it. And I found this team, Team Axe, an RDOJ. He has decades of motorsport experience. All these guys were over 60. And I was so lucky to have just happenstance connected with those guys. They were the most wise teachers and so patient with my over-exuberance, which tends to happen quite often with things I'm excited about. And we had a really, it was amazing. I had a really great first race at 1,000 miles. And that's when the hook set. And that was also in an E36. And it really just, I don't, I spent a lot of time racing bikes, and it's just, there's no shoulda, woulda, coulda, there's no can't, there's no like, again, I was, at the time, whatever, I was 45, 46, I was like, well, maybe I'll save up and wait till I'm 50 and then do it. And it was like, nope, and those guys in particular, they're like, do it today, do it right now. If so few people know exactly what they want to do and have that clear vision. And it was so crystal clear for me. I know exactly who I wanted to do this, and I knew it would be hard, and it has been very hard and very heartbreaking at times. Like, let's pretend you break a valve spring retainer, or it's just cracked and releases the keeper during a race when you're winning. Ask me how I know that.
That's tough. That's a tough break on that.
Yeah, literally. Jeez. Yeah, and so we've had a number of those things, race after race, and the kind of phrase that developed was where if we don't break, we win.
There you go.
And
if that's how you're coming to it, and you're doing that well, then more power to you. You know, like that's where you aim to be, and then you just over time identify the right builder, identify the right process that you need to change to make sure that doesn't happen, and then you're there.
Yeah, and it's a learning curve definitely with auto mechanics. I'm a very I've been a bicycle mechanic for 35 years and know technical things very, very well, but everything is ultra small, ultra precise, ultra light. My knowledge with metal alloys and carbon fiber is pretty good. But just knowing how hard you can push stuff. Everybody asked me why I didn't start sprint racing, and it was like, I'm uninterested in that. I only care about teams and building teams and collaboration and the dimension of strategy, the three-dimensional strategy of endurance racing is what I want to do. It is why we're here. The fourth dimension of season-long championship, we got to spin on final turn. Oof. Oh, he's pointing the wrong way. Oh my goodness.
See what we have that on the camera there? Oh yeah, there we go. All right, 144.
Yeah. Oh man.
So that's the Forza Motorsports BMW having a little bit of an issue there. Looks like no harm, no foul. We'll keep going. This final turn here has been slippery.
That is a tricky turn. Yeah, it's one of my more challenging turns. I turn in late and still run a racetrack on the outside. So, fortunately, I'll have about 2 hours to figure it out. But
perfect. Well, there you go. And then Grant, what does your background kind of look like?
Yeah, in terms of motorsport, obviously coming up on, riding bikes and getting into bikes super early. My dad was always super passionate about racing and spent a lot of time when I was a kid going to Road America and watching races there, and was, unlike John, I think, hooked and obsessed with cars from, probably before I could walk, and have always dreamed of racing, but just never thought it was possible. Like you said, I thought it was unobtainium. I didn't think this was, anything that I could ever do. And so, just always watching racing, all the different series, trying to get to as many races as I could to spectate and just trying to be passionate about the sport and keep up on it while I was racing bikes. And I also have a track prepped car. I have a Golf R, Mark 6 Golf R. That's
wow. Neither of you picked the easy route, let me tell you.
Yeah, true story. Yeah, it's
let's talk about heat for a second.
Let's talk about overheating and
here at 5,000 feet, 85 degrees.
So I bought that car new and definitely over cared for it. It was kind of my whatever analogy you want to use.
Grant's our face guy. He's the windshield guy. He's the Linfrey towel guy.
Okay.
Don't look at it wrong. It's got to be perfectly detailed. And then all of a sudden it was like, I really want to start going to the track. And it was actually through a conversation I had with John
at
the bike shop. Yeah, I was shopping for a mountain bike for my wife. And we started chatting, and within 17 seconds, it was like, how do I not know this dude?
Right.
And it was a very funny story. The more we talked, we're roughly the same age. I am a couple years older than he is, but we ended up learning that.
Oh, wow. What's going on here?
Oh yeah, there's.
Is that a tire down on that NP01?
I see a lot of smoke.
And they're going to pull off and come to a halt here. I believe. I don't know if that's the 50, whichever the Stratus is, that's the gold one. I think that's the 58, or if that was the Heraflight car. It was kind of hard to tell. It's way out there, but I think that's a tire having gone down.
Depending on where that is, if we get hit FCY, we're getting into our window, so we may have to.
Oh, that's totally fine. That is
conclude tomorrow.
Heraflight. They're behind the wall, so that's probably.
Oh, okay.
Probably right where they ought to be. I don't think we'll go full course yellow for that, but absolutely.
Whew, that was exciting. Anyway, so I ended up just through a period of time going from, this is my car. I love it so much. I never want to drive it. One of those types of things too. I should really take this to the track after meeting John and hearing that there was a
and
track.
beat the heck out of it.
And beat the hell out of it. So,
Right.
yeah, Oregon Raceway Park is 2 hours from Bend. As John already mentioned, it's a super fun, very technical track. I went out there just for a couple of like HPDE days. Ended up being okay at it and picking it up pretty quickly, and then just kind of progressed from there. My car is, still can drive on the street, but definitely modified for the track and optimized for that. And then, just again, keeping in touch with John, and we started riding together more. And he came back from his first experience at Thunder Hill, and
we got everybody together at Casa Bonita or
it
whatever.
was basically
Casa
like,
Ramos. Yeah.
yeah.
I got it was, news team assemble.
Yeah, it was basically like, hey, I just did this thing, and
you're coming with me.
This is what I want to do, and are you in or are you out? And again, very grateful to him for the opportunity to do this. And that's just how it progressed. Started racing Lucky Dog, and I think once we learned more about WRL and seeing as how we obviously like to have fun, but also the level of focus and competition of WRL was very attractive to us. So just started working towards that. But I would say, just like John said, I mean, I think having grown up and getting a lot of the passion for cars and for motorsports from my dad, just being able to get out here and do it. Just, first of all, when I went to my first track day, I was like, this is the coolest thing I've ever done. This is so great. And then it just, it just progresses from there. I think everybody can probably tell a similar story. And we're just really excited to be here.
Perfect. Well, guys, I'm glad to have you up in the booth. You guys are always welcome if we end up continuing this West Coast expansion, or you want to run more of the WRL racing seasons, or more of the season, more of the events. You're always welcome to come chat with us. I've got 2 more questions for you, and I'll let you go. One, John, are you a Giant dealer?
No, we we aren't.
Okay.
I on the side or in conjunction with racing full time. I was in school for about 9 years, and a lot of what I studied was macroeconomics, which has helped me immensely in starting my business, which I opened Project Bike in Bend in 2017, and we grew, hyper growth the first couple of years, and then right into COVID, and COVID was sink or swim. So, both demand side and supply side economics are a strong suit for me. Obviously, I studied tariffs quite a lot, and so I can tell you all about the Smoot-Hawley tariffs. But we're a specialized retailer. We're a Tier 1 Pro specialized dealer. We sell a lot of our real comparative advantage is service, and really we do consultative sales. We have a pretty low on-hand inventory. But we do a lot of custom builds. I manage almost every sales interaction with a spreadsheet as a project. So really it is project management, both on the service side and the sales consultation side. And I have this unbelievable opportunity. The people that I work with that I've been able to surround myself with is, they say if you love what you do, you don't work a day in your life. But it's such a fun thing. It's right now with tariffs, and there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of disruption, but that also creates a lot of opportunity if you can have an idea of what you're doing. But
with regards to service and used, presumably.
Yeah. So we're getting called in. So.
Yeah, cool. Absolutely. Well, hey, guys, thanks for coming up and chatting with me. I really appreciate it.
Yes. I will say we are planning on trailering to COTA if this weekend goes well, and then we have a couple plans. We've got some points on the table, and I have a plan to buy back 0.4, which we'll spend on you can guess, and we have a secret weapon that we will be bringing to COTA. Hint, hint, Tyler is wearing his hat right now, so he is committed for COTA for us, and then we hope, if COTA goes well, to go to Road America. That's kind of our GOAT track. So we'll hopefully see you guys in the future. But
yeah, absolutely. Well, you guys are welcome anytime. Please come up and chat.
Thank you so much.
Even at COTA, I'll be there as well. And we can chat bikes, we can chat cars, we can just chat about whatever you want to chat about.
Yeah, we were just at COTA with our buddies.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Perfect.
It was quite the experience. Yeah,
it'll be a totally different experience for WRL as you realize how much of that gets imported. The first time we went for WRL, it is fascinating how much the FIA brings in themselves for those events, because it feels like an empty shell. It's wild. It's a totally different experience.
Well, I hope we look forward to seeing that in person.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Two servings.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and looking forward to meeting you.
Yeah, not a problem. I'll see you then. Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. So that's John and Grant, and then we didn't get to hear from Tyler without the third headset available there from Hyperion. They're currently running 9th, but they're getting called in on their pit window here, so they're going to head back down to the paddock and hopefully get ready for a nice, quick and easy fuel stop as Brendan rejoins us.
Here you go. Thanks, guys. We'll see you.
Yeah,
Thank you
no
very
problem.
much.
Thank you. Actually, while we wait for Brendan to return, Jordan, this might be a good time for an ad as well, and then Brendan can get himself resituated here. We gotta get some ad rev here. We gotta go 22 minutes every hour. You know what I'm saying? Gotta get the money up. We're gonna be running WRL truck.
No.
Or not WRL truck. We're gonna be running WRL Boosh. We're gonna be doing. We're gonna run the. We're gonna get the liveries going, the whole 9. It'll be live on Bottom Split. We'll be back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to WRL live at Burt Brothers Motorsports Park. This is the Crossroads Endurance Challenge. We're here in Grantsville, Utah. Someone's walking in front of our camera. We can just see him wearing his denim shirt. Never has there been a more Utah article of clothing, but here we are. Brendan, welcome back.
Right.
You weren't really gone, though.
I was here the whole time. I see now what you guys do when I go off on 20-minute interviews. You're like, well, I guess everybody should stay engaged in the race here. And it's kind of what I was doing.
Yeah.
So appreciate you handling that. In the meantime, we should catch up on a few things.
Real quick, what kind of hat was Tyler wearing? I just want to clarify in my head.
It had a well-known domestic car brand on it.
Okay. All right.
As if there are any, not well-known domestic car brands.
Sure.
I think we're pretty limited there, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I know one that it wasn't. That's for sure. It definitely wasn't a Chrysler hat.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So anyway, some updates.
Yes.
First off-leash motorsports, number 40. That car was in contention for the race lead through most of the first stint. That car is it's fallen a bit, let's say. Actually, just in and out for a pit stop. No, sorry, it wasn't a pit stop. It was a spin at turn number 11, the Tuella turn. Which is the corner, the 90-degree left-hander to the far southeast end of the circuit, just past the Attitudes, direction we're heading now. That car resumed, but after some delay, it's already dropped a lap to the race, class leading anyway, number 70 round 3 racing Porsche. So let's put that car to one side, at least for the moment there. But the lead battle is down to a second. AE Victory has closed it hand over fist over the last couple of stints. I believe it's should be Sarah in the car now. Oh, no. Might be Alana in the car now.
It's still a little early, I think.
Yeah, for that number 119. Although we are past noon here local time. So I think Ashley did a double earlier on. And anyway, lead battle's on the front straightaway. Nose to tail. Porsche leads the 119 in GTO down the front straightaway. This time, interestingly, the Porsche has the legs as they charge down the half-mile plus run into Sunset Bend. No, not that Sunset Bend, but turn number 1 here. And let's see what kind of defending the Porsche can do as we get back to some of the twistier stuff. Again, that time AE Victory Racing closes in almost a second on that round 3 Porsche. Have to look out the window to track this one a bit, I think, as they head up through turns 2 and 3, with our cameras not playing very nicely at the moment. They've got an NPO1 stuck in between them. This time it will try and look at the inside at turn number 4, but that move is not done. And this has just thwarted the charge of that number 119, at least for the moment, with the round 3 Racing Trimtech sponsored car having to deal with that NPO1, who's going to go around the outside of the Black Rock. Hairpin at turn number 5. There's very nearly contact. Really aggressive, not aggressive, but opportunistic, let's say, to try and go around the outside for that number 60, which leads in GTU. And that is job done, at least for the moment. And now, now turn 3 comes back. And now, the 70 and 119 battle can resume through the middle part of the circuit. Headed towards the Attitudes now. 70 still defends. They come up over the rise of the hill. There's the 60. 70, 119. 70's just out of position a little bit. If the 119 can get the run down the hill in that Supra, there's a chance for a move in the relatively short braking zone up into turn number 11. Not on there, but it's definitely holding up the 119 here. And I think anything that the AE Victory Super can get at this stage of the race is going to benefit them later on, especially as we anticipate if this race ends up with a very long green flag run here. But never mind that, almost 3.5 hours in, and we are nose to tail for this class lead battle. We'll keep following this on screen while I turn our attention to GP1, where the lead has just changed hands as well. Zalus Motorsports in the number 8, Motorsport, I keep doing that, in the number 88, picked off the Blaze Racing number 118 a couple of laps ago for P2. And with that lead battle just being 5 seconds between the top 3 cars, it wasn't very much of a stretch for the 88 to get back to the to the back of the BSR, number 981, and now Zalus pits in the M2. That's a TC America car, by the way, Ryan. Just seen it rumble by here in the pit lane with the TC America banner.
I mean, that's where those run now, and like that's what I was talking about earlier. Is like TC America basically has merged all those cars into one class.
Yep.
So
So that explains where that car has come from.
Perfect.
And competitive, like really competitive in this trim level, in this class. Yeah, it's that's good stuff. Actually, there might be a market there for those 2 series. Oh, so around the outside. Is the move done on the throttle? Not quite. Side by side out of turn number 5. It means that 119 will have the advantage headed into turn number 6, being on the inside for this double apex right-hander. So we pick them up on the exit. Maybe. Nope. Not today. Wait for them to enter turn number 7, the sweeping 4th, 5th gear right-hander. What is the first GTO car of course. What is the first GTO car we see? It's a Supra. So job done. AE Victory Racing will lead GTO at the end of this lap, takes the lead from round 3 Racing. Bear in mind, this racing happening 3.5 hours in, not quite to halfway. We have been clean and green since we dropped the green flag at 9 o'clock this morning. Tremendous stuff. BSR obviously will re-inherit the GP1 lead from Zalus, who pits. Blaze Racing number 118 back into 2nd. PC Design should be able to clear that Zalus Motorsport number 88 car to take 3rd on the pit stop rotation. Other things of note in GP1, Palomar Racing in the number 38. When I stepped outside just a little bit earlier, that car was in the garage on jack stands. Some attention being paid center rear. Ooh, awkward on the front straight. Are we going 4 wide here? No, not quite. I think it was the number 1 and the 70. And I think it's a singler car, number 13, that was just to the inside there. Look at the margin that the Supra has put on the Porsche here in a lap and a half.
So it's
oh no, half a lap. Excuse me. It's almost 4 seconds.
I'd like to take credit for predicting that battle, wherein they would catch to be pretty close by the time they came to that next pit stop, and then now that the pit stop has taken place, the pass.
This is in GP1 with Zalus.
Oh,
GTO. Yeah.
I just remembered that I called that.
Well, the pit stop hasn't taken place yet. It's 34 laps. We're about 10 laps away.
Oh, so we're still a little ways away. Okay, got it.
Yeah, we're about 10 laps away. Yeah, no, it's absolutely done exactly what you thought it would do. Oh, standing yellow here at the start. Why is that? Nope, everyone's been cleared.
Not a lot of racetracks with a mountain view like that all the way around.
It's tremendous here, Ryan.
It's pretty awesome.
We can debate the merits of the layout here at Burt Brothers Motorpark.
It's fine. I genuinely think it's fine.
Again, that's why it's a debate, because I think there are people who say, well, it's flat, it's boring. It's really not. It's actually, I think it's quite technical, especially the outer layout. I think it's very interesting. I think the older surface creates a dynamic element to it. There's camber to some of these corners. I really do think it's actually a genuinely solid layout. Probably one of Alan Wilson's best, to be honest with you.
Sure.
And I wasn't really sure what to expect before I got here and got to kind of see cars trackside here in person. And then I started looking for camera angles, and I was like, boy, man, I mean, the walls are really far away here.
Yeah.
This is going to be tough. And then I started putting the camera angles together and framing the shots and everything. I was like, you know what, actually, this... The mountains are going to do a lot of heavy lifting here, but this might look pretty good. And then once we went live for qualifying yesterday afternoon, it was pretty obvious that, between the backdrop and the track layout and the racing, and the competitiveness at the top of at least a few of these classes, that I think we're going to be in for a pretty solid weekend here. And that's played itself out pretty well so far. But the mountains are, the East Coast mind literally can't comprehend.
It can't. It absolutely can't.
And I couldn't.
My favorite was when Brad McCall was like, "Oh my God, I went on this trip with my daughter," and he was posting about it on Facebook because he went to Yellowstone and the Tetons and stuff, and was like, "This is incredible!" I'm like, yeah, man, that's just life on the West Coast. That's just what it looks like. It's always fun to see people see that kind of thing in person for the first time. I like that.
My mother was, I was on the phone with her yesterday morning. Her and my dad are in Oregon, or possibly in California by this point. But Oregon was her 50th state. So she ticked that off the list this week. Spent some time there, and they went up Mount St. Helens.
Wow.
Which is obviously in Washington, but near enough there.
Sure.
While they were in Oregon, and just couldn't get enough of it. This thing happened in my lifetime. It's so cool. Nothing like this at home. It's no, we really don't. The Appalachians are not volcanoes.
This past weekend was the first time that I had actually been to Yosemite, having lived in California for most of my life. And even living here, it is deceptively difficult to get to because the road access is dreadful. It is a twisty, awful road to get there. But I remember standing in Yosemite Valley, which is kind of like the main part of the park there, where you got El Capitan and all that stuff is right there. And I realized this is another just deep cut. You didn't play Gran Turismo 4, did you?
Of course I did.
Oh, you did? Okay, do you remember the El Capitan racetrack?
Yeah.
Okay, I hated that. And it didn't, viscerally click to me that, oh, this is Yosemite. That's what this is supposed to be. I thought it was just some track.
Yep.
That racetrack is the road that goes around the creek in Yosemite Valley.
Oh. Well, that's
I remember
good to know.
hating that
I'll
racetrack.
do a lap.
Why did they make this decision? But literally, that track is just what the access road is. You can do that loop. And I was I remember pulling down into it and taking the first 3 turns, and I was like, oh, I get it now. This is pretty tight. I wish that was still a track that you could use on the new ones.
Yeah.
This is pretty cool.
I'm headed there in weeks.
In how many weeks?
So, 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Nice.
Yes. Yeah. I will be in Northern California while you are in Southern California.
You know, it is what it is.
Sure. Bakersfield's nice this time of year, I hear.
No, it's not.
No, it's not that.
Bakersfield's not nice any time of year.
No, it's all.
I live in Stockton. I can say that. Like, I can definitively say that Bakersfield is not nice.
It's all right. You go to Willow Ranch.
Yay.
How many times are you going to Willow Ranch?
As few as possible.
Yeah, probably 0.
So I have now developed a system wherein I can load my Blackstone and my cooking supplies into the car really quickly.
Gosh.
And I am going to cook myself food while I'm down there.
That's probably not a bad idea.
I'm not going to. I'm so
the access
over.
there is tough.
Yeah.
A new GIF going in the Palomar number 38 is the answer we get from Mike Anderson in the YouTube chat. Appreciate the update there. We jump on board with the Rep Galleon 669. Headed down through turns 11. That's 12 is the kink nominally. And then down into turn 13 for this final sequence of corners. Team car goes up the inside. Diet Legends sticker on the back of the car.
Yeah.
Decision. Ooh, awkward here.
That's a.
I mean, the 678 was there.
I was gonna say, there's not a whole lot of times that you're gonna see somebody just go past the 70 like that.
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of funny.
Yeah, I mean, we do see this throughout. This is look, when you have Josh Blakey and Cole Ofsgaard as your drivers, you are obviously in contention in every race.
Right.
It is interesting. It is going to be interesting to me to see how what is certainly playing out to be a mostly green flag race balances out different driver lineup and different cars, and just how the faster in one stint, slower in another, that kind of up and down of average lap time across multiple stints, multiple drivers, actually does play itself out over a green flag race. We see in WEC type races more often than not, and honestly in Code 35 races in WRL, right, where we have it at Barber. Yes, we have a lot of Code 35s, but in general it does tend to keep the gaps stable.
Right.
More often than not, those races come together in the end.
Right.
And you end up with like 5 or 10 seconds between cars after 8 hours and no safety cars. I'm not saying that's definitely going to happen here, but we're 4 hours in, and we've still got a 3-car lead battle in GP1 and a 2-car lead battle in GTO.
And GP2.
And in GP2, yeah.
Yeah, less so than it was earlier, but like that's gonna, like I said, that's gonna go back and forth all day.
Yeah.
It's part of why we love endurance racing, right? Like, you don't have to manipulate it to get it close. You don't have to do the IMSA everybody gets a trophy, yellow flag situation. It'll stay close for you because it's like you said, everything averages out over time. And to be clear, I don't think I could go as fast as Joe is in a Cup car. Just being brutally honest on that,
no.
I would be way slower than that. Like, even some of the times you'll see that car go around, it's like, I probably wouldn't be hitting the gas there. I'd probably have waited a little bit longer. I'm scared to death of driving one of those. That's, and he's out here doing the thing.
Ryan.
Brendan.
Have you been at the WRL Racer lately?
That they're selling that black one? Yes, I have seen that.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Post 2 hours ago, Scott Lovett.
Oh, I did see that, yes.
Oh, I need to take to this.
I wasn't.
Not that I don't have
thought that you
marching
had
ants out the
spoken to
window.
Scott about something similar to that before, so I wasn't gonna.
Don't know if I actually talked to Scott or not.
Interesting. Yeah, no, that's tight. We could.
Let's see how this.
There's a
what
lot
we
of
can do
stuff
with
coming
this.
together on the broadcast front, as far as people making cool tools.
Yeah, I mean, we always.
Because I think this. I think we need to be talking to James Candelaria about incorporating some of that
telemetry
stuff too.
That discussion has already happened.
Okay, cool.
Way ahead of you.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
Can we get telemetry from people even if not their onboards? Like
Well, so
I'm still really salty about that. If I'm being really honest, I'm going to talk about it at COTA. I'm going to get time at the drivers' meeting, and people are going to hear from me about why are there no onboards. Stop being pansies. Don't break rules.
Tyler.
So I was thinking, I'm thinking more Brad, but yeah, Tyler.
No, I get it, but I also haven't made a big push, so you know.
Oh, I push every time I'm there. That's why I'm sad.
I don't have the energy to push in a room full of people like that. I just don't.
You're making me sound like I'm some kind of just outstanding.
No, you're
crowd
not. I'm just
person. I'm not.
I mean, you are. I just don't like standing.
I don't know about that.
Here, I'm just a faceless voice, you know. Anonymous.
Here's the deal.
Even though
we
my
need to
name's
get
attached to the whole thing.
Single color DriverSeye live shirts.
Yes, agreed.
And then I could throw them, and I'd get people involved. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
That's the problem. I go after Discovery Parts, and he's handed stuff out and done bits and like made people feel ashamed, and also it's been a whole like funny thing. Right. And then I'm up there like, hey guys,
no Discovery
Parts.
Parts.
Talk to you. Loved if you had your onboards. Let me know if you have any questions.
Phone number.
Thanks.
Yep.
So you know.
Lead gap is ballooning in TL. It's almost 30 seconds last time through.
Yes.
Also, I don't think we had noted, we briefly lost the Stratus number 59.
I had noted that it was at the bottom of the order.
Oh, no. Lap 51, 29-minute pit stop. Yeah, so half-hour repair for the 59.
Here's a question for you. Not a question so much as a plea. If you were one of the people that took advantage of getting to test drive the NPO1 this weekend, because I know that was a thing that was put out there that people could go for spins as they're trying to push to get more of these cars in the series.
Sure.
If you're a current entrant and you're at the track here and you drove one, I would like to hear from you. I would like you to come in the booth and talk about it, because I think perspectives are going to have been changed, and I'm not saying people didn't respect other people, but like the respect afforded to the drivers who hustle these things around the track every time we race is going to have gone up tremendously. From the bits and pieces that I've heard. So if you'd like to come talk about your time, having sampled the NPO1, please come say hi. Additionally...
go ahead. No, I was going to say, I would love to see the return of the Ligier JSP4 from 739 Racing.
They're at a different event this weekend.
I understand. I don't think we've seen them since Barber, though.
Oh, okay.
Landon Lim, right?
Yeah.
Matriano Lim, yeah. I don't think we've seen him since Barber or the car, which is unfortunate. But I think one of the things that kind of gets lost with the NPO1s a little bit is how they do what they do well. Right? Because they kind of exist in a vacuum. It was designed to be its own car as the NASA prototype, right? Kind of the NASA answer to, wasn't the answer to Spec Racer Ford as such. It was designed to kind of be that kind of in-between of Spec Racer Ford and a Norma hill climb type car, Ligier hill climb type car. And I think it does what it does well. Obviously, Sebeco bought the rights to the car from Milan, and it's developed into this really kind of neat car that does a lot of things well and suits the GTU class in WRL particularly well. But without having something to compare it to, I think it's difficult to wrap your head around, like, okay, what is it that this NPO1 platform does really well? Because the word at Barber was that, well, it's a really light car. It doesn't make a ton of power or a ton of torque. And that JSP4 being a heavier car, making more power makes it a little bit more versatile over the balance of a WRL schedule. And so having a bunch of NPO1s is very, very cool, and I'm really enjoying the growth in that we've seen this year. But also, I think I'd like to have a little bit of variety, not necessarily because the racing is boring, because it's absolutely not, but just because I think I want that, like, okay, let's establish a baseline here. What does it take to make an NPO1 go fast in WRL GTU racing? Right, what are the things that car does well? What are the things it doesn't do well? Where's the room for improvement? Because right now it's just kind of racing in a vacuum. And that's, you know, I'd just like to see that variety and really wrap my head around it.
I agree with that. I think it would be cool to see a little bit more stuff. I think the rule about it must be closed top really limits a lot of potential entries that could be participating, unfortunately. I think there's probably lots of CSRs, BSRs, monster prototype lights, things of that nature that probably would run really well in that class, that because they're not closed cockpit are not eligible. So that's a bummer to some extent. I understand why that's a rule. It's a whole safety thing, which is completely valid and reasonable, but that does close off a lot of cars that would run in kind of that sort of pace realm, I believe. Although, on the other hand, I've heard that maybe the specs for GTU might change, TM? Maybe? Did you hear that, Brendan?
Sorry, what's that, Ryan?
Did you hear that the specs for GTU might change? Maybe?
That's been in discussion for like a year and a half, but it seems to be gaining momentum, yes.
Okay, cool. If that happens, I also think there will be more people willing to bring those Ligiers. I think those Ligiers are choked down too much.
That might be true.
I think with a little bit more power, it might be more reasonable.
We're in a little bit of a time crunch here, but can I introduce a guest?
What time crunch are you talking about? It's 4 hours, 19
Not
to
for
go.
us.
Oh,
but for
okay.
the
I'm like,
guests.
dude, we got all the time.
No, it's Matt Guyver from Zalus Motorsports.
All right.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for having me up here. Welcome to the Utah region.
We don't really have anybody here. People just kind of present themselves. And they brave the heat up here for a while. And no, we have a nice time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Happy to be here. My first trip to Utah. Obviously not yours.
Nope.
Not even a little.
NPL running wide there. Very wide.
You guys are based just right out back here, right?
That's off in Tooele. Yeah.
Yep. You call them by their names?
Yep.
Do you really? All of them?
So the issue with this track is we have 4 configurations.
Sure.
Right? And as we switch configurations, turn numbers get kind of confusing. So all the locals are going to call them out by their corner names rather than
That does
corner
make
numbers.
sense.
Yep.
Tooele turn.
Yep. So it's funny too. Most of us know like West track by turn numbers, and then as we transition to East track, we switch to corner names because
those are going to be sequential,
right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
Then we switch over like 7 witchcraft. You know. So we just switch gears and like just naturally. So
do you like the turn names here?
Oh yeah, I think they're great.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Look, if anybody gets to have that opinion, I suppose it's being based here. Zalus is quite literally based right up back here.
Yeah, all of us are. MRG, Zalus, we have garages that are here on facility, and we run events here all year, obviously. So as I mentioned before, I run the Utah region with NASA with my partners.
Yeah.
So we host events out here every month, and during the driving season, we wrap up in October.
Okay.
So we're winding down ourselves here.
Sure.
But this is definitely a good time to be in Utah. The weather's perfect, really enjoying this cooler weather. We were just in the triple digits.
I don't want any parts of that. No, it's been very pleasant here. Actually chilly this morning.
Yeah.
I almost ended up in a sweatshirt emergency while I was putting cameras out. Like, it is properly cold.
It's that weather where you're switching back and forth and super annoyed about it.
I'll take it. I was in Daytona Beach last weekend, and it was just humid all the time.
Yeah.
So I'll have this.
Yeah.
So the car you're running this weekend, get a little clarification here.
Right.
Is it an M2 or just a 2 Series?
It's an M2.
Okay.
That is the M2 CS Racing.
CS Racing. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
No aero.
No aero. We took it off.
Okay.
We decided we wanted to be those guys.
Yeah.
Straight line speed, park on, cover up the apexes.
Sure.
We've only had the car for about a week and a half now.
Oh, gosh.
If anyone that was following saw HPR, we sort of have 2 modes. It's either all out, flat out, top of the podium, win it, or we bin it. So we lost an S54 again at HPR in the M3, the 46 platform. So we've been struggling with reliability for a while, and we just don't have the time to put in the program that it deserves. So we can't keep that car, sort of in the sweet spot. So we switched gears to something that might be a lot lower maintenance, but I think, and we knew full well getting into this what we were getting into, but I think we're both Jason Harward and I are both a little bit surprised with how slow the car is. So,
really? Just overall?
Yep, just off pace. We can't get any speed out of it. The M3, the E46 M3 that we ran, and so that's my partner out in the car now, Jason Harward.
Yep.
2-driver format this weekend. That's why we're on a bit of a time crunch.
Sure,
I only have a few minutes, but he should be out there for another solid hour plus. So I've got some time. But yeah, the M3 is a weapon. It's a much faster platform and car for us. We worked really hard to get that thing pointy, and it really favors Jason's driving style. He came from, we've talked about it before, but he came from Lamborghini GT3s, and so he wanted something a lot sharper, and we get in the M2, and it's definitely not. You know,
is that a weight issue? Just a heavy car?
Yep.
Yeah.
M2 and GP1, we've got to have a lot of ballast, and we got to detune the power.
Yeah.
But ironically, the car ships with really small wheels and tires. Like, that's just the format that car is packaged with.
Yeah.
And so, you know, for anything 3,500 pounds plus, you should not be on a 275, in my opinion.
Good heavens.
Yeah, so it's not a lot of tire, so it doesn't stop, it doesn't turn, which I'm sure all of our competitors have noticed now, unfortunately. But, you know, still racing to the apex and see what we can do about it.
Sure.
But yeah, we're really hoping just for consistency. I think we were just kind of both docked. We threw a lot of stuff at this weekend. You know, we've got a great crew on the car. Jake Busk, a lot of people in the paddock know him. Will's out there with us, and Roston, and they're working hard throwing stuff at the car as well, trying to find some solution that'll get some speed out of it. But yeah, now we're just playing the cards we're dealt, and it's not happening.
So it's interesting to kind of hear your attitude or your approach to this. It's a car you've had for a week and a half. There aren't a whole lot of cup type cars or competition type cars in GP1. There's a couple of 235s and 240s.
Right.
And I think AOA has an M2 as well. They're running the Aero on that car. It's interesting to hear you're almost kind of like downtrodden about it. Almost disappointed. Like, yeah, the car's not fast. Well, man, you've had the car for 10 days.
Fair.
You know?
Fair. And we're trying to work within the package, right?
Sure,
an M2 CSR has the most value as an M2 CSR, not necessarily a WRL car. They're all things we could fix should we choose to. But we're looking sort of at, you know, we're trying to keep an exit strategy path open. So
for the car.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
In case we're like, all right, let's move a different direction or whatever, not super happy with it.
Yeah.
So we didn't want to hack the car up, and, you know, certainly better shocks would go a long way to getting that car to work a lot better, you know, a lot more rubber and rim on it. You know, and having said all that, we're down on the car's performance index, but it is amazing, right? It has all the bits in it that you need.
Yeah.
We're honestly driving around out there with AC on, which is just a pleasure. So
very nice.
The BMWs, they have that compensation stuff in them. So you turn the AC on, and which normally would lose power, but with that car, it's like, okay, well, here's a few more ponies.
Sure.
Yeah. So it's been a bit of a learning curve for us. I don't think either of us have worked so hard to drive so slow in our careers, and it's not really our MO.
Sure. Well, you didn't put the work in on the front end, building the car up, you know, from the ground up.
Right.
It's something that you're kind of adapting to a class that wasn't necessarily designed for a car like that. I mean, not so very long ago, that car was a GTO car and winning races in GTO.
Fair.
And now you're just handicapping the heck out of it and trying to run in production class. So I do get that. But the cars, I mean, you sound frustrated, like you're working hard, but you're competitive. I mean, you guys are right at the pointy end, right?
Yeah, we had a really great stint. I just got out of the car. Jason did the first stint. A lot of traffic he was battling, so, you know, he's having a hard time keeping clean laps together with the traffic, but he's back in the car now and making good progress. We made a lot of progress as well. The car does benefit from longer stints, good fuel conservation, so that's a good strategy for us. But I think this is definitely going to be the hardest we have to work to stay up there. We got to be on top of strategy. We got to be on top of our driving. There's no relaxing. We can't pedal the car at all, and we just hope that we can keep it in that, you know, in that window for 8 hours and make up time on everyone else in the long term.
Sure. Are you actually intentionally running a fuel conservation type strategy here?
No, but the car's so detuned.
Right. I was 44 laps to the last stint or something like that?
That's about right, yeah.
That's a huge number.
Yeah.
I'm missing laps here. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, I mean, that's a crazy long stint.
But it is detuned substantially, right? It's the same engine drivetrain as like the M4s have with, you know, nearly half the power.
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
So it's probably just getting great mileage due to that. And yeah, like, so we just trying to figure it out as we go, and, you know, if the long run works for us, the long play works for us. You know, Jason's really driving hard, and I think our biggest advantage is that we have two really good drivers in the car, right? I think that's our best bet here. Just keep it together for that time.
I gotcha. Yep. You guys obviously have a ton of experience here, based right at the track. WRL out here for the first time. There's a couple teams that are based here locally. I'm sure you recognize names, drivers.
Yeah,
and,
Blaze
team
is
names.
up there on P1.
Absolutely.
Right?
So it's kind of bearing out at the moment that, you know, there is something to the local knowledge aspect here with you guys running more consistently at the track. You don't have to give away any secrets here, but we're all kind of learning in real time. You guys come armed with plenty of knowledge. Anything in particular you think is working here for you guys that's giving you a leg up with a car that is in some ways letting you down?
Well, you know, unfortunately with the M2, the way it's set up right now with the shocks that come from the factory, we can't touch the curbing, which narrows our traditional track line by about 10 feet.
Fascinating.
Like anytime we're on, we get 2 or 3 really violent bounce and my neck cracks 2 or 3 times, and I feel like it's an orange on a toothpick.
It's weird. It's a race car. I mean, it's designed to be something, but you know.
I mean, while I agree on paper, I think the reality is it's for sure entry level.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, so the curbing is just not forgiving. We have to really avoid it. And unfortunately here on the track, our curbing is biggish. And so it's a little bit violent, but you know, the really well set up car and the right angles on them, they're terrific. You can run all over them. And again, you really do gain 5-6 feet on the entry and 5-6 feet on the exit. And done right, it's really smooth and isn't violent on the car. Done wrong, it gets pretty bad. You start breaking stuff. So yeah, we're running a lot narrower, more conservative line, which is a bummer for us. But definitely, I think the track, I hope everyone out there now is starting to get up to speed and get comfortable with it. It's a really simple track. Mm-hmm. You know, there's some technicality, but not nearly what we're used to on the rest of the circuits. And hopefully the biggest thing people take away from here is the safety and the facility, right? It's such a nice place. Have you had a chance to walk through the garages and see any of the setups?
I'm not much of a facilities guy because I tend to spend my time walking up and down hills putting cameras out.
That's
but
not
it is,
so nice.
well, yeah, I'm taking a couple of scratches this week. But I mean, the facility itself here is actually genuinely very nice.
It's really nice.
Yeah, pro level for sure.
Yeah, everybody's got air in their garages and power, and you can be out of the sun down there and get a breeze from the north to the south or south to the north.
Yep. And there aren't too many tracks in North America where you've got a pit building, a garage building directly behind the pit lane itself, right? Almost FIA style.
The GP style.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which is really cool.
Yeah, and then we get to sit on top of it here in the broadcast booth and the tower. And
AC could use some work, but other than that, yeah, no, it's been great.
It's hit and miss. It seems like some weekends it works better than others. You know, we try to come prepared ourselves when we come up here and do our work. We bring fans.
Yeah, sure, and we did. We did. Actually, this is a WRL fan. They've lent us one for the weekend. I think the smoke we're seeing here, extinguishant we're seeing here in the pit lane.
Ligier? Probably.
No, it's the AE Victory car. But I think that may be a little bit of leftover extinguishant from the last stop where they did have to put out a small fire.
Yeah. It seems like they're in control of it.
Yeah, I think it may be left over, but everybody stood up and looked over the edge here, so I'm 100% sure what the situation is down there. Anyway, that was your GTO leader.
And they're still working hard, so everything seems fine.
Exactly, yeah, they were changing drivers, swapping drivers out there, and it, very much looked like it was business as normal down there. So it probably looks more dramatic than it actually was.
Right.
Anyway.
Yeah, back on track.
Go ahead, sorry.
Well, we're looking at, I think we managed to work our way up to first for a little bit before pit stop rotation. I think we're back up to third. I'm just hoping we can keep ourselves there. But, right now I'm really just proud of the GP1 group. They brought a lot of really fast drivers and cars.
Yes, they did.
Really good competition. I think the GTO field's looking great too. So I'm really happy that everyone made the long trip out here to Utah and reciprocated, all those drives that we've made out there.
Absolutely.
So
we're, just about halfway through the 8 hours here on Saturday, and it's been 3 cars within 5 seconds earlier on. This next round of pit stops started. Blaze, ourselves, and BSR.
That was really
awesome.
Cool.
Yeah.
Also, you notice low incident rate. The track is so wide.
Green so far.
And yeah, we rarely have full course yellows because this track is just so easy to drive around multiple cars, out of class racing.
Yeah.
It's so wide. There's a lot of room out there. So I think that lends itself well to mixed class racing, which is what we're all going to have to do for the rest of our lives,
Yep.
For the most part. That's the reality of our, our motorsports careers. Yeah, I think this facility really lends itself well to it. So I hope that this ends up being a feather in the hat for all the teams and they want to come back next year.
I will come back in a heartbeat. Like I said, Ryan and I were talking about it earlier. You don't really know what to expect. You see it on TV and you hear people talk about it. You see it on board videos. Like, all right, well, I could see this being okay. Let's see what it's like when we actually get there. And then we got here, and from the video perspective, the walls are kind of far away, but when you frame everything, you got these high mountains in the back. East Coaster. You got the mountains in the background.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
You should see it in spring. They're all covered in snow. It's fantastic.
I believe it. I'll come back in spring.
We have beautiful visuals in the greener months. And then it's just, we have about 0.17 inches of rain for 3 months.
Yeah, sure.
And then, we're back to nicer weather. But we get really beautiful, vistas with the mountains.
It's fantastic. I come back here in a heartbeat. Does everything that you ask a racetrack, a professional top-tier kind of racetrack to do. I do actually have one racing-related question for you as far as attacking this from a team and strategy perspective. Track's 20 years old, just about. 20 years next year. Original surface.
Yes.
It has seen lots of different types of, well, weather. Obviously, winter, I'm sure here is not always the easiest thing.
No, but we do drive on it in the snow sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we cross stuff. It's kind of fun.
You guys obviously are doing drifting here on the east side. So hosted a World Superbike round for half a decade. Yeah.
Moto America, American Le Mans.
Yep,
Speed
exactly.
Division World Challenge back in the day.
All kind. Arca now. Kanan, I think, ran some races here on the East Course.
Yeah, they had a bit of a hard time on the long front straight at this altitude. A lot of cars, a lot of teams that are used to drift. There's not a lot. If you start looking, there's not a lot of places that race at this altitude.
Yeah.
So especially at sort of the higher level platforms, right? Club cars do.
Sure.
But yeah, like so they actually had a lot of trouble with the front straight and overheating and meltdown stuff. So
fascinating. And I didn't know that.
Even one year when with our Utah 6-hour Sun Chaser, right? This is the race we run from 6 p.m. till midnight in August. John Potter with Magnus Racing and Andy Lally came out to join us for that round. He actually sponsors the event for us, which is really cool. They actually had their Aston Martin GT3 that they were running, and they were on. I remember they were on sort of the phone with Aston Martin in England, Great Britain, getting updates live because Aston Martin was like, we've never run a car at that altitude. So they were like pushing out builds probably 4 or 5 times, like all for Thursday and Friday, to get that car sort of in the window that the factory wanted it in.
Yeah.
So yeah, like I think that was an eye opener for me. Oh yeah, because a lot of people do struggle with heat and altitude here, but like it was interesting to see the pro level stuff.
Sure.
You know, really also have the same issues.
I gotcha. You good?
I think I'm all right.
Okay. The question I wanted to kind of follow up with there was we had a conversation with Brad McCall, Round 3 Racing, about the track being actually pretty abrasive and worries about tire wear and being able to get through stints. GTU is anticipating at least 1 tire change. I don't know that we've had any yet, but that's not necessarily the norm. The Continentals we know are a pretty durable tire for you guys, single supplier in GP1 and GP2. Do we anticipate those tires being able to get through the day here? No, I say that pretty emphatically.
Yeah, we're counting on it.
Okay.
A lot of times, we bring our takeoffs back from other events.
Sure.
And, we have a 7-hour race on a set of tires, and then I'll run them for 3 or 4 weekends out here.
Okay. Wow.
So we do see, and this is generally on the lighter cars. The E46 platform's a lot lighter than this.
Sure.
This M2. We are anticipating it. If we're not, we'll be a little bit unprepared. And one of the reasons we choose to run GP1 is because it just reduces our footprint substantially, right? We don't have to have a team of guys to change tires. So we're focused on easy and fun. And so the tire strategy better work for us. Otherwise, we might have a bit of an issue. But yeah, I do think, everyone talks to high deg, but I don't particularly think this track is high deg.
Okay.
Not compared to other surfaces we've been on.
Got it.
So
fascinating.
But this will be great feedback to see what everyone says here. I would call it a medium deg. Like, it's not going to be annihilating tires, in my opinion.
Okay.
Driver-based. Add a lot of wheel,
of course.
add a lot of brake, you're going to start smoking tires.
And a 3,500 pound car is going to handle things differently than
2,800.
obviously. Yeah, exactly. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. No, we appreciate the insight. We tried to piece it together, but none of the people we know that are regularly in WRL have been here before. Been here before, so we don't really know what to expect. We're all kind of learning in real time.
Yeah, I ran the Utah 6-hour on a single set of Continentals, and then they still have more than 50% of the life left on them.
Okay.
So I ran my GP2 car here in another class we call E2. Had a great run, and the car was quick. It's tough. I'm kind of bummed because it's actually quicker than our M2. Yeah, I was running 212s in my GP2 car out here and on Contis, and we're not able to get there in the M4. Got a dust up out there. Anybody have a call on that?
It's on the outside of turn 1. Maybe somebody dropping a wheel.
Nobody stopped, so it has to be. This track is crazy dusty, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And then when it rains, it's crazy muddy.
I believe that.
I love it. We always, in the spring, we have a lot of, it's been months of soaking, and I remember very clearly one car, an Audi R8 Ultra or LMS or whatever, had joined us.
Yep.
They turned it around backwards and backed it off the track, and when they got the car out, put it back in the garage and start cleaning stuff out, they filled up a 55-gallon drum of mud.
I believe that.
That's 450 pounds of mud.
I believe that.
Insane. Well, maybe not that much because water's more solid than dirt, but nonetheless, it was crazy heavy.
Yeah, I believe it. I think this is a great time of year to be out here. I don't know that we need to be playing around in the mud necessarily. Could do it a little cooler maybe, but I'm
Well, you just wait for
annoyed by heat. So.
well, it's dry. We say that, right? It's just dry. It's not terrible, and you just get in the shade, you're fine.
Yeah,
there's some escape for it.
Well, and the other thing too is if there is going to be a little pop-up shower or something, you can see it coming.
Yeah.
Right? Like we saw one yesterday during qualifying. It was something that came over this side of the mountains, and it was just raining out there as it kind of slopes down and drops down the hill. And we're like, oh, yeah, 15, 20 minutes here. I'll take a look. Never made it, obviously.
Yeah, and it's wild. We have a big enough track that we'll have different weather in different sections, so a little bit like the Nürburgring. Yep. So you'll have like really heavy wet up. The Attitudes typically gets wet first for some reason, and then over at Clubhouse Corner, those are usually the first spots to get wet. But yeah, we see it coming, and for the longest time, Utah being so arid, nobody ever had rain tires. The high desert, we never needed them. So it's just not. Because you buy a set of rain tires, they sit in the garage for 6 years unused, and they're gone. Yeah. They're ruined. So we had this. It was interesting. Everybody would watch it. We'd all stand outside the garage, and it would just circle around the facility, and we wouldn't get anything. And so no one bought rain tires. And then finally, the one time it rained, we're all just sliding all over the place. Yeah, sure. Who wants to spend $1,200 on a set of rains that you're going to use? Yeah. So we don't get a ton of rain, and if we go back east, it's probably a disadvantage because all those guys are used to racing in the rain all the time, guys and gals, and we're like, I don't know what this is. Why is it wet in the air?
So I'll let you go here in just a moment. What do you hope to get out of this M2 experience in particular? Because this is kind of the thing we've talked about with you guys for most of the morning. Is just that new car. It's obviously competitive right off the bat. You're a little bit disappointed in it.
I was like, I beg to differ. But yeah, I get what you're saying. We are competitive, at least in the field right now. We're doing well. I think that's more of us working as a team, right? Our guys in the pits are working really hard. Yeah. In the car, the drivers are working really hard. So I think we're just it's hard to keep that up for 8 hours. Like something probably is going to go wrong at some point. Mm-hmm. But it's a great question. What are we looking to get out of the M2 experience? Well, going into the weekend, we were looking forward to just having less work to do. It's a small crew. Yeah. Mostly it's me and Jason wrenching on the car, leading up to events. And
that's just a product of it being a factory-built race car?
Right.
Got it.
Yep. Super reliable in theory, especially being relatively new. It's in great shape. So we're just hoping for a lot less workload. I mean, Road America, 2 years ago or whatever, we're swapping engines in the garage. Yeah. Like out of our we brought a convertible or whatever street car, and then we ended up gutting it for so just maybe less of that. Got it. So we're definitely trying to make that trade-off. Are we enjoying not working on the car or being slow? Which do we?
Sure, back-to-back weekends will give you two different answers. Grass is always greener, sort of thing there. Yeah.
Right. Fair point. Yeah. And if we are really happy with, because again, the car is, it's the nicest pile of garbage yet. Like, it's so nice.
That's a Bavarian pile of garbage. Sure.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's kind of my first time really digging into a factory car. I've run factory cars before, but I've never really had the benefit of working on them. And they just sort of plan for everything. It's amazing. They have a 317-page motorsports manual for it, meaning this is the additional stuff for motorsports only. Yeah. So you want to plug in another data system, well, they've got a port for it allocated already, and they give you the pinout for it, tell you what part numbers to buy for connectors. It's just so thorough.
That's cool.
They do such a great job packaging that car and presenting it to the customer. And I think what we experienced is we did play with it a little bit at NASA Utah last weekend. Sort of in the higher tune settings, where it was designed to work, and it works much better there. On Michelin slicks and at a better power level.
Imagine that. Car works better on slicks with more power. That. Crazy.
Yeah, but I thought it would overload the shocks. It's the weirdest thing. Going to the street tires, the car just really wipes out the rebound, the shock damping. We can't keep up with it. So, in their defense, BMW did a great job. It's a fantastic car. It really is, and we've been really happy, with the car. Just, it would definitely could be better for us in our driving styles.
What does the rest of the season for Zaylers look like with that all in mind?
I think this might be the last round for Zaylus. Jason's this year potentially. Yep. Jason's got his, he's really focused a lot on his family and his kids, and
of course,
trying to be really supportive of that. Every time we start talking race cars, I'm like, maybe we should go hang out with the kids this weekend. Yeah. That sounds a lot nicer than wrenching on the car. So this might be the only round for Jason this weekend. We'll talk a little bit more after the weekend. Blaze Racing's asked me to come and join them at Sebring and Watkins Glen soon, and then Sebring after that.
Very nice.
I drove with them at Daytona, and they were, we had a really great time, and so I'm excited to go back and work for them again. They made some big improvements to the car, as we can see. They've done a great job.
I actually haven't talked to them. I haven't seen Scott in a while, actually, come to think of it. But you wonder, okay, well, they're based here. Is that just knowing Utah and knowing the layout and the track and its little idiosyncrasies, or are they making real progress on the car? It sounds like they're making real progress.
Yeah,
that's cool.
That's cool. It's not that home track advantage isn't there, but they've made a bunch of progress on the car and worked really hard. Even over the Genesis over this past year has been huge. Mm-hmm. So they've made great progress, and I'm real proud of them. Hopefully I get to go race them a little bit more today. I had a good time out there with Zach for a couple of laps.
Doesn't seem like these gaps are going any one direction or the other, so I'm sure next time you're out there.
Yeah, Yeah,
That's cool.
We got a lot of racing left, and we're looking forward to it. Keep our heads down and just stay on target, right?
Absolutely.
That's the mission. Yeah, I wanted to pop in, say hi, and welcome you guys to the home region, and
Appreciate it.
Be so
Thanks
thankful
for having us. We will. It sounded yesterday in the drivers' meeting like RJ was pretty committed to coming back here and doing this all again. So,
Great.
If we can get the entry counts up just a little bit and kind of fill the field out and make this a marquee type event coming out west, I think it'd be really, really cool. And certainly the track, the facilities, and the reception I think we've all received here has supported that for the future. So
that's perfect. And
you guys do great.
You know, I think we have 3 Utah teams out there. The Singlers are out in GTO and they're M4 doing a great job. And we've got Blaze up front in GP1 and ourselves there somewhere behind Blaze. So yeah. So I'd like to see a few more Utah folks get geared up for it.
Sure.
But, I'll work on that for 2026 if we have a commitment. I think I can get them going a lot. We've tried to add another endurance round earlier in the season to try to just generate more momentum for endurance racing in Utah. Yeah. So we're doing our part here, trying to build it up too. So,
awesome. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. Certainly, 2026 schedule should be coming out relatively soon. Sounds like Utah, this will be something we get to do again next year. And keep up the great work out here, guys. We really enjoyed being out here.
Perfect. Well, thanks so much for having me. And
Matt Guyver, thank you, sir. Well, stepped on your own cable. That'll get you.
All right, sign out.
Okay, bye. Matt. You can't. There you go. Yeah, just flip that over. There you go. Nailed it. 10 out of 10. No notes. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Okay, thanks. Ryan.
Brendan.
Hi.
Hi there.
Cleared halfway.
We have cleared halfway. We're in a pit cycle.
Yes, we are. JT Tammy, not here.
JT Tammy, gone. He's out of here. Hoping JT comes back so I can go make myself a sandwich.
Yeah, he'll be back.
They always say.
You're big on sandwiches, I've noticed.
So there's a there's a podcast I listen to that is ostensibly a sports podcast where they also talk about a lot of lefty politics as well. And one of the recurring bits, because one of the hosts is from like New Jersey, New York type area, is they always get into a discussion about boar's head sandwiches from the deli. And like, I've decided that's really my favorite part, is like just talking sandwich, man. Like, you just...
Is that a personality? Is talking sandwich a personality?
I think so. I think being a sandwich guy is kind of a personality. There's so many different types of delis out there to go to. You've got your like traditional Italian, traditional quote unquote, your traditional New York Italian deli, where it's all sopressata and capicola and provolone. You get this big sort of preserved vegetables tasty sandwich. Or you get, like the normie expression of that would be like a Jersey Mike's, obviously. But then you're getting into more of like a sub. You've got the boar's head delis at grocery stores like Publix, for example. They make a really good sandwich out of the boar's head meats, but it's a little bit more normal, quote unquote. You get more turkey, you get more ham, you get more roast beef with cheddar, things like that. And so there's really not a lot that delivers the same amount of mouthfeel and the same variety of flavors as a sandwich.
Mouthfeel.
Yeah, mouthfeel.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Unrelated to that.
Sure. That's too bad.
If you were to see a race recap at roughly halfway, not necessarily on screen at the moment, we're not there yet, would you want to know who's leading a race effectively or who's leading a race actually? At the exact moment at halfway. Yeah, I think I'm there with you.
Or wait until wait to do the recap until the pit cycle is over, and then do it. Brendan, are you generating this by hand or no?
Yep.
Recap. What was that?
Well, not for the screen, but for Brendan's pulling double duty on the social medias this weekend.
Got it. Yeah, I would wait until it was more,
Oh, the lead has changed. Well, the effective lead has changed hands in GTO again. It is now a 1.177 second margin difference between the 70 and the 119.
All right.
But I have to do a lot of typing here.
Do the thing. Have to do the socials.
Yeah. I mean, you got to engage, right?
Engage with the people. Speaking of the people, chat. What do we got going? Chat, what's your favorite sandwich? What's the name of your favorite sandwich place, and what's on the sandwich? I want to see some sandwich takes here. We've got a diverse fan base from across the country, across the world even, and I think of the sandwich as being like a pretty universal thing across cultures. So I want to hear about your favorite sandwich in your hometown or near your work. That's like your go-to, just like excellent, tasty thing.
I love that we've now admitted to doing engagement stuff in the chat, and the first topic you came up with was sandwich. I love that.
Look, I just talked about it. It's genuine. Like, you know, I'm not just making stuff up for clicks.
Sure.
Brendan, what's your favorite sandwich place?
I don't think I have a favorite sandwich place anymore. I used to. Well, okay. If we're gonna
real quick, Mike Anderson says In-N-Out double. That's not what I'm talking about. It's a hamburger.
My favorite sandwich is a hot dog.
And a Philly is like borderline not what I'm talking about either. I'll accept that because it comes on like a sub roll.
It's a sub, yeah.
But like that's not really what I'm talking about. But I'll accept Philly cheesesteak.
I love a buffalo chicken finger sub. I really do.
You got to get it from Publix, man.
I love it. I love it in parm hoagie as well.
Okay.
If we're talking like lunch meats only,
sure.
Yeah, probably just your Italian. You know,
it's just straight up.
Oh no, what am I talking about? Chicken salad. I love chicken salad.
You like chicken salad?
I love chicken salad.
Hate chicken salad.
No, man, I'm all the way.
Can't stand it. I'm out on chicken salad.
I love chicken salad. Why? What happened? Who hurt you?
Because the chicken salad I've had, they always put like the sweet, like they're almost like using like Miracle Whip or some nonsense.
Oh, yeah,
like,
no, that's terrible. You can't do that. You
like
need mayonnaise?
You get a tuna salad, you're always going to get like a salty, maybe lightly vinegary, but like still kind of acerbic, and you can get the sweetness from other stuff. But the chicken salad I've always had doesn't have that same like fishiness to it. It's just not the same.
No, straight mayonnaise, some celery. You throw a little bit of like celery salt in there if you want. That's fine. We have a guest, and I'm trying to type, and we're having a sandwich conversation. This is
all right.
Let's grab a
guest
my friend.
Let's get the guest in.
We'll have you handle some of this, Ryan. This is actually pretty good timing if we let this all play out. I genuinely don't know when the last time we talked to you was.
Oh man, that would be a great question. Probably 2023.
I think so.
Yeah,
it was a long time ago. It's Carter Peace.
Carter Peace. All right.
Out of the number 1. Yep, the blue one.
Yeah, the blue one.
With a little bit of dirt on it, I noticed, Carter.
Yeah, that's a bit my fault. I just was setting it a little too hard in qualifying there. It was one of those oversteers into snap understeer.
Over here at turn 3?
At turn 3, and it just went off track there. Recovered pretty well. Didn't make as big of a mess as I thought it would.
I was genuinely concerned. Like, I've driven my rental car out through some of those weeds this weekend, and it's rough, man.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It definitely is. And the one thing that I learned my lesson really quick was when cleaning it out, just put on some gloves because the thorns on those bushes that you pick up were really sharp. So
they stick in your socks tremendously well, let me tell you.
Yeah, so learned my lesson there, but we've kept it on track so far this morning, and we're showing some pretty good pace here, running, I think, P4 last I checked in class.
Yeah, we chatted
behind the automatics and
that's exactly where you are. Yep. That's exactly where you are. We chatted with Brad yesterday a little bit between the qualifying sessions, not on the air or anything. We were just talking. And it seemed that the round 3 approach this weekend was probably just going to be get out there, do the same lap time forever, turn the laps, and see where the positions shake out. Not necessarily going for raw pace.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Especially when there's high-speed corners like we have here at turns 2, 3, and the one that's right before the chicane there. I forget the number. Like 7. Yeah,
yep.
7. So when you have high-speed corners like that, and it's really easy to have a moment, and there would be some dire consequences if you go off track. And we have that really short turnaround between here and Watkins, like 10 days.
Yeah,
10.
Even shorter for you guys. You got to haul it.
We got to haul all the way back to Joliet and then get all the prep done. So really it's going to be about 2 weeks for us to get prep done. So we're just trying to be nice to the car so we don't have as much work to do to set up for Watkins. So that's always in the back of our head as well.
Sure, understood. Let's talk a little bit more big picture stuff. Last time we talked to you, I think you were still racing Caymans? Boxsters?
Yep. So I was still with the Boxster. Actually, I was doing the 701 Cayman stuff as well.
Yep.
And then since then, I had gone to the 997.
Right.
And also had the one-off with the BMW M4 at Road America before they sold the car. And yeah, then eventually I got a call in the middle of the year last year. Brad was saying, hey, we're going to go to some NPO1s. What do you think? You'll be our coach and data guy, and you'll be the lead guy for that. And what do you think? I was like, that sounds like a blast.
You didn't even have to talk him into it. He just said, hey, you're the guy. What do you think?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
cool.
So I was really, for him to have that confidence in me was really fulfilling there.
Yeah.
And then eventually it was the deal worked out with Stratus and Sebico. Then they sent me out to Putnam Park.
Yep.
And I believe it was 164 laps in 2 days of testing.
163 laps at Putnam Park, too many.
Yeah.
That's a lot of laps.
It was a ton of laps. Actually, I learned the importance of a carbon crash helmet too. So I had the fiberglass helmet, which is just really heavy.
Yeah.
And by the end of it, my neck was really feeling. Because at Putnam, it's a lot of high-speed corners, a lot of high-speed to the right. Really not many high-speed left corners, but the right side of my neck, because of like all the force that I'm trying to maintain with my helmet, there was I was really sore. So after that, I got a Stilo carbon fiber helmet just for the season. So and it's been a blast driving these cars, and it's really fun. It's a very visceral experience. You know, the vibrations are so strong, and when you're sending it through the corners at like 20, 30 mile an hour faster than you usually would in a GT car, that is a rush, I tell you.
First time in a downforce car?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. It was first, so I did the Lucas Oil Racing School back in 2019, 2020.
Oh, wow.
But that
Not
was
a downforce car.
Not a downforce car at all. So that was like the only Formula car, light car experience that I had, because after that it was straight to the Boxsters in GP3. So this is the first time I've had a really light car with a ton of downforce on it.
Sure. What's that development process like? Follow-on question to that. What is your kind of background there leading into that kind of process? You're going in a little bit blind. You've never driven the NPO1, never driven downforce, and the call is, hey, we want you to be our coach. We want you to do all this development work on the car. That's a tall task. Just kind of talk us through what that experience was like for you and how that's gone since day one with the NPO1s.
Yeah, so we have to give a lot of credit to Stratus. They're really good at data sharing. Dakota and Ben Waddell, they're really good guys to lean on when it comes to information. For example, like I had about 3-4 pages of notes after 2 days of testing at Putnam Park, and they were just showing me how everything works. Their cars are a little bit different from ours. Ours have paddle shifting versus their regular motorcycle style gear shift. So, but it's been really nice to lean on them when it comes to like attitude of the car and just learning what the characteristics are, especially for guys transitioning from GT cars to these. Most of the guys have that problem of just overslowing into a corner, holding onto that brake too much. And the biggest thing, and I think Mo talked about this with you guys at Road America, was it's only 190 horsepower. So you're back on throttle so quick in these cars, and it's just really hard to wrap your head around that until you get enough seat time. So that's just the big thing when trying to teach new people how to drive this car.
Was it a matter of, okay, you've got your head wrapped around it, you feel like you're kind of getting the most out of the car and the platform, and then you just go on to teaching, like you said, teaching and coaching other drivers up, or are you also still actively trying to develop the car, the platform, and push you guys a little bit closer to maybe where the Stratus guys are at the moment?
Yeah, we're always developing here and there. A lot of the thing is, even though Stratus gives us all their notes and recommendations for adjustments, we're still finding what works best for us and our drivers, because Stratus, like, you have Dakota, Ben, Jason, those guys that are all top tier drivers, and they just know how to drive that car to the ragged edge. So what we're trying to do is just make it a little bit more comfortable for our clients to drive and also still have that good pace. So we're just trying to figure out best ways to roll speed through corners still, and we're seeming to figure it out pretty quick here. We're having a little bit of an off weekend, but again, we're taking it easy because of that quick turnaround. Also, one thing that has really affected us here is this high elevation has made the downforce not nearly as effective as it usually is. Yeah. So that's something that's caught us out a little bit. We'll have to do some adjustments tonight. That's just really something we didn't foresee because, a lot of the guys that are wrenches on the car, they haven't done NPO1 or high downforce stuff yet either. So it's a learning process, not just for me, but for everybody that's involved.
What kind of adjustability do you have as far as aero plus suspension, plus tire pressures? I mean, there's a lot of things that are obviously...
Oh, we got a car off over there at turn 3.
Way off and backwards, it appears.
Oh, is that the Mercedes?
It looks like it might. You have better eyes than I do, man. That's impressive. Let's see and wait and see what the race control log says.
Yeah, it looks like
off for the 111 a couple of laps ago over there. Oh, and another bit of dust there on the outside of turn 6 as well from Stoic.
Yep, just
40.
two
Yeah,
tires.
Mercedes. Dang, dude. Impressive driver. Yeah, no kidding, right? That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I spent a couple laps behind him. I know what that Mercedes looks like. So.
Yeah, and it is now the dust is cleared. We have it on camera there at the exit of 4. Yeah, turn 4 as well. Yeah. So what does that process look like? Talking with the engineers and the guys and girls who are wrenching on the car and formulating a plan that I think you make that next step going into tomorrow.
Yeah. So. We'll use this weekend as an example here. So usually we have our baseline setup that we just go to every track with, just so we have consistency when it comes to feel for the car, especially for a newer track, because nobody on our team has been to this track before, so we all know what to expect out of the car. And then we start tuning things to meet track-specific needs, whether it's hot or cold, things like that. So adjustments will include the gurney flap on the back. Well, we'll start with aero first. So the rear wing is really adjustable. A lot of different angles that you can put it at, different locations for bolts. Gurney flaps, we have different size gurney flaps even then. And then there's times where we don't run the gurney at all, like at Daytona, because you don't need a big parachute like that on the back at Daytona. Yeah. There's really not too much adjustment on the front end. Usually what we'll do is like a rake adjustment. So like if you're trying to get more overall downforce, lower the front, raise the rear to make it just like a wedge going through the air there. We have bump stiffness, rebound, and compression. Actually, it's bump and compression, actually, for stiffnesses there that we can adjust in the suspension. We also do ride height, camber, all the usual stuff that you'll find on a car. We have dialed in quite a bit more camber this weekend than we were actually originally planning on, but it's really worked with getting that front end to be really reactive going into the corner. So we're really happy with that. And then always sway bars as well. We can we'll run a little bit stiffer on the sway bars too. And I think that's because of that downforce that we're missing right now. We'll be definitely dialing in a little bit more for tomorrow.
Are you guys in communication with the automatic guys as well, or is it basically you guys funneling into Stratus and you and automatic are kind of in competition with each other now?
So at the beginning it was a lot of sharing there, and we still share quite a bit actually. Sure. So it's really a collaborative effort between us, Stratus, and automatic. Automatic sharing what they find that works, us sharing as well, and Stratus just sharing what they find works because it always works for them. So it's really been a great collaborative effort for all three teams there, and we're hoping to see the field expand more into next year. I've heard rumors, can't confirm anything about people coming in next year, but I'm hoping to see the class grow for sure.
It's open throttle with the VW Fun Cup. That's
I saw that. Was that Mid-Ohio? You guys put that rendering up or something?
We did it in Mid-Ohio. I think we did it again at Road America as well. And that image lives forever.
And does Gorman still own 69 as the number? Does he still own that number?
I don't know exactly what went down there. He kind of explained it to us, but I wasn't following closely enough to really understand what he was talking about. So possibly, I think it was on the graphic. So we'll see what happens. I'm worried he's trending away from the green, though. We might have to go with like his beige or whatever his new.
Oh yeah, that retirement beige.
Beige. That's the one
on that BMW.
Yeah.
We saw that first. They did Daytona. And we were like, did somebody's passenger rental car just make it onto the track?
But weird. Same thing with the Captain America car. I don't know what that's all about. I don't like it. Big continuity guy. Speaking of continuity, I think one of the real hallmarks of Round 3 racing, since we've been involved with WRL since 2021, is obviously there's a ton of continuity within the team, right? Yes, the cars have changed, the programs have changed, the mission has changed to some degree. Going from a full-on driver development platform across every class to now kind of specializing in the GTU class and bringing both young and new, but let's say older drivers into the fold and coaching them up to a downforce type car. The mission has changed slightly, but we're seeing a lot of the same faces. I remember interviewing you and Hannah Grisham together back at Road Atlanta in like 2021. Our first season there, up in the tower.
Man, what a throwback that was.
It sure was, but it kind of sticks out in my mind because I think you guys were both literal children when we had that conversation. But we see a lot of the same faces coming back to Round 3 racing and drivers getting quicker and more confident. And, Hannah is going on and doing other things and, has a career of hers. We haven't talked to you lately. A little bit less in the spotlight, maybe. But obviously you keep coming back, and you've obviously grown and developed both as a driver and as a professional. What's the Carter Peace experience been like for the last couple of years? Are you pleased with where things have landed here, and what's it all about?
I'm definitely pleased. So getting into racing when I moved up to cars back in 2019, 2020,
Yeah.
I really realized pretty quickly that it takes a ton of funding in order to be able to go to the next level. So I was able to make my peace really quickly that I wasn't going to be going to IndyCar or anything like that really soon. And so I saw the pathway to being a driver coach really start to materialize there. And that's where I got connected with Brad originally as a customer or a client to the team, and then really honed my craft there and got to the point where Brad was comfortable with having me on as a coach. And that's really where I think I would flourish as in a career in motorsports, for example. So it's a hard industry to get started in.
Okay.
And it's you will definitely find your place if you work hard enough. I do want to give a shout out, since you brought her up, shout out to Hannah though for just the development of her craft and her career that she has made. I'm so impressed with what she has done, and we had her back actually at Road Atlanta this year.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she was teammates with me and Brad in the one car, and she got up to pace so quickly. It was like she had not missed a step at all, and I was really impressed with the pace that she showed. And then, although she had an issue, it was on Sunday, I had gotten in the car after she had gotten out, and like her laps were a little bit off pace. I'm like, that's not really like Hannah. And then I get in the car, and all of a sudden I hit the brakes, the car darts left. I'm like, there is something broken on this car, and she's just been driving it, and she's just not a person to complain.
Sure.
So she's just dealing with it. I'm like, guys, I got a box here. And then they brought out the tire pressure gauge. The left front had gone flat, and she just dealt with it. And, then we got the tire replaced, and then we were back on pace. But I just want to give a shout out to Hannah for all that she's done. But anyways, back to the development for my career. It's been a lot of hard work, and unfortunately, like, as you get a little bit, like, I'm only 28, I'm not that old, but like in racing terms, that's pretty old already. You have to start focusing on a career. I have a girlfriend who I've been dating for quite some time, trying to buy a house eventually. You know, it's just stuff like that in the real world, unfortunately, gets in the way. So it's just, when you can take all the racing that you can, you just try to keep that career going as much as you can. And I'm hoping to keep going for quite a few more years. You know, it's just sometimes life can get in the way. So we'll have to see what happens at the end of the year.
All right. Well, I would certainly love for you to stick around for a while. You know,
yes.
You've been one of the constants in the WRL. We've seen, you know, some change since the early years. Obviously, there was a big upheaval in GTO a couple of years ago. It's cycled back through. We're still running GT4 cars, but a lot of the teams have gone on to do other things. You know, but round 3 and your name in particular has been one of the real constants over the last couple of years. It's cool to watch you, you know, come back time and time again, different cars, different platforms, your adaptability, and obviously your consistency, not just for yourself, but in getting your teammates up to speed is commendable as well. So, yeah, really cool stuff, Carter, and certainly hope you see you back frequently in the years to come.
Oh, yeah, likewise, man. So we'll be at Watkins, we'll be at Sebring, we'll be at Coda. So we'll definitely be going to these last 3 races. You're really excited to see how this car handles Watkins. That one I'm really looking forward to. Sebring.
Were you not there? Oh, well, obviously you guys didn't run last year.
Oh, yeah, we ran Watkins. We didn't run GTU. So we were in the, I was in the 605 Boxster. That was our last race with the Boxster, actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, in GP3. So just got some laps around Watkins there. I'm really excited to see how the NPO1 handles that. It seemed like Stratus had a great time. Like they had 1 overall, I believe.
Well, it's a lot like here, right? It's a lot of medium to high speed corners.
Yeah,
third, fourth gear, and I just trust the grip, right? Trust the downforce.
And that's that's the hardest thing with this car, especially for the newer guys learning the car, just trusting that grip, especially at the high speed stuff. Because if like a moment happens, it's going to be a big spin. Luckily, you're not going that fast, and you can really get the car under control, and the street tires are really forgiving and all that, but learning that trust when it comes to the high speed, I'm really looking forward to Watkins for that reason. And then Coda was our first race in the NPO1, so it would be nice to have prior experience at that track, and we'll see if we can get that top step of the podium. Maybe we'll see. I just hope it's not as cold and rainy as it was last year, let me tell you.
Well, you know, I just mentioned that earlier. Now that we've both said it on the air to an audience, I think we're doomed to another cold and rainy weekend. I think we've just kind of hosed ourselves.
We'll have to see. Because I don't mind it because I'm the designated rain guy on the team. Every time it's rained, I've led the class.
You'd have done about 13 hours last year if that were the case. If that's the case.
So, like for example, Mid Ohio this year, I led Eagles Canyon. I was in the lead there. And then we were in the lead overall at Barber, but that wasn't rain. That was just a track that suits this car really well. That track is a blast in this car, I tell you. And then same with Road Atlanta.
I bet, man.
When you're going through the S's in Atlanta, just flat.
Yeah.
And it just you turn the wheel, it goes. You turn it back, it's just right there. So much grip. I loved Atlanta in this car. It's just an amazing experience.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, we hope to see you back. We'll let you go and go be down with your teammates and enjoy your time out of the car. You get back in before the end of the day?
We'll have to see. Brad's going to try to finish up the race, which would be close to 3 hours, and he's just not sure if the heat's going to be too much, so he said just stay suited up just in case he's not feeling.
And who's in the car now?
Mark Lacourt is he's a lifelong friend of Brad's. Not lifelong, but been friends with Brad for several years. They had never raced with each other. Mark is out of LA, so this is his closest race for WRL, and Brad was like, hey, this will be our first chance to race together. Why don't you come on out? And Mark was like, absolutely.
Very cool.
It's a really cool story that they've just known each other for so long, and now it's finally their first time racing together.
Very nice.
So,
we'll let you enjoy your time out of the car, Carter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Be well.
Yep.
And
you as well.
yeah, good luck. Mr. West.
Tragedy has struck in GP2, Brendan.
Uh-oh. Garage 66?
Excuse me. The Garage 66 car is in the paddock. Has been for some time now.
Do we know what happened?
No. But we do know that promotes the pride of Maple Plain, Minnesota into the lead in GP2 by 2 laps over Palomar Racing. That's going to be the number 21 of North Loop Motorsports, laying down some lap times, going to the pit lane right now.
Sims by Racers in the YouTube chat was making comments about the whole team being from Minnesota. I was like, listen, if there's one thing I know about North Loop Motorsports, the whole team is from Minnesota.
It's a Minnesota team, man. They're holding it down.
It is one of the things that I know.
Their engineer, I don't know if he's still with the team this weekend or not, but their engineer now has a job, I think, in Indianapolis working for a race team somewhere. So they're going to be putting some fuel in the car. It looks like they might be doing a driver change. No, I think they were just walking around the side there. You're going to clean the window. So a very consistent run from North Loop so far. That's kind of their claim to fame here. They can run the car consistently. When they're not on a run of having bad motors, the car is pretty reliable and can take the fight to anybody in GP2. Indeed, they were the GP2 National Championships a few years ago. One of them pointed out the other day, they said, if you just came into WRL a year or two ago, you would think that we barely show up and that we're actually bad at this because we haven't done very well for some time with all the reliability issues we keep running into, because they kept getting, like I said, a string of bad motors they had problems with, but they seem to have found their footing this season, and they're back on top where they always had been.
Do you or they ever really consider what the experience would be like if they still had the car they rode up at Road America a few years ago?
They do still have that car.
Oh, I didn't. I thought it was gone.
No. They kept it. They had just got that one back from the body shop. That was the one that they had wrote off. And then
I thought it was a write-off.
I was there when they were welding the new horns on the front end, on the chassis. That car got rebuilt, and then it was wrecked again. And so they kept this orange car. But my understanding is that blue car still exists, is to my knowledge, but it's been some time since I was there.
I just remember them kind of bursting onto the scene there up at Road America, and it just crushed it on Saturday, had the accident on Sunday, and you're like, well, that was maybe the best car in the field, just that's gone now.
But they went to this orange car that was like a...
It was just a Spec E46, right?
It's a Spec E46, but it was there's Moorhead and somebody else had it before, 2 big race shops had messed with it before. I think it had done really well in NASA in Spec E46. This orange one's a really good car also, which is the car they finished the championship with. So they've been around in circles with that other one quite a bit.
Oh, sure.
But this is the car that stays in the contention here. But my understanding is they still have both chassis. Last time I was there, they had both. So, for whatever that's worth,
Got the off-leash cars together, headed down the front straight.
Indeed.
The 808 and the 40. Down in GP1, by the way, Zalus has cycled back through into the race lead.
Yep,
7.9 seconds clear of Blaze.
Battle of Utah.
Another 45 seconds back to BSR, and then 3.5 seconds back to TC Design. So the top 4 fight will not let up. Incidentally, Ginger Racing, P5, in the number 46. That is your GP1 championship leader. They're 9, I believe it's 9 points clear. You can go back and look at the graphic, or the standings. 9 points clear of second place in the GP1 West Chamber. 8 points clear, 56 to 48. Then, second place, BSR Racing on 48, Palomar 38 on 47, TC Klein 112, who's not here, on 45, Blaze Racing 118 on 43. So there is an opportunity here. Oh, as the 38 Palomar comes back out. Fantastic. Fresh diff and all.
Beautiful.
There is an opportunity here for some swings in the power struggle at the top of GP1, particularly if you're Blaze Racing, and I suppose for BSR as well, being within shouting distance there, that Ginger number 46, who's just at the back end of the top 5 at the moment. 5th place is still a good finish, but remember, we're awarding bonus points for it being a championship round. Obviously, there's an extra point there as well for it being a high count grid.
Right.
And then, yeah, two race finishes, points finishes to come this weekend at a time where not a lot of cars have droppable results.
Yes.
Because the Midwest races tend to be a little bit lower subscribed. So we do tend to get these bigger swings in the point standings late in the season in the Midwest as opposed to the East, and I think that's potentially on the cards here in GP1, which is why we haven't really attacked the specific scenarios, is because today we're awarding 14 points for a race win in a deep field, with Ginger Racing being like just on the backside of contending.
Right.
Can lead to a big swing today that sets us up for something potentially pretty wild coming into tomorrow.
I agree. I think if we continue our westward expansion, it would be cool to have 3 divisions. There's my hot take. You do it like baseball, you have an East, a Central, and a West.
I have a broadcast PR-friendly approach to this answer, or to this question, or theory.
Yes.
And I have a personal take on how that should all go, or could all go.
Sure. Let's hear it.
And after my rant earlier, reporting interesting things, I'm not sure which direction I want to go here. I think that there is an opportunity with this rule set to make a big splash in a West Coast footprint.
Oh, yeah.
If
the cars are here. There's
but it takes a commitment, because I think teams are going to want to feel like they're getting the value out of adapting their cars to a rule set that doesn't really apply other places. Yes. Like the NASA Utah guys here can take their whatever class car, and I'm not a real NASA guy, I got to be honest. So
GTS,
sure,
whatever. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
SU, I don't know, whatever. Name your class, right?
E2,
and
E1,
and
E2,
E3. Go out to High Plains, go out to Button Willow, and run that car wherever they want, because it's an interesting track, and they can go get some experience without really having to do anything. Here, and to be honest, even in other, let's say, lower endurance series that isn't quite just at the level that WRL is at the moment, you can take that lower class car, not make very many changes to it, and go be mid-pack to reasonably competitive in one of those classes.
Right.
Because it serves a broader range of cars and car performance levels, that they'll find a place for you to go. You can go to that place and you can be reasonably competitive. With WRL, I mean, even at the GT4 level, GTO level, you have to adapt your GT4 car to GTO spec for it to be properly at the pointy end of GTO. And we've had that conversation with like Kingpin and those guys over the course of the season. Anyway, that is all to say that I think if you're going to do the West Coast thing with the WRL rule set as it's currently written, I think you need to just do the WRL. You need to do the West Coast thing. Right? Create, like you say, a regional series that's based around encouraging people to go to Buttonwillow, Thunderhill, Utah, Portland, Pacific, Ridge, right? Start with those 6. And I'm not saying that, like, WRL is going to expand to 6 West Coast races next year because I'm not WRL. I'm Brendan, and I'm DriversEye Live. But
it'd be sick, though.
But it would be. It would be. And I think that's how you encourage more people who are based in this part of the country, who are still making really dang long tows to races, by the way.
Yeah, I think people undersell how big the West Coast is. This is not going from North
Carolina to Ohio.
Yeah.
Right?
So it was funny. Here, let me look real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
They described the guys at Hyperion described Bend, Oregon to Salt Lake City as not that bad of a tow. I'm like, it's still pretty far.
Yeah,
like,
it's
not
far.
that close.
The equivalent tow on the East Coast is way longer than you think it is.
Oh, right.
And people still regularly get that East Coast adaptation wrong. Seem to remember Joseph Mudrock a few years ago saying it was only like a 2.5-hour drive from VIR to Chattanooga. It's like, no, no, sir. I think we're towing, is it El Diablo we're towing out of the back gate? Over at turn, there's a bright green car under tow, chartreuse almost, out the back door at turn 5 and coming around the ring road of the circuit, and I think that's El Diablo.
That's
in the
too
number
bad.
48. For a car and a team that have as many class wins over a 25-hour span as they do, surprising to see that car grind it off after 4 hours.
Towing from Bend, Oregon. I'm sorry, Brent. I just want to put on this. Towing from Bend, Oregon to Salt Lake City is basically like towing to VIR from Chicago. Like, it's not close. it's a 9-hour drive to get from Bend to Salt Lake City. At least they're already across the desert. Like, they don't have to go through the mountains so much.
That is actually,
but it's the other side of the Great Basin.
That is a lower number than I thought it would be, but it's far.
It's far, and it's empty. It's far and empty.
Yeah.
You can go 703 if you want to go through Nevada. Do you want to go through Boise or do you want to go through Elko?
Yeah.
Which God only knows why you'd go through.
But
I know why you would, because that's freeway the whole way, whereas this trip down from Boise is less freeway, I think. No, they have the 84. Yeah.
Back to a point you just made. You said the cars are out here. They absolutely are.
Yeah.
Right? You look at car counts in other endurance series, in WERC, I mean, whatever. Right? And even just in sprint-based road racing. You're absolutely right. The cars are here. It's encouraging them, as Mike Anderson says in the chat, it's a significant change to bring a car to this rule set. It absolutely is. And if people are going to make that investment, or they're going to make the effort to do that, and make it, or try and make it competitive, WRL, to WRL rules specifically, then that needs to kind of become that car, that team's primary focus.
Right.
And with 2, arguably 3 races a year, depending on how scheduled things shake out in the future, I don't know that that's going to be enough. This year it was 2. I think you maybe need to look at making a bigger splash there. Again, not the opinions of World Racing League, strictly Brendan and DriversEye Live talking here. That's where I would kind of look to the future and say, okay, if WRL is going to become a national series where we're able to pull from every part of the country, you do need to have a meaningful enough footprint and a meaningful enough amount of track time in towable regions and towable multiple times a year regions in this part of the country. And
I think the idea of WRL having COTA as this like anchor national championship date is good, because that is in the middle. Yep. I think people will tow from the West Coast to COTA. I think that's a big enough draw. It's close enough.
Yeah.
For Southern California, it's not too terrible. But if you're like an Oregon or a Northern California or a Washington or an Idaho entrant, like that's still pretty far.
Yeah.
But like if you're an LA based, San Diego based, like less awful.
Yeah.
I agree. I think a West Coast series of 3 to 6 races gets you there. I think that there are cars that are GP1 or GP2 adjacent that wouldn't take a ton of effort to get to go from one class to the other, to go back and forth, whether that's with ballast or with taking aero off or adding aero, I think you could get a car that was close-ish without a ton of changes.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the GTO, you're making a commitment for sure, and that's tough to get somebody excited about. But GP1 and GP2, I think it's there for the taking. And like you said, you want to make sure that it's consistent enough that your investment is going to have a return in terms of
absolutely
you'll be able to run that race in a couple years still. It'll be fine, etc.
Well, or I mean, not just that. It's I have this car that's not going to be competitive in NASA anymore. Am I going to get my 6, 7, 8 race weekends a year out of it like I want to?
Right.
Do I have a place to go with it, or have I just built myself out of West Coast Amateur Endurance Series? Have I built myself out of...
That's one of our clients, Brendan, that their rule set hits this pretty close.
Yeah, very, very true.
Couple of
we can call them out. The POC.
Yeah, the POC, yeah. The
Porsche
POC classing, that's pretty darn close to this.
Yeah.
And they've run here before.
Yep.
Steve and the town.
We found
brothers.
I saw the year in review book 2023 over there at the livery building yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And then that goes back to the discussion we were having earlier about having like a unipowered weight rule set and how close does it get to WRL, where do they diverge, and can you work with that divergence and still have people go compete in multiple things. Rule 1 racing was a WRL competitor, right?
Yep.
Car number 181, Porsche Cayman, built really, really well. I remember that car being at Road Atlanta and being super, super competitive.
Yep.
Just saw it at Laguna Seca about a month ago.
And it was at Willow Springs couple months prior. Yeah, that's still a good car.
Yep.
And there's a lot of cars like that in that paddock that are built for that class, that are built well.
Theoretically, theoretically, if we were to go further west, that car would be just about ready to go for WRL GTO competition. Like it does fit well. Downside to that is got to be a Porsche, right? So you kind of need these other series, or you need more races,
right?
And I think that's ultimately going to be where this kind of West Coast development that we've got going in the WRL at the moment is going to succeed or fail.
I agree. I think that having the nice part about running at Thunderhill or Sonoma or Laguna is they're in the same region.
Yeah.
So it gives you a little bit of latitude, and like same thing with all the Southern California tracks to some extent. I don't think people are going to toe out for Buttonwillow, but I think if you establish a presence at Willow Springs, and then one season you go, hey, listen, we like doing the West Coast, but we're not really up to paying for Willow this many times a year, we're going to go to Spring Mountain, or we're going to go to Chuckwalla. People are going to say, hey, you know what, they're at least trying. They're still coming. They're still trying to, bring the series here. Same thing with, if WRL chooses to go to Northern California and they go to, say, Sonoma. And it's like, hey, we're paying, what's the SMI? Not SMI. Who owns Sonoma? It's Speedway, right?
Yeah,
it is SMI. Yeah. Okay, yeah. We're paying SMI too much money, but we'll go to Thunderhill. But hey, we got a Laguna date. We got a loud Laguna date, which is rare. You would still get people who are like, hey, they are invested in staying. It's not going to be like Lucky Dog, where each track gets the race 3 times, like where you get a Thunderhill date, a Sonoma date, a Laguna date. It's going to be one of those probably if you were to do it. But at least you're regionally relevant. Same with the PIR and some of those, up further north. That as long as you're staying within a 3-hour radius, I think you're going to keep the same local people coming, and it's a commitment. Yeah. So that's where I think that like a 3-race West Coast calendar makes a little bit of sense. And then maybe you have a wild card where like, hey, this year we're going to run Pacific and PIR. Or this year we're going to run Laguna and Thunderhill. Or this year we're going to run Chuckwalla and Willow Springs. And then each of the other regions gets 1 race. You could work something out like that, and I think you could get people excited about showing up and running at this level of, racing.
So, yes, agreed. I think the one thing that the West Coast struggles with, and this is no fault of anybody's, the bucket list type tracks tend to exist east, right? You got to go there, right? I genuinely, the only one left on the West Coast might be Laguna.
It's Laguna, and I think that Willow Springs is going to become a bucket list track.
I agree with that. Yeah, so we had that discussion at, it was qualifying at Road America. I think we had the Willow Springs chat. I agree with you.
Where right now, like, it holds a historic place, like, in people's hearts. Like, if you watched any of the casuals who watched the Ford versus Ferrari, Willow Springs is a big part of that.
Yep.
And so
100%.
That's now in the culture. The problem is when you go to these modern tracks and it's these like historically set movies, they have to erect these like temporary buildings that look old and kind of dress it up to look old.
Not at Willow.
They didn't really have to do that at Willow Springs.
No,
like, that's just how it looks all the time. So I think with that changing now, it becomes a more viable travel opportunity where people can go, you know what, hey, I can run the same surface, the same layout that was run historically, but now if I drop a wheel, I don't blow my suspension out, dropping 4 inches off the racing surface into the desert, or onto a brick, or the divot where the cone is, or you know what I'm talking about. Now that you've been there, you know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. Yes. And I'll be honest with you, the runoff here is like not that different.
No, not at all. But like this,
yeah.
This track I think is less trying to throw you off the track on every corner.
Correct. Yes.
Whereas I think Willow Springs is intentionally set up to be frustrating as hell.
Yes.
And send you off.
and this track was designed to handle mid 2000s and beyond race car technology. Willow Springs was designed to handle B production cars that had not nearly enough tire for the amount of car, with desperately underdeveloped tire technology, relative to the amount of car it was trying to be. And that made the racing really cool, but it also meant
trouble.
That's a car backwards. It's a black BMW. Is that the 256?
I think so.
TC design?
They're going to keep going, though. We're good to go.
That's fourth place in GP1, but that kind of buries the lead a little bit because they are very much in the class lead battle there in GP1.
So that's the difference, Brendan, right there, between Utah and Willow Springs as of a year ago. For lack of a better term, the runoff and the dirt here at Utah appears to be, let's call it, groomed or raked or something. Whereas if you had done that at Willow Springs, you have decent chances of hitting a piece of quartz and it just shears the wheel off. Like,
the 60 was noted for dropping, by the way. It was 59 was noted for dropping. My bad. 60 is into the pit lane anyway. As is El Diablo in the 48, who's made it all the way back this far, and they're just fueling it, which makes me wonder.
We got some comments in the chat about this.
Yeah.
Let's see. Truck wall is impossible. There's nowhere to stay.
Good luck.
There's nowhere to stay at High Plains either. And I unironically, I think it's easier to stay near Chuckwalla if you're committed to just going to Palm Springs than it is to stay near High Plains. I'm
staying by the airport here. It's 29 miles, 28 miles.
Yeah. I think we do dumb stuff. I used to drive from Columbus up to Mid-Ohio, which I later found was a dumb decision. Sonoma's better than Laguna. I'll die on this hill. I go back and forth about that in my head. Sometimes I'm into Sonoma, and sometimes I'm not.
I haven't been to Sonoma yet. Listen, I hate sim racing at Laguna. I don't like watching races at Laguna. I don't think it lends itself to professional modern car racing very, very well. I think the landscape in the immediate vicinity of the track, because everything is just the same shade of brown, like the off-road is the same color as the gravel traps, I think is bleak.
Well, that's a problem that you're going to have at Sonoma, too, because of the way the climate has developed over the last 10 or 15 years, that it doesn't stay green anywhere like it used to. Like, there was a time that Thunder Hill was green most of the year, and it was oh, this is great, and now it's not.
End of sentence there is, it absolutely slaps in person.
Oh, yeah.
It's awesome in person. Laguna...
You're a little bowl. You're in...
It's all right there. It's there in front of you. It's... things come at you quickly. Okay, yes, the cars aren't stretching their legs quite as long, but you can see a lot. You can be a little bit more dynamic now that the backside of the curbs are a little bit more forgiving.
Yep.
Right, you can drop wheels onto the pavement and... Oh, heck yeah. USC just lost. Good day. we're still into this. No, I really think it kind of helps create a more dynamic racing environment when you're not worried about kicking up dust and throwing stones every time you get anywhere near a curb, right? You just hustle the cars a little bit further and a little bit harder. Yeah. And I think it creates a really awesome, and then you get outside the track and the landscape is incredible, right?
Right. I think unironically,
creates...
it is better if you're trying to bring your family to racing with you. I would rather bring my family to Laguna than Sonoma.
I've never been to Sonoma, but I cannot imagine it being a fundamentally better personal experience, if not racing experience, than Laguna is. I've been seriously underrating Laguna until I went. And I would not have believed that was possible. Oh, slow north loop at the last corner, and he didn't make the pit lane.
Ooh. So they had just been into the pit.
Yes, they were.
Also. So this is going to be a third pit stop in pretty quick succession.
I didn't like that. Zalus going by in the number 88. Well, no, it's not going to be a pit stop because they didn't make it.
Well, I mean, it's going to have to be a pit stop on this next cycle, I would imagine.
If they make it that far.
Yeah.
I think this will probably be a hard right turn, maybe
this
into
is the pit
the
out,
pit
too.
lane
I don't
exit.
love this layout.
Exactly. Well, and he is accelerating now. Okay, so we're going up through the speed here.
Got to cycle the master, just like
and now
control
up
the
through
lead.
the gears. That's very odd.
Let me send a text here real quick. I'm sure as soon as they settle down on the radio, I can get some info on that. So a car that's still they're now only a lap ahead of Palomar.
That's listen,
because of their extra stop.
For a car that almost just ground a halt on the front straightaway, I would not call a lap safe.
You're not wrong.
That's not there.
Their margin was much bigger to Palomar. That's the thing. Palomar has come from behind to now be up in the GP2, field.
Where is that 83 on track? This margin might actually be less than a lap now.
Yeah, could be.
Oh, I do still have that overlay thing. Sector 1, it's being called. It's spot the 83. Quick spot, car 83. Oh, I can't click on the car number and have it highlight on the map.
Well, it's only guessing where the car would be based on the prior lap time.
I understand that, but it should be within a lap.
Right.
No, well, it didn't cycle out the other cars that I don't want to see either. 83, start finish line now. Oh, that's pretty
83
good,
on the front
man.
straight. Okay,
That's pretty good. Here
right.
it is. I'm pretty impressed with that. Yeah, minute 28. So let's call it 2/3 of a lap is the lead margin there in GP2. By the way, let's just take a moment. We're 5 hours in. It's about North Loop leads GP2 by a minute 28. Zalus leads Blades Racing in GP1 by 7.5 seconds. Round 3 is ahead of CHR by not very much at all because here comes CHR. So we'll get oh no, that's Stoic.
Well, CHR was 12 seconds, and then AE Victory was like 20-ish. So it's not that
there
much.
It is, 12 seconds. Yep. So we've got 3 cars in contention, very much in contention in GTO. GTU is a little bit bigger than that, I believe.
I think they're waiting for the automatic car to cycle.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Yes, they haven't pitted yet.
Stratus,
this cycle.
Oh, Stratus did. Well, they're off.
Cycle. Oh no, they have.
They're off. They're off by a few laps on each other. So that is automatic in the lead.
But why is that? Because Stratus...
Did they go longer?
Pick up a penalty or something?
No, the 60 is way down, so I think that's part of it.
Oh, you're absolutely right. The 60's lost a ton of time.
Right.
Yeah, you're
and
absolutely right.
And the 58 was a little ways behind the 60, so like they're not... But I don't know how automatic got all the way... All right.
They were in contention. They were just more consistent. Remember, we lost the 59.
Yep.
The 60 had... 10-minute stop at lap 102. Yeah. Interesting. Georgia Tech and Wake Forest going to overtime. Love that.
I'm just waiting to see if we're going to get good Cal this weekend or terrible Cal this weekend.
Depends on...
It went from they could go undefeated the whole rest of the season because their schedule's not that hard and their quarterback's really good to getting the brakes beat off them by a Mountain West team.
A nothing burger.
I don't know.
Bat 0.
That's a big old 0.
Phenom of a quarterback that was
everybody in the state of Minnesota livid.
Yeah. Yeah. Terrible transient loss for Minnesota. Just abysmal. Yeah. It's
Did
tough.
you see the imperialism map where like all of Minnesota is like San Diego?
No.
It looks so stupid.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
And then San Diego will lose to like Fresno State or somebody, and then it'll look even more dumb. Like
Yeah. I mean,
I can't
one
wait.
dumb Mountain West loss away from,
just
really.
a tragic map all the way around. Like, ugh.
The Wazoo play San Diego State later this year. Is that happening?
Maybe. That's a conference matchup, kind of.
Well, it will be.
Sort of. Maybe a little bit.
Next year.
Yeah. I'm a little bummed that Montana State went into Eugene and got murdered.
Yeah, it wasn't close.
It was weird because you look at the passing stats and they were really similar.
Car off at turn 2, or there was a car off at turn 2. A lot of dust over there.
One of the best home records in the sport.
Spin driver's right. Car 83. Oh boy. So gaining on the slowish with loop number 21, who's now back up to speed. 20 last time. Palomar's going to give some of that gain back because they were just backwards down there at the exit of 1. Intriguing. Anyway, Ryan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to derail your Bozeman chatter. Ryan is protesting now, leaving me hanging.
Sorry, I'm talking to my daughter about her volleyball game. She just
I figured that.
from,
Yeah, that's fine. No, do your thing. Yeah. Under 3 hours remaining now, and it has to be said, a little bit of cloud cover developing to the south and west here. I don't know what the mountains are just to our west. I'm going to have to do some geography lookups here. Unfortunately, my geography knowledge mostly covers Central Asia for some reason and not anything. Oh, it's Deseret Peak and Vickery Mountain. That's what we're looking at. I became recently familiar with the word Deseret.
Yeah. Brennan, it's a whole new world out here. I wish I had time to take you so that you could see the West Coast through my eyes. I think it would be fascinating.
You took me to a Monterey County.
That's not where I would have chosen
FC.
to go, though. That's not my favorite place, you know? We needed to have spent some time in the city. Jake actually took my advice on the correct
I've
road
been to
back
Chico.
Yeah, that's not what I would have picked either. But we did go to the Bear. We went to the Bear, right?
In Chico?
Yeah. Madison Bear Garden.
No, I don't think so.
Oh man, we missed out on that. Now WRL has to go to Thunder Hills, so we can go to Madison Bear Garden.
I mean,
kind of far, but you know.
Yeah.
That's a good Friday night activity.
It's fine. I don't know.
Fine.
I feel like that's a stage of my life I've left behind. The
Nah,
Thunder
it's
stage.
still, even if you're not
The
like
Chico
that age,
years.
it's still fun. Like the Madison Bear Garden is still a fun place to go.
I was talking yesterday during qualifying. I head to out to Yosemite in about a week and a half, and then 2 days in San Francisco at the tail end. I'm there for the last day of Fleet Week, which is very exciting. Very, very pumped for that.
You need to plan to be at the wharf much earlier than you think you do.
I am aiming more towards a German beer garden that is down in that area. And yes, I'm under no belief that it's not going to be crowded. But
it is
yeah,
deceptively hard to see the air show because of the
Yeah,
way they do it over the bay. Like you have to be in the right spot. I've done it twice and gotten lucky finding weird places that most people wouldn't try to go to, and them being actually open to the public still.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, sweet, all right.
They do everything over the bay, right? So it's not even like it ever really comes back close to the spectator area. They just have so much area to work with.
Right, but if you're at the right spot along the shore there, you can see the whole thing.
Yeah.
The real trick is to get a boat, but that's tremendously expensive.
Yes, and imagine that. Bring the America's Cup back to the bay. That's what I say.
That was awesome. They run that other one. Sail GP comes to San Francisco, but it's not as cool.
I remember watching, I think I watched every race that year. And I had a friend out in the Sacramento area that had bought their dad for Father's Day like a ticket on a boat during one of the America's Cup races, and I don't know what it cost, but I can't imagine it was a super affordable experience.
So I went to one day, and I went to a day that it got winded out. And they kept trying to do it, and they at least came over and like signed autographs and said hi to everybody, and they like parked the boats right on the pier. So like that was cool. You had to like see the boat really close. But I had a GA ticket, and they were like 60 or 70 a piece to go stand on that pier, which is now the cruise terminal, because they didn't used to have a cruise terminal there. And so that was part of what the city made them pay for, was if you want to build all these amenities out, it needs to turn into the cruise ship terminal when you're done.
Yeah.
So they paid for it. So I've like been there, and I watched that one day, and they went back and forth trying to get them to, get the right wind window.
Yeah, yep.
But never quite happened. But it was very cool to see those boats like up close and in person.
Oh yeah,
that was awesome.
Incredible. There's a reason Adrian Newey became a part of, was it Emirates Team New Zealand?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, because it's a legitimate engineering, those boats are engineering marvels.
Yep.
Right?
So
and
that boat, fun fact,
unbelievably expensive.
that AC-72 is in front of the Oracle campus in South San Francisco, or wherever their campus is on the peninsula.
Do we know
I
a guy?
drove past it. What was that?
Do we know a guy?
What, do I know Larry Ellison? No.
No. I'm thinking other Oracle-related people. Do we have a guy?
Yeah, well, I don't think they sponsor it anymore is the problem.
I think so. Yeah.
But it used to be run out of the Golden Gate Yacht Club, and that's who Larry Ellison funneled money to, and that's why they did it, and they do it elsewhere now. I want to say they're Los Angeles now, technically. But, it's like it's like perched on a display at probably a 30-degree angle, as if it was like sailing.
The whole thing?
The whole thing, yeah. It's
that's wild.
very impressive standing in front of the building.
Wild.
I like drove past, and I was like, oh my god, they still have it.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
Other comments in the chat here. TCB now is Kyle Roach behind the wheel. That's Howland. PCM, thankful to be 45 minutes from Road America, hour to Blackhawk Farms, and 2 hours to Autobahn. Yes, but then you have to live in Wisconsin. Anyway, there are places that are kind of spoiled for choice with racetracks. I'm 2 hours from New Jersey, 3 hours from Summit Point, 3 hours from Lime Rock, 3 and some change from Watkins Glen, and then like 7 from Mid-Ohio and EIR. Like 4.5, 5 from Pit Race, which is pretty good. And like I feel that like that is kind of a sweet spot, right? You get the chance if you're willing to, or if you have to go for a weekend, you can go on a Thursday or a Friday morning. You can come back on a Saturday, and it's not like you've lost your whole day, right, or your whole weekend. You still have that like, or you take an extra time off or whatever. To me, that 3-ish hour window from racetracks is perfect. Ironically, that conversation we were just having, that's what you lose on the West Coast. It's like no track is within 3 hours of any other track, except for in the Bay Area and arguably Willow Springs and Buttonwillow. I guess they're about 2. Hour and a half or 2. GTO. It's a lap now from round 3 back to AE victory. Oh, it's because AE was just in the pits, which does make sense. I think we're in the stage now, guys, as we welcome back JT Tammy. Hello.
Hello.
You are not running at Utah Motorsports Campus, I assume.
No, that would have been preferable.
I did discover recently that if you're into Assetto Corsa, shouts to Sadako, if you're into Assetto Corsa, you can buy a version of the Burt Brothers Motorpark. Would you like to guess how much, I think it's actually produced by Livery. Would you like to guess how much the full layout selection is for Assetto Corsa?
It's either $6 or like $55. It's not in between.
It is in between.
Really? I'm surprised by that.
It's $30, but for a 3D model, of an Assetto Corsa, like an Assetto Corsa 3D model track layout, $30 is much closer to $55 than it is to $6. And not mathematically.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know why you would price it at $30. The people who are going to spend $30 on it would spend $50. Like that doesn't make any sense to me. If you told me it was like it's $5 to $15, like okay, you can get normal people to buy that, but
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm choking on Snapple tea. But at 30, like, yeah, make it 50 bucks.
Snapple
It's just
tea?
like Flight Simulator add-ons. Like, if you're a nerd, you're gonna spend $60 on this plane. You don't care. But, like,
$60. Amateur money.
yeah, I mean, there you go. Exactly.
Yeah. Sorry. But, well, okay, right? So there's the emotional investment. Like, how attached are you to this concept, this thing? How much enjoyment are you going to get out of it? Are you invested in, committed to learning it and really getting the full experience out of it? And I think on the flight simulation side, certainly that goes quite a long way. On the sim racing side, it really depends on what the track is and what the realistic sort of payoff is, right? Like, are you going to go buy, I don't know, what's an iRacing track that like
$15 or $20?
Well, no, I know that, but like, what's a track that they've scanned and produced that ever, like, why would anybody buy this?
Knock Hill.
No, because Knock Hill's the Bend.
The Bend, yep.
And on
The
the
Bend,
car side,
yep.
it's like Stock Car Brazil, right? Like,
Sure.
this is
Yep.
cool, but why? And if people are spending money on it, or more importantly, comparing spending their money on that to spending their money on something else, even within the same platform,
right?
Who's going to buy that $15 Stock Car Brazil car or that $15 version of the Bend? And I feel like
who's going to spend $80 on an ATR mod? For
no, the
Flight
ATR is
Simulator?
like 20, and let me tell you, you get what you pay for. The whole cockpit just crashes sometimes, resets, and like freezes.
I can't get the PC-12 to run. Every time you load into it, the engine just dies. Anyway.
I bought the Phoenix Airbus set a couple months ago. It's like $100 for the whole thing. Let me tell you,
my God.
It's really something. It's really cool.
Is that a quick in and out for the 981 from
JT
DSR?
doing it again. Yeah,
JT.
70's in as well, and this kind of reset the GTO lead battle, at least back to the 119 of AE Victory Racing, and that doesn't discount the 191, by the way, but they aren't. They should be doing actually here in a couple of laps, but yeah, we need to let this all cycle through and figure out where they all piece back together. 70 gone. 119 is through the final sequence here. We're under 3 hours. This puts Sarah Montgomery in the car to the end.
I bring up the BSR Porsche because it looked like it had a pretty big off in the attitudes there. Jordan had caught on camera.
Oh, off and on. Sorry, I thought you did it
yes.
out. Yeah.
And no, they immediately hit right after that. I assume to check over the car.
Got it.
That did cost them second to TC Design.
Yeah, I've got to be honest with you, JT. I don't think anybody in GP1 can afford extra pit stops. Fortunately, I think this is on schedule for them.
Okay.
Zalus, well, it might be slightly early, but it still probably puts them in a window to get to the end. Zalus was in at 132. PC Design should be doing here relatively soon.
JT, a GP update for you, for GP1. Zalus has this brand new M2 CSR, or CS
That's
Racing.
what it was, okay.
Yep.
They just took the arrow off it.
And they took the arrow off of it. And they don't like it. They think it's bad. They think it's slow and terrible. They've had the car for 10 days. They're in 4th position, and they think the car sucks.
I've never heard a team trash their own car. I listened to Matt Guyver talk about the M2 Motorsport. It's unbelievable. I forgot to come back to that and really address like the tone of that conversation. But I've literally never heard a team talk about their car the way Matt just talked about the M2. Wild.
Yeah. Like, can you imagine being in the Bruce Innovations garage where they've been trying with that 24 for like a year now, and the 88's like well faster than them by like a lot, and they're like, yeah, this thing sucks. Like, oh great, thanks guys.
I'd point out that
to be fair, that 24 has run really well at certain tracks.
Yeah.
Like, it's, to be clear, but just today it's like, oh yeah, this car is bad. And it's like, dude, the comparable car is an 11th, dog. You gotta
also you're locked in a tidally locked in a fight. For the other 3 cars at the front of GP1. Like, you are on the pace, man.
But JT, their complaint was that the car has to be ballasted up and the power's down, and he thinks the tires are too small. so it doesn't handle as nicely as their E46 did.
And there's not enough adjustment in the system to make up for the fact that they're running it on street tires. Like it was everything.
But people put different suspension packages on these. Like the thing, you can still do that.
That sounded like where that was going to have to go.
I think so too. Anyway.
GTO lead cycle back through here. CHR leads round 3 now by 54 seconds. AE Victory dropped a long stop. 318, 220. No, I guess it's about steady. BCB also up into the top 4 there, off the couple of seconds off the back of the AE Victory car, although they do owe us a stop, or will owe us a stop here shortly. Been a pretty compelling race, all things considered so far. 0 full course yellow interruptions.
We like that.
Yep, we like that.
Anybody's hitting things, just a couple of offs, which we also really like. All of the classes have had some amount of intrigue and upheaval, which does make our job a little bit easier.
Yes. JT, other update, Hyperion Auto Collective is out of Bend.
Okay, nice.
We chatted with them. They're big into cycling. They were very serious cyclists for a long time. Lots of things that Scott and I could talk for hours about that they did. And they got into cycling having done track day, or they got into racing having done track days at ORP. And then ran Lucky Dog, and then have now expanded out to this.
Nice.
So they're local-ish. They described the drive from Bend to here as, quote, not that long of a tow, which I thought was funny.
Yeah, I guess fair.
Yeah. At least you're going from one side of the desert to the other, was my conclusion. Like, you're not going across any mountains. It's pretty flat. Most of the way, anyway. I'm trying to think of other things I can update you on specifically. North Loop and the Garage 66 guys had been battling at the front of GP2 in kind of a leapfrog situation. And then Garage 66 went back into the paddock in a hurry. We haven't seen them since. So then North Loop took the lead, and then they've now had 2 pit stops in quick succession. And then it looked like they had to reset the car on the front stretch, like they were having issues with it, which has allowed Palomar to be a little bit back into the fight here in GP2. That's kind of what developed there, along with Boulder and Palomar. Boulder's still several laps behind, so that's going to be tough. But North Loop and Palomar, barring any other weird things, I think that's going to finish in that order. But North Loop had run into a little bit of mechanical trouble, it seemed like, but I don't have a firm answer on what that was about. Yes, and then the 60 we think got a penalty somewhere.
Okay.
And that's why they're no longer in the lead of GTU. El Diablo ended up having to take an escape road as well. They are not currently circulating. That happened a little while ago. Yeah, lots of stuff developed. You should listen to the recording tonight as you're going to bed. You just listen to that little multi-hour window that you had there. Get all caught up. Throw it into the chat GPT and have it give highlights. I heard that soon chat GPT is going to take over the commentating for us, and that we're not even going to have jobs. I'll be out of commission. Got to be talking to Andrew Yang about my income because I've had my job replaced by AI. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure we're at that point yet.
No, to be clear, I don't think that either. I agree, 100%. I don't think we're there either. absolutely true. I think we're close enough that you could. Oh my gosh, Jordan.
Jordan's away.
Oh, Jordan's away. That's right. He was going to go to the kitchen. Jordan could probably find a way to. Jordan could get AI to watch Boosh races and then create after race reports.
With
and then
AI?
he could talk about those. And I bet we're close-ish enough that he could almost get an AI commentator for Boosh. I bet that's workable. And it would be the same level of quality of any of the Boosh broadcasts, which is to say low. And it would fit right in. I think that would be a hilarious bit.
Would it be a solo commentator where it's just handling all the commentary on its own, or would it be?
Well, yeah, because the point of Boosh is that he steps away from the computer, so like it would call the race.
Got it.
Potentially, I don't know how workable that is right this second, but I bet there's a way to do that, and it would just be bad. But I think that's the whole idea.
Kind of the point.
He could just train it on old NASCAR broadcasts and then be like, cool, do in this style, broadcast this race, and I think it would rock.
Have you seen or heard any of the AI adaptations of major motor racing incidents? Like
no.
Montoya hitting the jet dryer, and it's
No.
AI, Mike Joy, Larry McReynolds, and
I haven't seen that at all. That's a thing that exists.
Oh, it's tremendous. It is so
Okay,
not
so
appropriate
that's-
for here, but I will send it to you. Remind me to send it to you later.
Did you watch the Andrew Luck one?
Yes.
Where he's
yeah, you
talking
sent
about
that
the
to me.
defensive lineman. I thought
Yeah.
that was hilarious.
So my
he can go
favorite
play
one,
for Cal.
my
I'm like, great.
favorite one is when the Corvette pace car hit the wall at Detroit, coming out of the pits at the IndyCar race.
Okay.
It's AI, Alan Bestwick, and Scott Goodyear, and Eddie Cheever, and it's just the Bestwick especially. Whoever did the filter there just nailed it. It was really good.
That's the way to do it. I don't want to see it called by the same commentators. I want a Bob Varsha call of the end of some I want the Bob Varsha
I see what
call
you're saying.
of the Ross Chastain wall ride NASCAR race.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's how I would
Varsha
start doing
Hobbs
it.
and match it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I want
give you
John
that.
Heindaw to call the end of the dirt bike race at the Supercross at the Oakland Coliseum, like that kind of thing. Like I want to change stuff up and make it different. Just keep the same video, keep the video exactly the same, and just have it. Nah, call this as if you're. Oh, that'd be great. Can you imagine?
I mean,
when we developed the when we developed the DriversEye Live network, and it's its own app, you're going to be able to pick that from the drop-down.
Yeah.
If you and let
Talk about
it
an
listen to
investment
us to
opportunity.
anchor it, so it'll be on like a 5-second delay, and then you can just pick whichever.
track 1, track 2. Yep.
Oh no, off the
Trouble.
leash.
Oh yeah.
That is off the leash indeed.
And it is off the track. Very off the track.
Oh, it's high-centered, I think.
Possibly.
You could,
the car
it was
ride's
hopping.
slow
You could
enough
see it
for
hopping
that.
a little bit. Oh, maybe. Hold on.
We're moving. We're creeping.
This is turn 1, Sunset Bend.
Yes.
You got to be careful, or it'll start to dig itself in.
Oh yeah, it is pulling itself forward. Just let it be better off backing up here, I think.
Yeah.
That's the move.
JT, we also learned that the locals call the corners by their names because the layouts change so much that the numbers change a lot.
Yeah, that's understandable depending on the different
Hey, there
track
we go.
Got it.
you run. So if you run the full course, or what we're running now, or east or west.
Yeah, it tends to be numbers on the west side, the front half of the circuit, names on the back side, because obviously
makes
the
sense.
front half numbers are sequential and the back ones are not.
So here's a question. Keeping in mind the car having just gone off, and I should have talked to the Hyperion guys about it. If the Hyperion guys are listening, please tell me, because you trade in custom bicycles. They now have this thing on pro bike racing for gravel races where there's like a dynamo in the wheel, and you can adjust the tire pressure from your handlebar using this like mini pump thing that's like part of the wheel. and you can adjust the tire pressure by like 10 or 15 pounds if you're gravel racing, because then you get lower pressure for when it's more rough, and then higher pressure for when you're on the road or whatever. So that technology is now miniaturized enough that it's competitive in cycling. That like people on the Jumbo Visma cycling team use it, and they're 1,000% committed to stuff being like efficient and making sense. Why have I not seen like central tire inflation systems in race cars yet? And like I suspect it, like, so for example, military trucks have that, and it's really heavy because they have this like giant compressor on board, and the systems leak all the time, and it ends up being just like a hassle. But now that you've got this thing in cycling where they have it basically it's like the front wheel, and the pump thing just sits in the wheel in between the spokes. Like you don't have to like do anything. It's not like it's a central thing with a compressor. Could we not extend that to racing now? And then if you go off, drop the pressures real quick and make sure you get more contact patch when you're, goofy like that, or, something. Increase the pressures or lower the pressures based on how hot it is. You can change the, pressure of the tire as you go through the stint. Make, I don't know, generally illegal. No, I understand that that's probably illegal, but like, no one's tried it yet. I don't think there's anything in the WRL rulebook that says you can't do that. I don't know. I feel like you would have seen that in like Time Attack, or I guess Time Attack you're not doing a long stint. I don't know, man. I feel like that should be a thing. I feel like we're closer now than we ever have been. So yeah, that's my take. Active tire inflation systems.
Bring it to Le Mans. I mean, that is the place for that. Well, it used to be the place for that sort of thing. I think North Loop may be having some radio issues. One of the pit crew members...
I was told it's been a rough 45 minutes.
Yeah, pit crew member is waving a large sign at the driver here on the front straightaway. Interesting.
All right, well, hopefully they can hold on.
They still lead GP2, do they? Yes,
yep,
they do.
They do. It's a long tow out here to have trouble,
But I mean, that's endurance racing. Like
it is. No, you're not wrong.
It's going to happen.
I think North Loop is an example of a team that the WRL schedule needs to serve more, and how the West Coast thing could help. They're not super interested in going to COTA every year because like they've been there and done it.
Yep.
But as soon as Utah came up as an option, they're like, oh, we're going to go to that because we've never been there before, and like that'll be fun. Like we're going to go. I think you're going to get a lot of teams that are like that, to be honest, where it's like, oh no, the cool new thing, let's go to it. In general production, anyway.
Yeah. No, that's fair. And I mean, and serving the home-ish population.
Yep.
Also encourages participation for West Coast teams in other parts of the country.
Yes, absolutely.
In theory, it could be symbiotic.
Yeah.
CHR had a long stop, by the way, number 191. Fell from, at least for a lap, the class lead, but anyway, has been in contention there in GTO. Fell from P1 all the way back to P5 with a 5-minute, 5-second stop. However, I have a suspicion they did tires. And they did it a full stint, at least, some change actually, after AE clearly did tires. They had a longish stop. And after round 3 did tires. So, is it possible here that CHR, despite taking about 40-45 seconds longer on their pit stop in order to change those tires, is it possible that having a fresher set at the end is going to net them some meaningful pace as we close in on the final run to the checkered flag here? Also bearing in mind they've been better on fuel than both round 3 and AE victory, and will probably need less fuel in their final stop.
I mean, it's certainly possible. I mean, we're getting towards the hottest part of the day, so we're getting to the point where tire wear is just going to be increasing here.
They're 2 seconds quicker than any of the cars ahead of them. Rapscallion also in the 205s in that number 678, which also appears to be a tire-related stop. They dropped from the 208s right into the 5s. I think tires are worth a lot here.
I think so too. Here's a question for you that I was thinking of at work the other day. I work in a repair shop. We had a Pontiac G8 in the shop, which is the same as the Holden Commodore.
Mm-hmm.
And I had mentioned to the tech that was changing brakes on it. I said, In Australia, a race team can change these brakes out in like 2 minutes. So that's the standard that I'm going to be keeping for you, as like a joke, obviously. And he kind of looked at me and I described like, well, they do this Bathurst 1000 and they got to change brakes halfway through. Are we past that now? Are we past the age of Bathurst needing to change brakes? And is it now like just Le Mans? Or do they still change brakes at like Sebring?
Do they do brakes at Le Mans? I don't think they do them at Sebring. I'm not. I got to think here.
I thought they did, but I started to think about it, and the last time I remember them talking about it at Sebring was probably 6 or 7 years ago.
I think you could probably... GTE I don't think did. GT3 probably does because there's a little bit more cost control there.
Right.
So they may just go with slightly deeper parts that fit the bill. Whereas GTE, I think they threw all kinds of stuff at it, and by the end they were doing 12 hours on a set of brakes, no stop. I'm sure a set of brakes probably could do Le Mans, certainly on a GTE car, probably on a GT3 as well. But you're going to lose a ton of performance. It's also the same in supercars. I mean, supercars is not massively different in terms of performance level from where it was 10 years ago.
Sure, but they're racing on probably one of the tracks on the planet that is the worst on brakes.
It is definitely one of the tracks on the planet, that is for sure.
You don't think that Bathurst isn't the worst track for brakes? That downhill section, you're on the brakes from a high speed a lot. Like, going up the top of the hill, you're on the brakes kind of hard. And then on the backside, you're hammering the brake pedal until you basically get back to the start-finish straight.
Supercars have a tendency to float to corners. Right? Yes,
yeah,
you're scrubbing a lot of speed away.
They can't float that well. It's super tight. Like, I see what you're saying, but like I think they're, because it's downhill and pretty fast, and they're having to slow the car down a bunch. I would put that up there.
You're probably right. I think it's fair.
Do you have other tracks that are as aggressively downhill for that long?
Like downhill braking zones?
Yeah, like Laguna has
because there's no
1.5, but like it's real quick. It's like
there's no track, no other track in the world that climbs a literal mountain.
Right.
Right. So like you have to have an uphill. Does it go downhill more gradually, or is there a steep uphill at any other track in the world that's even remotely the same? And I can't think of one.
Right. And like the Laguna downhill is steep, but like it comes down really fast, and then you're back to
the but you're not really braking very hard there either.
Right.
By virtue of it just being a tighter track. I don't know.
Comments in the chat, please. What do you think is the hardest on brakes track and series combination?
I'd say Monza would be pretty rough on brakes. Even though you have a lot of time to cool them, but you're still having relatively very heavy braking.
Yeah, drag's doing no work for you there.
Yeah,
right.
3 corners.
Yeah, there's probably 3 or 4 really heavy braking sections in Monza, and the rest you're kind of like, depending on the car, you're kind of like brushing, you're downshifting.
Yeah. Stoic racing into the pits. It's car number 87 out of P4. That'll hand forth back to the number 191 CHR BMW, who goes 2:05.45, 4:29. It's 2 seconds quicker than your race leader. It is 5 seconds quicker than your second place car, GE Victory Racing Supra, and another 2.5 seconds clear of the TCB Racing Supra, which also owes us a pit stop. Oh, NASCAR Martinsville. That's a good call.
Well, then he also points out that Robbie Gordon had the CTIS and it got disqualified. I remember that too. That's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. I do remember watching that year, and that was a problem, but he was crushing it while he had it. That's got to be a cost control thing then.
Just be Robbie Gordon karma.
I'm sure.
Being disqualified by leading a major motoring event.
Maybe. NASCAR Martinsville, that's probably it, yeah.
Oh, man. Somebody is running an onboard camera from a 996 Cup car at Road Atlanta this weekend. Tremendous.
Standing. It's where Tyler Hoffman is as well.
Yes, it is.
Tyler
I'm
Hoffman.
aware.
And Landon Metriano Lim is there at Road Atlanta.
With Kingpin or with Ligier?
No, with Ligier.
Oh, interesting.
That's where he's racing his prototype.
Yeah. Did you see our friend Mr. Doonan did an HSR State of the Series address yesterday?
I did
State of
not.
the
That's
sport?
unfortunate for us, is it not?
No, there was nothing. There was no.
Man, if only there was coverage for that.
Yeah, no kidding.
No,
People
there was
would love to
nothing
see
in
it.
Nothing in the address about live streaming. Hello, KCM. Just found this series and channel. I wanted to give a shout out to the guys doing commentary. Definitely entertaining. Well, you know, Mr. KCM, Mr. or Miss KCM, Mrs. KCM, we don't know. When you've got 15 hours to fill across a weekend, sometimes you just have to entertain yourselves.
You're just chatting, just hanging out.
We've all
hanging out
known
with
each
the
other.
boys.
We've all known each other for a long time.
The cold
And,
ones.
Yeah, we just mostly hang out. We talk racing and we follow racing and we, you know, keep up with what we're seeing on track as the beginning and ends of the race, but we flow in and out during the day, you know?
Yeah.
Gotta stay
hyphy.
Stay hydrated. Oh, car off the second to last corner, kicking up a bunch of dust. That is
nice.
A Blaze? That would be unlikely.
Oh, Brendan, have you been to any of the specialty soda stores since you've been there?
Ginger, 46. No, I haven't.
I know that you're not a huge soda guy, but like I think I would do it just for the meme.
I am at a point now where I just can't drink soda. Like,
Yeah, but it's got like cream and stuff in it. That
It's
really
not.
rich beverage that hurts your stomach, they put milk in it now too. So
It's the carbonation.
it's just the carbonation. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you an egg cream guy or no?
I don't know what that is.
That's like the New York thing where it's like seltzer water and milk and something else.
No, that sounds awful.
I don't remember what it is.
One of my college football podcasts of choice, one of the
Chocolate
hosts...
syrup, milk, and seltzer.
No, absolutely not. It sounds abysmal. No. No.
Anyway.
One of the hosts, who now works for the Vanderbilt Commodores football program, his drink of choice was oat milk and vodka.
That can't be good.
I wouldn't think so, but he swears by it. Like, it is sweet a little bit, right? Like, oat milk is kind of sweetened.
That's the
honey
problem.
or whatever, vanilla. I could see the sweetened stuff in, all right? I don't know why you would do that. I don't know, like, what commands that experiment.
Sure.
Like, why do you ever go that direction for any reason? But apparently it worked out. It's not something I'm into, though.
All right. Fair enough.
CHR picks up another second and a half or so on the leading pair. Yeah, I don't...
GTO leader has pit.
Yes, automatic 908 is in. And I think they're hidden behind a couple of easy ups down here.
Here comes Supra. Can't tell which one.
Into the pit lane. It is
Yes.
AE. Oh boy. That is early. This is after only 14 laps. It did seem from a pace perspective like they've been working around something, and they're not even going to go into their pit stall. I think they're headed to the end here and going to make the right-hand turn into the paddock.
Oh no.
Indeed they are. I wonder if they've been driving around an issue here for the last couple of stints, and this is a little bit too far. Remember also that car had a little flash fire on pit lane on the second or third pit stop of the morning.
Yep.
And you do wonder if that's created some electrical gremlins or something similar. Somebody had also noted that their hazard lights was on. Their hazard lights were on. Four-ways were on. That has since been resolved, but I wonder if maybe there's some electrical issues with that Toyota Supra.
It's too bad.
It's not been obviously off pace. It's just not been quite there. round 3 car isn't quite there either. Unfortunately, I think this does take the wind out of the sails a little bit of the CHR fight back, because now they've got to go. It's not just, well, we can get one position if we push hard. We've got to really bridge, almost a full lap gap up to the round 3 Porsche. And I don't see that round 3 Porsche giving up a whole lot of time just on merit here, either at the pits or on track.
Right.
Does promote the TCB number 246, however, which has just made a pit stop of it, will be up onto the class podium.
Fun.
.808 candle lit, says John Sloan. It is the off-leash Motorsports M240. It also houses, as far as we know, the Samson Racing Communications squad.
Yes. Who will have had experience at this track by virtue of running NASA's
every 6-hour ever held here.
Yeah.
Lots of. They were in that first race I think we ever called as well.
Yes, they were.
Back in 2011.
I was really hoping we would see a Valkyrie return.
Like Aston Martin?
No,
like Nissan.
No, I know. The Nissans, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Who was the team owner of that outfit?
I don't remember, but I spoke to her a lot because she was right next to where I would stand to do the pit lane stuff.
The Laura Hayes of her time. What's her name?
Yeah. The original Laura Hayes. Yep.
Yeah.
That was a good
I can't
team.
remember her name. Yeah, they were really good. That Nissan was cool.
If we asked the El Diablo guys, they would probably know.
I'm
They probably know
sure,
exactly what
yeah.
we're talking about.
Actually, there might be some folks in the chat who would remember. Valkyrie, and did they have a different team name there for a couple of years as well?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, within the past few years, I think they ran a couple World Challenge races with their GTR, GT3.
Yep, I think so too. But they were the first time I had ever seen somebody put one of those GTR-style bumpers on the 370.
Yeah.
And it didn't look terrible. It looked pretty good. It didn't look like it was trying to be something. It just looked like a more aggressive 370. It's pretty cool.
Well, I think the first year we saw them, it was actually a 350.
Yeah. No, by the end, they had 2 cars, and they had that old 350, and then they had a 370 also that ran the next class up in E0 or whatever. But they were always pitted down there with Flying Lizard.
Award Motorsports.
Award Motorsports with Array Family Wineries, powered by Motorsports Solutions. DM. That had to be some kind of because you're the factory team, you can't run other Porsches. There had to be some angle to that, and that's why they had to walk around with the T-shirts on. Because I don't know who they were trying to fool. Were they all 1099 for the weekend, and they're all Flying Lizard people, but they weren't supposed to? That never made any sense to me. And it was very sudden when they stopped doing that, and it became Flying Lizard.
Garage 66 is back again.
Garage Tank Hall Cease. So I was told they departed the track under their own power and have now returned. Or if they have returned, then that would be interesting.
They have returned.
All right. Well.
Yeah, they're just leaving the pit lane now. You'll see a silver FRS, I think.
I believe that one's an 86, technically.
Guess wrong every time.
Yeah, it's all right.
Zalus enters the chat just in front of them here, headed into Sunset Bend, but not that Sunset Bend.
The other Sunset Bend. America's second greatest Sunset Bend.
That's probably true.
The Sunset Bend of the West Coast.
Right, yeah.
Can you call Utah the West Coast?
When you're... Yeah, I mean, for WRL, I think that's probably true.
I guess.
I mean, you used to before In-N-Out went eastward, but...
I think most people on the East would say anything west of the of the Rockies or the Continental Divide would be considered West Coast.
There is a town in Idaho where Culver's is across the street from a Del Taco, and I've decided that's where the line is.
I had Culver's for the first couple of weeks ago. Did I tell you about it?
No. Did you get a butter burger with curds?
No, I got the curds. So I wanted a shake real bad.
Uh-huh.
So I got it was a chocolate peanut butter shake. And I figured, well, you know, I
get the scoop of the day. You don't get a shake, you get the scoop of the day.
Well, so they have cereal flavors.
Yes.
Which I was going to go back for, and I didn't, which I think was an error. But anyway, I figured, well, it's been a minute since I've eaten. I was going back to the hotel or whatever. Like, oh, I'll try the cheese curds. Whatever. You got to give it a shot. Got to be honest, man. It just didn't do it for me.
So it depends heavily on how they were cooked.
No, this was
there's times that you have them and they're pretty good, and there's times that they've either been sitting in the basket too long, or they're overcooked and it all leaked out and it wasn't very good. Like every now and then you get them perfect, and it's like, this is pretty good. This is passable.
I'll be honest. The texture was fine. It did shred the roof of my mouth a little bit because it's not like a smooth batter. It's like a
It's like crackling.
bread crumbs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is fine. The cheese itself just didn't have a lot of flavor. But it really wasn't like, it wasn't bad, you know? I just would prefer to eat cheese. Careful. But the shake was really good. I did enjoy the shake very much. I also realized that all that stuff is like cooked to order.
Yes.
And made to order. So you order
theory,
and then you pull up. They have like 8 parking spots past the drive-through.
Yep.
This is in Plymouth anyway, where you pull up and you just sit and you wait like you just ordered because you did. It's not all just ready there, you know?
And did they give you the sign, or did they give you a sticky note?
It was the sticky note you're supposed to put on the mirror.
See, it used to be that they'd give you the little A-frame plastic thing, like you would get for doing
Where
like
would you put that?
On the roof or in your window.
No, this was the sticky note, and I didn't know what to do with it. But I saw the guy in front of me putting on his driver's side mirror, and so that's what I did. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Dark
These are real hit or miss there, but for a restaurant like that, I think they're passable.
Sure. So that's the other side of it. It's like, okay, this is fast food chain, right? And what are you getting? Yeah, that's fair. Dark Tanya says, yeah, Utah is West Coast, but they work here, and I presume are from here, and they're saying that Utah is on the West Coast.
Right, but how far is Utah from the actual coast? It's more than one state away. It doesn't touch a state.
Yeah,
it touches
that's
the
fair.
coast.
It's still referred to as West Coast, though.
See, I think of Utah as in the same region as, like, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, Colorado. And, like...
But you're from California.
Right, but, like, Nevada's barely the West Coast.
Yeah.
Like, if you live in Reno, you can say that you live on the West Coast. But, like... yeah, Reno. You're right there on the other side of the mountains. Like, you're close. It is fun fact. If you're an Oakland A's fan and you live in the Bay Area, it is easier. Or I'm sorry, if you're an A's fan and you live in Reno, it's easier to go to Oakland to see a game than it is to Las Vegas.
I believe that. Oh, yeah, Reno's kind of far, right?
From Vegas, yeah.
Yeah.
From the Bay Area, it's pretty direct, and you're counter the commute. So
I worked with a guy. I worked with a guy at Rochester who was not successful in training at Rochester and ended up as an air traffic controller at Reno. And he loved it.
Which Reno? At Steed or at the Reno Tahoe? There's 2.
Well, there is. So it's Reno, at Reno Tahoe, but they staff the other airport during fire season. Like they put a temporary tower up, so they're cross-trained on both. We go awkwardly side by side down the front straightaway here. Really awkwardly side by side. 678 from Rapscallion faded left coming out of the last corner where the 70 already was going. Which, I don't know if he was trying to get out of the way of the push-up, but that is like the prime example of just hold your line. Like, if you're the one being passed, just stay on the line and the faster car will find a way around you.
Yep.
And I say that with exasperation because JT, I mean, you and I, and Ryan obviously has watched a lot of endurance racing as well, but you and I spent years in the same sim racing league where that was beat mercilessly into people's heads. Like, if you pulled offline and a faster car was trying to pass you and contact was made, you almost 100% of the time were the car at fault if you were the one who moved off the line. Almost 100% of the time. And let me tell you, the continued beatings worked. Because it actually made the whole thing work, like, really, really smoothly. I think that is something that, obviously here it was no harm, no foul, so it's whatever. But no harm, no foul only lasts for so long before you end up with a problem. and I think that is like cornerstone of multi-class sports car racing. I mean, if you are the slower car, do not get out of the way. Just hold your dang line.
It is, because the idea is you want to have safe overtaking. So you want the slower car to be predictable at all times. So that the overtaking car, the quicker car, will generally know where they're going to be and be able to, use their speed difference to make a safe pass. Generally speaking, I feel like the overtaking car's kind of thinking ahead more so than the car being overtaken, just because they're having to look in their mirror. They're looking backwards basically. So it's best to just hold your line, be predictable, and let the quicker car, make their overtake. If they go for an overtake, don't really fight it, but the whole idea is to stay out of trouble and then try to tuck in behind them and try to make yourself quicker. Especially if it's a similar type of car, same class car, that sort of thing. You can try to figure out, what they are doing better than you. And the whole idea is to make that safe pass so that you can keep going without time loss or damage or whatever. And the idea is, that's what makes the racing good.
Quick spin for the 189 of HQ Autosport off the final corner. Dust is settling off to the south and west. We know what direction the breeze is blowing now. But spun to the inside there, just off into the gravel, and carried on their merry way.
All right, I'm going to deliver...
Mike Anderson says the cutoff for the West Coast is the 405.
Okay, so I like where Mike Anderson's head's at, but I think that's aggressive.
Yeah. No,
I think I've decided that the cutoff for the West Coast is either Interstate 5, east-west, or it's Highway 99, either in Oregon or California or Washington. Because they're technically state highways, but it's the same contiguous highway all the way up.
Sorry, Dustin, you're not West Coast.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think 395 also has potential, but that's on the eastern side of all the mountains. So it incorporates a lot of places that are 2 mountain ranges away from being on the coast, and I think that's too far. So I think 99 is my take. That's my line in the sand. If you're east of 99, you're not on the West Coast.
So Thunder Hill is West Coast?
Yes.
Yeah, by then.
Yeah.
Reno is not.
Reno is not, correct.
Yeah. Bakersfield?
Bakersfield is...
Well, 99 kind of goes through it,
It goes through it, right.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
But it's east of 5.
Bakersfield's on the edge. It's east of 5, but there's a lot of cities that are east of 5 that I'm like, that's probably still West Coast.
Willow Springs, not West Coast.
Correct.
Yeah, I think I have a tough time with that one, because I do think...
okay, but he said 405, which is, very aggressive.
No, I understand. I'm saying even your definition, your cutoff there is a little...
Yeah, it's okay. You can be wrong, too.
Well, that's the thing. 395, I think, is too far the other way.
I think maybe you just have to order... Well, I mean, it's different, right? Because Pennsylvania is still considered East Coast, and we don't touch the ocean either.
No, but you're in the commuter region for people who do touch the coast. You have a high-speed train option.
Is Palmdale not in commuter region of the west of the coast?
Yeah, but there's a substantial geographic barrier there that Philadelphia and Pennsylvania do not have. A substantial one. Again, the East Coast mind cannot comprehend the mountains between Palmdale and Los Angeles.
Just go through the... You can be in Los Angeles from Palmdale in 2.5 hours.
At what time? 3 in the morning? Sure.
3 in the morning, yeah.
That's...
I do want to point out in GP1 a couple laps ago, TC Design did get around the BSR Racing Porsche Cayman 430 class.
Yeah, the BSR, the car has maintained relatively good pace, but from being, by no means was it ever the class of the field in GP1, but it was in some amount of command there. Slipped back now to P4. Still in that battle, but. And that does have potential championship implications.
Drama.
I mean, unironically, yes. Right? It's Ginger, BSR, Palomar, TC, Klein, Blaze in that order in the points, and 13 points separate them all. BSR with a big haul today has a lot to gain here, and at the moment, I think I think with the way it shakes out today, Blaze will probably overtake for second in the standings going into tomorrow.
More championship implication discussions on the DriversEye Live podcast.
Well, look,
coming soon to Spotify near you.
Yeah, coming soon in 2022.
JT's not wrong. Brendan must be about to get an interview.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I kind of have muted myself there so I could stand in front of the fan.
Fascinating.
It's toasty up here, man. AC not working well. Ironically, AC not working well in my hotel room either.
Fascinating.
Thermostat didn't work at all, so they brought in a portable unit, and twice now the vent hose has fallen out of the window cutout they put in.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it's just blowing really hot air back into the room. Got me up at 4:30 this morning. My room was suddenly 75 degrees. Tough. BK and Utah air conditioning. A real mess this weekend.
Name a more iconic duo.
More iconic rivalry, man.
Yeah.
Like the Jefferson Epps Trophy.
I stayed at a hotel in San Francisco a couple months ago that I was on like the 15th floor of. The DAC did not work.
Yeah, it's not
and the windows wouldn't open. And I was like, this is the only weekend I've been in San Francisco and been irritated that there's no AC because it's just hot in this building.
This is not a flex, I promise, but it is a reflection of how much time I've spent on the road this year.
Are you talking about your airline status?
Hotel status. I achieved diamond status with Hilton.
Wow.
And,
you stay at the Hilton? Must be nice to be the boss.
This checks out.
What? Hilton
Must be nice.
Hilton is
Can
very
I please,
obviously.
Sir, can I please get another pancake at the Holiday Inn Express? Please.
Hilton is very clearly a tier below Marriott.
Not if you grew up in Northern California, it's not.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, Ryan and I are like, so, La Quinta?
La Quinta? Yeah, what do we got here?
Hey,
La Quinta,
I have stayed in La Quinta in the last
Red Lion? What do we got? We got Super 6?
At Sebring, it's really the only practical option. Because the True by Hilton is a disaster. Listen,
Stay at the Florida City Super 8.
Why do you do that?
Because the real hotels are like $9 billion.
No, they're not. The Hilton Garden Inn in Homestead is both really nice and really affordable.
They were all over $250 a night when I looked.
Oh, well.
Like, routinely. Every time I've tried to go
you gotta go up to Dadeland or Kendall and drive half an hour to the track.
I hate that, too.
I think the real problem is we're just waiting too long on some of these.
Well, I can't do that. I can't help that.
No, I understand.
It's...
And in some ways, I can't help it either.
Okay. just so we're clear. Like, I would do it further in advance. Like, okay.
Yeah. It's all just... it's all a matter of commitment. But...
Yeah, indeed.
Homestead hotels are pretty nice if you find yourself there. I do not recommend Florida City under any circumstances ever.
That's where...
For any
Jordan
reason.
and I went to a really nice restaurant, an Italian restaurant that had been partially burned down in Florida City.
With Creamer?
No, it was just me and Jordan. Kramer and I went to the three of us went to the Cuban place that was incredible.
I bet it was.
Jordan and I went to the Italian restaurant that we wanted,
awesome
looking
Cuban
for.
Place in Sebring now, which I'm quite excited to go back to.
Is it at Dimitri's?
No, I'm not in Dimitri's, man. I got a pizza from there last. Was the last trip I was there, or the one before?
Well, there's your problem.
It was not great. Everything there is fine. Cuban place.
Well,
really
welcome
good.
to small town America. Like everything's fine. It's whatever.
I don't know. Sebring is not really small town America. Sebring's real sprawl at this point.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sorry your fancy tastes are not being met in Sebring.
I mean, sure.
2 hours
they got a
from
Starbucks
anywhere
now.
important.
2 hours, no, from everywhere. 2 hours
Exactly.
from everywhere. Yeah, I'm building a new racetrack out there as well. Not in Sebring, but halfway between Sebring and Palm Beach, which I find interesting.
What, even further into the middle of nowhere?
Yeah. Or no, Jordan, where did we decide it was? It was halfway between Okeechobee and Sebring? Or no? Halfway between Okeechobee and Port St. Lucie, or Fort Pierce. That's where it was. Yeah, like south and east of Sebring by 45 minutes or an hour. Yeah. And it's like a members type track, but clubs are going to be able to rent it because PBIR is gone. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. It's kind of one of those where you're worried it's kind of going to go the way that Flat Rock has gone. Where wow, this amazing facility is hoping to attract all kinds of top series and grade 2 and this and that. And now it's there and nobody can use it.
Yeah, what's up with that, by the way? Why can't people use Flat Rock?
I don't know. I don't know it's because they only have half the facility done and they can't give up the time for the members. I really don't know. Yeah.
All right. Are they going to cancel that IndyCar race at the Thermal Club yet?
They're not going back to Thermal next year.
Oh, is that right?
Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Coming through this shot here, you have a Supra that just exited, and now coming through Mercedes.
TCB?
That is your battle
TCB
for third in GTO.
Separated by a lap, though.
That's the battle for seconds.
Oh, the Legion.
Not the battle for third.
Got
the orange BMW that's there as well, that is your second place car.
Sorry,
trying
that's the car
to put a lap down on the Supra. That's the
car
Mercedes coming into shot here.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that Rapscallion 678's been lapping fairly rapidly here as of late.
Sorry, not the Mercedes, it's the Ligier.
722 is in from Hyperion Auto Collective. P6, by the way.
Yeah, moving on.
Steady climb, yeah.
The joke on that, by the way, for those that didn't understand what I asked, is it a giant dealer, is that the U.S. Customs has now banned all giant bicycles from being imported into the country if they were made in Taiwan.
True?
Yep. Which, depending on how technical they are about it, specific to giant being shipped from Taiwan, the problem is the Pawn Group, which is who owns Giant, makes a lot of the carbon bicycles for a lot of the other brands. So it's gonna become Specialized is made by a different company completely, which is not subject to this. But that's why they laughed when I asked that, because that's about to become a big problem.
I didn't
for
hear,
bike shops.
I didn't hear any of that side of the conversation, so I just heard that.
Yeah, that's fair. But no, that was 2 days ago that started.
Is this our hookup to turn DriversEye Live into RidersEye Live?
I think so. There's strong potential. If their tour of Utah locked in, then we got options here. I still think that there's a market for a Criterium series that just goes to the racetracks.
You know what? You're actually probably right. This is it, Ryan. We were just talking yesterday. Why don't you and I run a series? This is it. I don't know the first thing about cycling.
I mean, I imagine to some extent it's the same as any event management and promotion situation where you just have to get the sponsors to make it work. I think a West Coast Criterium championship of just doing the racetracks would be fun. I think you could get people.
A big part of the problem there is that I think the reason cycling works as a grassroots type sport is because you can take it almost literally anywhere, and you're just bringing it to population centers.
Right.
Right. It could be a small town. It could be a
on the West Coast. Is population centers kind of.
Well,
the northern ones are.
I was going to say I would not call Buttonwillow that. I would not call Willow Springs. I would not call Willow Springs that.
Not that.
Maybe.
Chuck Wall is I don't think people want to bike race in Willow Springs.
Or Chuck Wall. I don't think anybody wants to go to Chuck Wall race.
I don't think people want to bike race in Southern California.
I don't think so.
That's what we're going to do, Brendan. We're going to bring back the Tour of California. They're bringing back this Pennsylvania thing.
Is it gone?
Oh, it's been gone since
I didn't know
COVID.
That.
Yeah, no, they haven't done it in several years.
You know what it is? It will be a series make them go in our track time every morning to run a couple of criteriums. That's it. We did it.
Great.
Out here problem solving.
Anyway.
Because I was thinking about it. If you ran the Chico stage race, you've done competitive cycling at Thunder Hill.
Yeah.
If you've done the Sea Otter Classic, you've done competitive cycling at Laguna.
But like all of Laguna or just part of Laguna?
All of Laguna. The road race used to be all of Laguna. The Larry H. Miller Tour of Utah, like that took place at this track. When he said that, I was like, oh my God, you're right. I absolutely remember that. I was like, that's 3 of your,
now
north
the
section.
Burt Brothers Tour of Utah.
The Burt Brothers, brought to you by Larry H. Miller. I thought some pro bought into Larry H. Miller. Some like basketball player I thought owned part of it now.
I don't know. Who's the most famous jazz player?
People who have left. Like, it's not Rudy Gobert, but he plays for Minnesota now.
Sure.
Big Bad Boo Boo Daddy.
Who? What? I think JT just said words.
Big Bad Boo Boo Daddy?
Who's that?
Jazz.
Oh,
okay.
Jazz player. Got it.
All right. Is JT a sports ball guy?
No, I actually am not convinced JT could be less a sports ball guy. Oh,
No,
I see what you mean.
Hey,
Yes,
no,
I see what you mean.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not quite, but
Do you have a preferred sports team, JT?
yeah.
Who?
Mariners.
And they're crushing it right now.
Is that because they're good now?
No.
Big dumper, bro.
Every year
Hell yeah.
every year we're like, this is the year, and it's never
It's finally the year.
It's
Finally the year.
ESR is about to go a lap down to Zalus Motorsport down the front straightaway here.
Oof.
It's hard because I mean they've been running consistently like 218s to 220.
Yeah.
Well, I
It's a
say
shame
that they did get into the 17s again.
It's just a shame that Zalus M2 is so uncompetitive.
Yeah, the
this
car
thing
that is
sucks.
leading GP1.
Yeah. I will say it did drop about 2 seconds to Blaze Racing. Last time through for that Blaze number 118, 214.945. That car's found some pace here in what is probably, well, it's a little on the warm side. I was going to say same driver to the end, but now I'm not 100% sure.
No, I'm thinking it's within the final 2 hours is when you put in that final driver. If you look at the last stint, I don't think they had any 215s. They had some 216 flats. But yeah, being able to run a 215 flat, they just come across the line here, a 215.3 after adding, quite a bit of fuel. Yeah, I suspect there may be a slightly different driver in that car. Could be the same one, he's more refreshed, who knows?
Yeah,
It's time for another ad. I think we haven't
we
done an ad.
should
in a
say
while.
hello to Continental Tire. We should what we should have done was have clipped the whole Ryan Eversley thing from Roto
We still
Land.
can. I've been thinking about that. We still
Yeah,
can.
and just play that as our intro to the ad to give us another 25 seconds or so of breathing room.
I hope we get more ads. I hope we just need RJ to ask sponsors, like, hey, do you have a video ad? Can we just run it?
Yeah.
Something.
Does
We can
Continental
make
have
up
any
fake ads like they used to do
sub-brands
on
we could,
Nickelodeon.
oh yeah.
So
Hi, I'm insert driver name here, and I listen to, and when I'm not in the car, etc.
yeah, I mean,
No, we could sponsor stuff. Like, we could do ad reads.
yeah, something like that. I know Continental is currently doing a promotion. My first car, my first tire. You basically go to their website, you take a quick video, tell them about your first car or your first tires, and you can get a free set of tires from Continental, which is nice, especially if you run in general production.
My store is going to hit the our target for Continental sales this quarter. And because of Continental Tire sponsoring everything, I am so stoked for that.
Sure.
Shout out to ATD, one of the bigger distributors of Continental Tire. Anyway, we'll be right back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to the Crossroads Endurance Challenge, a round of the World Racing League presented by Continental Tire, the best cross-contact LX220s in tire, and belts, and shoe tread, and hoses. Is there anything else Continental makes, JT?
Gas pump hoses.
That's hoses, yeah.
Yeah. My shoes have Continental Tire tread in them.
Yep. Yep, tread, rubber on your shoes. Yep, I said that one. Belts.
Tons of stuff.
All the rubber things. Continental Tire. Continental Tire. Did I tell that story on the air, JT?
I don't think so.
I went to the Sea Otter Classic, which is sponsored by Continental, and the PA announcer for whatever the main event was going on, you know, because there's like a downhill, there's like a slalom, there's like a regular mountain bike, and there's the road race, and so there's a big pro one going on, basically one at a time, and so they have the same public address guy go do all the different events, and he insisted on pronouncing it what I presume is the correct way, which I understand, but he insisted on pronouncing it Continental every single time, and it was the most grating thing I've ever heard the entire time. I'm just like, that is not right. Like, I know it's probably technically right because it's a European company, but no, I hated it. Hated every minute of that. Continental. Got a GP1 car here, this Stack Racing, getting right up behind the Mustang. I believe that's going to be a Bruce Innovations Mustang.
It's the 111.
It is. Blew right past him. Put him on skates. People still say that?
I don't.
Oh, okay. All right. Sounds good. Brendan, when you say you're staying at Yosemite, where are you actually staying?
What's the name of that?
Is it Fresno?
No,
or,
no.
Oh, okay.
Groveland.
Oh, okay. That's not too far.
No, it's like 20.
So there's a gorgeous. I was just up there, and if you go to the Hetchy Reservoir, which is built and managed by the city of San Francisco for their water, but it's inside the national park. It's like a weird arrangement they have. I went up there for the first time, and it's gorgeous because you can't be in the lake at all because it's a reservoir for drinking water. So the hike all the way around it, the mountains are gorgeous, everything's like beautiful. And there's this beautiful cabin right on the edge looking out over the lake, and there was like two ladies staying at it. I was like, wow, that would be cool. I would rent this cabin out. It looked like it would hold 8 or 9 people. I thought, man, that'd be cool, like rent for Thanksgiving. I bet it's expensive, whatever. Do you know what it is? It's a cabin owned by the San Francisco Department of Water and Power that can only be used by elected officials in the city of San Francisco.
Yes, it is.
And I remember reading about that, and that is the most radicalized I have been in a long time. Like, like I could not believe the feeling of just utter anger about
You're
that.
not good enough for that, man. You are not
like,
good enough to rent that cabin.
Yeah. County of San Francisco, City of San Francisco, elected officials, and then people who are management level at the Board of Water and Power.
Yep.
and like that's all that can use the cabin. Like there's a website for it where you can apply and all this stuff, and they list like who you have to be to go. And I was so furious reading that on the way home. I could not believe just every sense of like I love the national parks and support this, and it's the American. This is what makes America great, is having all this stuff for us to get to go enjoy. Like no, this is only for the people that are, what do they say in Animal Farm? Some are more equal than others. Like that's who gets to stay there. It's the pigs. The pigs get to stay.
Right.
At the. I was just furious. So you said you were staying up there, and that like really brought that back to the forefront of my mind.
I got you.
Ago.
Yep. Stratus number 60 is rapidly closing on the round 3 racing number 1 for P3 in GTU at the moment. Remember that Stratus 60 was quite delayed.
Yes.
Earlier on. Matter of fact, I think it's the only GTU car that hasn't been substantially delayed. I'm sorry, the only Stratus car that hasn't been substantially delayed. So that's not true, because 58 has been trouble-free today as well.
Have we ever gotten an explanation as to how they determine which car is which? Like,
color?
Does each car? Well, no, but like, does each car have an anchor driver, and then the like people who are fast like cycle through all the cars?
I don't think so. I
like,
think
how
it's
does that
the
work?
pool of drivers that run. I don't know. You know who we could ask? Matt Million.
Yeah, Matt Million,
who is running with Stratus Racing this weekend.
Or we could probably honestly ask Charlie Stryker, or Clay. We could probably ask any of them, and they would tell us. Nobody's fast.
or
Dakota. Yeah.
I mean, who are the Stratus reps we see most often? Probably Charlie, right?
Probably Charlie or Dakota.
I don't see Dakota. I don't know that I can pick Dakota out of a crowd.
You couldn't?
He's never. I don't introduce myself to people. I'm not good at that. So I have to wait for them to introduce themselves to me.
No, same, but like somehow
I've ever
met more
seen
people.
Dakota.
I don't know. I don't know how that works.
I also there's another Dakota that races in SCCA, Central Florida region. No, that's not it. Never mind. What am I thinking of? I confused him with another Dakota.
Are you thinking of the same Dakota Dickerson that also runs like
no, somebody else?
Prototype Lights or Prototype Challenge? Whatever you call it now?
No. I'll think of it. Anyway.
All right. Sounds good. Jordan Worth, what's it going to take to get you to become a member of the SCCA Central Florida region?
I don't live there, and I'm a member.
Oh, you're a Central Florida member? That's kind of funny.
I never changed.
Got it.
From when I was living there.
I was told the last time I applied for my membership that I could pick any membership because it doesn't matter.
You can.
And I was advised that I should pick Puerto Rico because it's the cheapest one to pick.
My theory on it has been I want to pay into the region that I feel like I support the mission of. And at the time, I was marshaling a lot of...
That's a tough choice for me. Go on.
At the time, I was marshaling a lot of pro races in CFR. Sebring, Rolex, St. Pete, right? And I was making trips for that. So, like, I wanted the hospitality. I wanted to have a good hospitality type experience, catering, like the marshal support stuff. And they really put a lot of effort into that. And so I just kept that as my region because I knew I wasn't going to be going to Pocono for time trials or something like that. I was going to be making the trips down to Florida. Now, as it turns out, Florida region and Central Florida region have also been providing DriverSeye Live with meaningful business over the last couple of seasons. And I would like that to continue. Yes.
No, I was
like that to continue.
Where was I? I must have been at June Sprints, and I had to re-up my membership. Because I was like, whatever, I'll just...
membership.
Hmm?
I didn't know you maintained membership.
I used to. I think it fell off on like when I got a new credit card.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. And I was going through it, and I was like, well, I don't know which one I'm going to pick. And she said, well, you can pick your home region, or you can pick here, or you can pick, whichever. And no, it was at VIR. Was it VIR? Did I do SCCA at VIR? It must have been.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was
this year, yeah.
And I went back, and she was like, well, you could do Puerto Rico. It's the cheapest one. I was like, maybe. Like, that seems like cheating. And I picked SFR, and I probably would have been better off picking Cal Club, just based on proximity to that, and maybe potentially possibly doing the Super Tour next year there, maybe. Like, I don't know. Like, but the way the SFR stuff has gone this year, I'm like, ugh, maybe not. Maybe I should pick a different one next time.
North Loop in and out. They have in and out in Utah. Is that a thing here?
Yes, they do. Yeah.
Oh, I might solve my dinner problem.
I don't know where it is in town. Like, I think there's one.
Right.
There's more than one.
Is there?
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You know how you used to get annoyed with me for just going to, like, the annoying, like, local, like, fast food type option?
Going to the what option?
The other way. Like, the local fast food option that's just, like, lazy. Like, in Austin a couple years ago, I went to Raising Cane's because I've never been to Raising Cane's. Right.
It's not even local anymore. There's Raising Cane's here.
I know that, but at the time there weren't Raising Cane's anywhere on the East Coast, so I couldn't get them.
The problem is you would only go to those places.
No,
I
understand.
Go to get actual good food.
I understand that. And
I'm an advocate for going to one of those once while you're on the trip.
Sure.
Anyway.
And that has changed substantially to the point that now I don't even know what that place is in Salt Lake City. And I need to find out what that place is in Salt Lake City.
No, it used to be Raising Cane's.
What's that stereotypical, like, Utah SLC area, like, oh, this is the brand for Utah fast food?
It's probably
or
In-N-Out,
Utah
to be
lazy
honest,
food.
at this point.
Is it?
I didn't realize there were that many, JT. That's kind of wild. No, I remember when In-N-Out went to Utah, and it was like a big deal because all the California Mormons who had like moved back to Utah were like excited. It might be that at this point.
Bo Betta's Hawaiian style food.
Man, it's hard to think it's been, God, like 15 years of In-N-Out in Utah now.
No, I remember people talking about it because I went to school with a lot of LDS people, and they talked about it like, oh my God, it's finally going to be in Utah. When we go out for Christmas or whatever, we'll get to have, like, I distinctively remember that happening, but I guess it has been 15 years, huh?
Yeah, no, the line in the Washington location, that's just a bit north of Portland, is stupid crazy.
I can't sit in those lines anymore. It's not worth it to me.
Speaking of being radicalized,
every place I've gone, every track I've gone to where I've tried to get in and out, like after a race or something, is just
dreadful.
Half an hour.
You got it.
It's not worth it.
I tried to go on my way out of Laguna, going back to San Francisco.
Oh, yeah, those are
on whatever that first town east of, I guess it's Salinas, right there,
it's
right?
Salinas, yeah.
Yeah,
the problem is there's nothing else in town there. Like that's
right, exactly.
Salinas, like that's your choice.
Exactly.
Or Mexican food.
So
I would have got I got the Mexican food when I went.
I
was
quick
like,
Googled and there was nothing else there, so I was like, well, I guess I'm just leaving Salinas. The chat. Bo Betta's is Hawaiian style fast food.
Probably good.
It appears to be the Hawaiian barbecue equivalent of barbecue, which is interesting.
Do they not
Crown
have
burger.
Hawaiian restaurants on the East Coast? Maybe not.
Say that out loud and really think about what you just said.
I don't know. They have like Korean food on the East Coast. Like
sure, but that's completely different. I mean, there's no chain of Hawaiian food. There's no chain of
Yes, there
Korean
is. It's
food for
Ono.
that matter.
There's Ono Hawaiian food. That's absolutely a chain. Chat. If you're
Not
in
on the-
California,
not on the
Ono
East Coast.
Hawaiian
On
is
the
a chain.
East Coast, specifically the East Coast. That stuff just doesn't exist. There's no Korean, chains. There's no Middle Eastern chains.
Oh man, they're gonna open a Jollibee in Stockton here in like a month and a half. I am beyond.
What's that? What's
stoked.
Jollibee?
It's Filipino KFC.
All right, I'm here.
You got the banana ketchup.
Somebody call
spaghetti.
Uncle Ale.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, it's not like Filipino. It's not like branded.
No,
like it's a fried chicken place that's Filipino.
Yeah.
It's the same kind of stuff. And that is so good. They're going to open one in Stockton. And it's right next door to the Raising Cane's. It's going to put that Raising Cane's out of business. No question. There's also a Church's in Stockton, which is the first one I've seen in California.
I've had a lot of opportunities to go to church, and I still haven't.
It's owned by Popeyes now, so I guess it's not like worthwhile or something. I don't know.
No, I didn't know that. Interesting.
Anyway.
So we've had a big halal, like rice platter, meat platter type explosion in my area of Pennsylvania, in Lehigh Valley. They're popping up everywhere, and the majority of them are just tremendous. I mean, just awesome. The meat is amazing. The rice is delicious. The salad's great. The hot sauce.
The lamb, or are you a
garlic sauce
chicken?
I do a mix. I get chicken and the lamb beef mixture. Yeah.
All right.
No, I go all in. It's awesome. Spitz says, "Oh, Pinky's here. Hello, Andrew." Doner fries from Spitz. Now, is that Turkish doner or German doner? Look at Spitz. Oh, are there any in S? Oh yeah, there are plenty. Are there any near the airport? He asks unknowingly. Mediterranean restaurant.
Nice.
Doner. Oh yeah, it's all Mediterranean. Yeah. They serve beverages. Doner wraps on lavash. Oh my gosh, it's doner. Oh boy.
He just nailed it.
German doner. Yeah, I think this might be happening. Andrew Pinkerton, you may have won this challenge, this DriversEye Live challenge. You win nothing, but your service is really appreciated. Drew.
Surely there's some kind of
really
like Utah bar like by the university that's like the place.
I don't want to go that far.
All right.
Also, I don't think there's any sporting events. I think Utah Valley is playing like Abilene Christian in women's volleyball this weekend, and that's literally it.
I mean, I went and watched Stanford's women's volleyball, and that was fun.
Oh,
but Stanford's like a serious women's volleyball program.
So that's the thing, right? If you can identify one of those top, let's say, 15 or 20 historic programs in the non-revenue sports, those things are absolutely worth going to, but it has to be at that venue.
Right.
Like I wouldn't go see... Women's volleyball is probably a great example. Wrestling is probably a great example as well. I probably wouldn't just go do that, but like, would you ever pass up the opportunity to go to a Nebraska women's volleyball game?
No.
Like, absolutely not. Yeah,
no, Nebraska, Texas, Stanford, like all the like big volleyball schools. Like, I would absolutely go.
100%. Yep. Oh, Andrew Pinkerton. See, this is what he wins. He wins free advertising. I'm available for Sebring and Coda if anyone needs a driver, engineer, strategist, and coach. For the price of one.
For the price of one donor prize.
Is that a pinky 2-for-1 deal for Sebring and Coda? That's tremendous.
Yeah.
If I had a Fun Cup, let me tell you.
Getting Mo Bettas on the way home. Wow.
So I'm pretty sure D'Artagnan there over at turn 14 may have been the first marshal here, because I went to go reframe the shot over at turn 13, and turn 14 with the motorcycle was there like promptly at 8 a.m. Like I had left 5 minutes there and nobody was there.
Does Mo Bettas have like Kahlua pork and like chicken katsu and like that kind of stuff? Or is it all just like poke bowl salmon stuff?
I almost got chicken katsu at Daytona Beach last weekend. It was in my
That's Hawaiian-ish. It's like Hawaiian Japanese adjacent.
No, I mean
that's what half of Hawaiian food is like Japanese.
Yes, but katsu is decidedly Japanese by culture.
For sure.
For sure.
It's with the sauce though. That's the thing. It's the sauce or the spam musubi.
Yeah. Spam is.
Yes, they do. Oh, see. Okay, you got to go there the next day then. Go to Mo Bettas and get Kahlua pork and a spam.
I'm not doing that. I think
that'll be fire.
I'm going to spit.
You got 2 days.
Also true, I had Afghan food on Thursday night. Tremendous.
It's a really good Afghan place in Pleasanton that I go to.
It is probably my current favorite cuisine.
Chris Pies, go R3R.
Pies is here?
Check the chat.
I saw somebody who looked like shorter Chris Pies with a haircut earlier today, and I had a moment where I was like, oh, is that Chris? No, that's not Chris.
Mac Salad's fire. Oh, Brendan, this is where you have to go. You have to go to Mo Bettas. That's like a real
I don't
Hawaiian
like Mac Salad that much.
No, but it's different. They flavor it all different. It's good.
No. Mac Salad belongs only in a garbage plate.
It is. That's what you're getting. That's what Hawaiian food is. It is a garbage plate.
Is it?
Yeah, you're getting rice, you're getting pork and cabbage, you're getting katsu chicken, you're getting a spam musubi, you're getting mac.
And you just mash it all together and get after it?
Yeah, I mean, I do. Like, some people don't, some people do.
TC Design puts in a... that's not a personal best. Why is it purple?
Purple is, I think, that they have held the personal best, or they held the best.
Oh, they're
overall.
currently... Yeah, you're absolutely right. Even though, so their last laps stay purple.
Yeah,
interesting.
That tripped me up earlier. I had to figure that out.
That's very odd. BSR did close on TC Design that last time through, for what it's worth. Turning our attention towards the end of this one, now that we're kind of in that 90-minute window, I suspect that GTO, we are going to see about a stint and a half here. At the very least, I anticipate we're going to need some splashes before the end of this one.
Yes.
Ooh, long lap from Rapscallion. Oh, it's because they're in the pit.
Rapscallions.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Presumably the name is for.
Yes. They're prepping a Trans Am car for a well-known YouTube channel.
Is that right?
Yep. They're the one that's in Forza, the Sunoco.
Yeah.
You know, it's that one.
Huh. I'm genuinely very impressed with the reliability of the Ligiers this weekend. It's been a little bit hit or miss. Those cars have been both pacey and consistent, and I think that's very cool. And I do... You know, the thought just crossed my mind. Have we, at Rapscallion, I say we, are the RP1s not a thing anymore?
I believe they are.
I know, we saw one fairly recently. I think as recently as Road Atlanta. We obviously lost one earlier in the season back at Barber.
Jordan, we have a request to see the onboard of the 140 Ford. Do we have that? There's a link on Red Mist, but then it goes to like a random Vandals.
We have two for the 114.
144 is Forza Motorsports.
Speaking of Forza.
Oh, 114 is running at Pocono Southeast, so that's not correct. Yeah, we don't have the 144.
Oof. Trouble.
If they're streaming to YouTube only, we can't pull it in. We need the direct link there. BSR is in. 981 out of 4th place. But temporarily, at least, halts the charge up to EC Design in the 256. Interesting to see whether that's the last stop for that boxer or not. Damon?
Probably.
It's close. Hour and a half would be close. And I don't know that that car was one of the ones going longest. 102... 33, I don't know. No. It's 31, 32 laps. I don't think that math doesn't math. I think that car is going to need to stop, which is going to make it tough because Zalus has been really good on fuel mileage. It's been a minute since they've been in as well.
Would you say they haven't been overzealous on the throttle pedal?
Pretty good.
Really? So that car that's running at the front of GP1 has also been running relatively quick and has good fuel mileage?
Yes, but it weighs 3,500 pounds and it doesn't burn in well and it goes through tires and it's stiff and they can't use the curbs.
But it's
the suspension's all wrong. Correct, JT. That's correct. Go back and listen to the interview.
It's very funny. It's very funny.
I was almost to the point where it was going to be like the say one nice thing challenge.
Eventually I started listening like, is this a bit? Like, what?
Right.
North Loop's still hanging on in GP2.
Yeah, I mean, ever since the Garage 66 kind of went by, it's a little bit of a scare.
Yeah.
When the North Loop car slowed here in the final sec. But ever since then, yeah, it's been back up to pace. Oh, my goodness. That is the exit of the Attitudes. And...
Yeah, going into Thule turn 11.
Tuella.
Tuella?
Yep, Tuella.
Noted.
That's not how you would spell Tuella. There's not enough L's and E's.
It is in Utah.
Utah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well. Is there a UTEP game? No. Not Utah.
I met some people at a house party recently and mentioned I was coming out to Utah because I'm from Utah.
Hold on, time out. Brendan's too good to go to Chico with us if we go back to Thunder Hill. But he just went to a, quote, house party, end quote.
Well,
go on.
Meet the people at the house party and you'll understand.
Yeah, they probably had wine and stuff, you know.
It was
matter.
Dude, February was a good year for...
No, this is way off here.
Yeah, that's very far.
616. Where is this? Oh, that driver's left at the Attitudes? Is that the hill at the top of the Attitudes on the left side of the shot?
Is this an example of the attitude determining your altitude up the hill?
That's very good, and I hate you for it.
Was it crazy
really good.
oversteer out of 10, or
it must have been oversteer on the throttle there?
Maybe a snap correction before going into 9, and it got flung left. I don't know.
It just says spin drivers left at 8. My guess is it maybe got a little too well. You know what? Let's find the EP on board.
Either way, it's impressive.
I mean, it's way down there. And the weird thing is that cloud of dust we saw was coming from the opposite side of the track. Okay, so he takes the curb on driver's right. No, is this the previous lap? It is the previous lap. My bad. Zoom forward here. Okay, here we are. Witchcraft. Buffering. Oh, yeah. The car started a very, very lazy rate. He was a little shallow into the left-hander at the bottom of the hill. And it just kind of started this lazy rotation. He didn't quite catch in time in that left-hander. And it actually, where he ended up looks a lot more dramatic than it actually is. It was just a long, lazy slide to the inside there out of turn.
So the first left-hander, correct?
No, second left-hander.
Okay.
So he was already at the bottom of the hill. Yeah, he was a little far to driver's right, like not out over the curb or anything. He was kind of offline through the right-hander and then tucked up behind a BMW. He was just, literally a couple of inches shallow going into the left-hander at the bottom of the hill, and the car just kept rotating. Hey, yes.
Still crazy. Super.
Ryan.
Brendan.
Mr. West, did you call the mixer settings repairman?
Thank goodness. It's been needing a tune-up for a while.
Right. I don't know anything he says. It's out of the Blaze Racing Stables, number 118. It's Scott Mann. Welcome back to DriversEye Live, my friend.
I haven't seen you guys in a while. Did you really?
Absolutely.
I was in the car and I think I felt something, and all of a sudden my lap times got better. So it must have been a positive way, right?
It was. It was mostly trying to encourage you because of all weekends. No, number two.
I'm number 2.
Yes, you are.
I just need my cans to be louder. I can barely hear you guys.
That must be an age.
It's because I'm deaf.
Must be an age. Anyway,
I heard that.
No, you didn't. You just told me you're deaf. So let's talk. I know you're a little pressed for time here, Mr. Mann. You're on home territory.
This is it.
You're in a 30-year-old E36.
30 going on 406.
And in a really competitive GP1 field for most of the year. You've been there-ish. And here we are at the Burt Brothers Motorpark, and you are right in the thick of it. Just right at the pointy end. Just like that, huh?
Yeah.
So what is it? Is it being at home? Is it everything's finally starting to click and gel? Because, I mean, you guys have just been rock solid.
30% home, 70% click and gel.
Yeah? What'd you do to make that happen?
15% power of will.
Correct. 100% reason.
Sounds like political percentages all of a sudden. Wait, it doesn't add up to 100%. How does that work? You know, I will tell you that as we've taken our 30-plus-year-old car through its paces, the weaknesses have aired themselves quite obviously. I mean, Road Atlanta, the lower front cross member, call it the engine cradle, if you will.
Yep.
Completely and totally failed. Just ripped, just literally ripped apart. We found one in, salvage yard, junkyard, whatever. Came back the next day on Sunday and did pretty well. And so Saturday we DNF. Sunday, I think we took, if I remember correctly, I think we took 4th.
Yeah.
Or something
just
like
off
that.
The podium.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just everything that's needed to break to rear its ugly head basically has given us justification to replace everything, and it's worked out. It's worked out really well. And so we're down to the point, man, there better be some wood around here. We're down to the point in which just about everything is now, as far as weaknesses go, have now been replaced, strengthened, modified, aftermarketed, with good, successful aftermarket parts, because we had that run-in with multiple different vendors that sold us stuff that is not only failed on our car, but failed on other teams' cars. You know, I'm not going to name any names, but we really have a very, very nice package. But it's only been 2 races that we've been able to actually work on the handling and get the car dialed in. And ironically, this being the second of the 2, and we know this track so well, it was easy for us to take it out of pocket and set it up. So we're pretty quick because we just know the aggregate, we know the altitude, we know the, obviously the weather, all the stuff that makes this interesting island upon itself an anomaly of good fortune for us. How's that for a word salad?
I'm into that. What were you pointing at?
Randy Buck.
Oh, yeah.
I have a story about Randy Buck.
I can come to that in one moment.
Okay.
Because I don't know that anybody listening, I mean, we know Randy, obviously, he's here. But anyway, we'll come to that.
Right.
So essentially kind of what you're getting after here is, okay, you've replaced all these parts. Some of them are improvements, like not just in terms of reliability, but actually in terms of performance.
Yes.
And now that you're back on home soil, instead of adapting to a track you have limited mileage at, and trying to figure all that out while also tuning a car in, you can come back to a baseline known quantity and just get to tuning the car in against what you already know, which is Utah.
Ding, ding, ding.
Burt Brothers.
That's awesome.
That makes a lot of sense to me. And I don't think I realized you guys were doing that much performance work on the car along the way. I know you've had some failures here and there and some parts issues, but I didn't realize that stuff was all, okay, we're not just replacing the failed part, we're figuring out how to make this package better.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the justification with Jason, the team owner, is, okay, if we're going to do something, we're going to go all in. Why do it at all?
Sure.
So every step of the way, we've really taken big strides to get better and better and better. We still are the underling, the budget team, the whatever you want to call it, the Goliath. Or actually,
the David.
I'm sorry. Why did I say that? I'm really tired.
I think the Goliath is Zalus.
Yeah, that is for sure.
3,500 pounds or whatever it is.
Goliath
qualifies the Goliath.
Yeah.
Goliath, he didn't enjoy actually being large.
he hated
proud,
his body.
It is the day. We are the David. Yes. The interesting thing is one of the drivers in the Zelos car is Matt, who is on our team typically.
He's here.
Yeah, and he's incredible. He's an amazing driver. He's a good asset. He's a great setup guy. Obviously, he's a local guy here as well. They're incredible drivers. Their input have kind of helped us along the way as well. Now, we're going to have Matt back in the driver's seat for Watkins Glen and Sebring.
He told us.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. But this weekend, we have Lincoln. And Lincoln is the NASA Spec Miata National Champion.
Cool. From this year?
from this year,
Very cool.
just at Ozarks a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
This kid is on fire. So he did the first stint. He was unbelievably good. Left me a really good car. I just got out of the car a minute ago, and so I did my 3 hours. Basically, punched my ticket, so to speak, and did well. And now Zach, who is the owner's son, who's also obviously local, he's raced here quite a bit with NASA and other organizations. We've done the 6 hour quite successfully on podium there a few times, things like that. He's now in the car, so we have a good team at a home track. And I got to tell you, the rest of the season looks really, really good for us.
Is that Zach Lebwell by chance?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's making a presence. What is it?
Lebois.
Lebois. Is that what? Is that?
Lebois.
I went with straight German.
Yeah. This is more. Let's just try the French attitude.
Yeah,
Lebois.
Gotcha. Okay. No, he's very active on social media.
Yes, he is.
DriversEye, World Racing League, and quite a lot. So
Yeah.
I picked up on the name. I'm like, Zach, got it, please, yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the rest of the season. It certainly seems like you guys have unlocked something here. It'd be easy to say, well, you had the shoe in the car, the Spec Miata national champion with Lincoln there to start things off, but you've absolutely maintained it. I mean, within 50 seconds of Zalus, right in it with BSR and TC Design, that group of four, I mean, for a race that's gone green for 6 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
For you guys to all be kind of tucked in that same window there without really anybody fully separating themselves, has been awesome, and I'm sure it's been fun for you guys down there on the stand and in the car as well.
Well, and we're not a team that actually does well with performance. We're a team that does well with fuel economy because of the package that we run.
Sure.
And for us to actually be at the pointy end of the performance stick, I'm laying over in the pits going, I might as well have just died and gone to heaven. It's just incredible. And so we're very pleased.
Sure, it makes it a lot more fun when you can also be at the pointy end just on merit. Not on merit, on days.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I completely agree. So.
Tell your Randy story. Randy's our chief steward this weekend.
And Randy Buck might as well be one of the biggest celebrities in my past, because back when I was a wee kid, and Randy's, yes, I'm talking about you as I'm pointing at him. Randy used to work extensively with the Skip Barber Racing School over at Laguna Seca. And way back when I started getting interested in racing, I actually started a little late, so mid-20s. Somebody told me, yeah, you drive like an idiot, you need to go to racing school. So, truth be told, they were 100% correct. And so I went to just a Skip Barber little 2-day event at the Ventura County Fairgrounds down in Southern California and got hooked. I mean, the needle was sunk. And so I signed up for a 3-day racing school when the Barber Dodge Series was a really, really big deal out at Laguna Seca. Why not? Go big or go home, so to speak. Randy was the chief instructor. Randy, probably only because I had the opportunity of working for Mario Andretti for a couple years, Randy reminds me closest to Mario Andretti. Warm heart, but a businessman.
Sure.
Can push really, really hard, but is always willing to lift you up as opposed to bringing you down. Is compassionate, but not necessarily to the point of being T-ball, here's your reward type compassionate. More like, yes, you earned it. Randy's exactly the same way. My quick story is I was top of the class and Randy said, you suck, basically in so many words. He says, at Laguna Seca, you're going through turn 10 like you've got your panties in a wad. And I went, wow, that's interesting, but okay. And he says there's compression, downforce, you're in an open wheel car, telemetry is going to prove you wrong, you could go through there so much quicker, what is going on with you, you're the best driver out here. So he says, I want you to go through that corner flat out, and if you end up spinning off or something like that, there's enough room there. I went through that corner flat out, with him screaming at me, faster, and I got to tell you, it was the most, that's when I went, I get it now.
Yeah.
I totally get that exhilaration and that realism and the connection with racing. And so ever since then, I actually ended up working with him. He's scrutineered. He's taught at different schools. I became a racer, then a pro coach, then I worked for Andretti Racing and did the ride car for Andretti Racing and did all sorts of goofy stuff like that, and I kept crossing paths with him. For whatever reason, he's either not forgotten me because I was such a jerk, or not forgotten me because of the fact that we just had a good, connection.
Yeah.
I saw him again yesterday in the drivers' meeting, and he just lit up.
Yeah.
The other person that does exactly the same thing and is the same way is Randy Popes.
Oh, interesting.
Randy remembers me, and it's so funny because I do my Randy Popes impression all the time, which obviously this is a radio, but here's Randy Popes. Ready?
You know, from this angle, this kind of top-down angle, you actually do look shockingly like Randy Popes.
Exactly.
It really is remarkable.
And so I take pictures like that and I text him to him all the time. He laughs his ass off. I just keep on telling him, I say, when I grow up, I'm going to be just like you. But those are really, as far as racing idols go, not because I sit here and I'm, starstruck or anything like that, but they are just two amazingly driven individuals with positive motion in the right direction.
I think it's very easy sometimes for people who are involved in motorsports to let the power or the position go to their heads. We had a race director, unfortunately, who recently passed away over in the SCCA.
I saw the memorial. That was
it would have been back at last year's runoffs, actually. So it's been about a year. Well, the incident happened about a year ago. But anyway, his name was Mike West, a tremendous guy.
Yep.
And every interaction I ever had with him was him just expressing to drivers, marshals, interested parties through his passion for the sport in a way that educated people, right? It wasn't ever meant to be punitive. It wasn't meant to be rude or short. It wasn't meant to be a flex on anybody. I know more than you. I've been around longer than you. It was just, here's what I saw. Here's where it went wrong. Here's how you can learn for it. And it was all about making the other person at the end of that interaction better. And I think those, they're not few and far between in motorsports, but they really do stand out when you come across people like that who
100%.
just make it so clear that they're in this because they love motorsports and they're there to make a connection with you and help you be better, not to throw a book at you, not to be, in a power trip or anything like that. And it's cool to have Randy on board this weekend. I know Casey and Jim Davis, who have done, and Steve DeBrecht, who's also not here this weekend, are out at HSR, I think, at Road Atlanta. So we've had kind of that rotating cast of characters over here next door.
Right.
It's cool to see, great person after great person come through that role in a way.
Scrutineering has always been really good. I mean, and that's when you do see people like Randy and Casey and so on and so forth, and you see them in the rotation, you go, okay, consistency, professionalism, a heavy hand when need be is all going to be done very well. And it's rare that I ever feel like there's any room for disagreement. There's always going to be room for disagreement with some people because they just, let's agree to disagree. But from my experience, I look at a lot of the rulings and I go, I got to tell you, it definitely weighs towards what they have ruled. So I just wish they were part of Formula One.
Right. Wow. And that's the kind of power trip discussion there. I'll let you go here in just a minute. I know you're pressed for time. But what you guys have kind of raised the bar this weekend for yourselves, I think, in terms of your competition level, your consistency. You are now contenders.
And reliability, too. That's
for sure.
That's our big thing.
But you are now also championship contenders in GP1.
Ding, ding, ding. And I do have a question for you. Actually, I'm going to interrupt you really quick.
Okay.
Apparently, there was last year a championship for the long races, the 13 and 14-hour races.
We only had 2 this year, and I don't know if RJ, I don't know what the promotion was of that.
We won that.
Oh, this year?
But
or last year?
No, this year.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
The problem is
the Super Endurance Cup.
That's it. Super Endurance Cup. We are top team for that.
Oh.
Which is kind of interesting because no one said anything about it. So we're thinking, that's exactly right. So I need to know that because I would like to have that lollipop.
I got you.
Or that $5 trophy, one of the two.
So bearing in mind, you guys are in contention for a championship, certainly in the fight for P2, depending on how Ginger's results fall.
Yes.
The next 2 days. And you guys are in the fight for a race win here, having raised your own personal game.
Yes.
What's a satisfying outcome this weekend?
One podium and 1 top 5.
Wow. Okay.
That's what I would like.
All right.
Because points-wise, that puts us right in the thick of things.
Yeah.
pretty well at the Glen last year. It's a technical track, and our car is decently suited for it. We did really well at Sebring last year. We podiumed last year. And I know how to build a car for Sebring, and Sebring is one of my most favorite tracks.
Well,
basically, you build a Sherman tank.
Sure.
You know.
And you've failed all the other failable components, so now theoretically the car should be, you know.
Yes.
And
then Coda, we're going to suck.
Sure. Right. I am interested to hear you say that, because I think to me it highlights just how difficult endurance racing still is.
Yes.
Right. You guys are here. You're on it. The pace is there. The consistency is there. Reliability is there. You have the chance to win a regional championship this weekend in the Midwest Championship, right?
Sure.
And certainly P2 is very, very much on the cards for you there. And yet you're saying satisfying is podium in the top 5. You're not...
Yeah, because we're kind of shooting for nationals.
That's fair.
Because our commitment this year, and Jason was very forthwith at the beginning, he says we're going to go to every single race. Unless we're DNFing every single race, and he's just wasting a bunch of money. But he says the whole idea is, and keep in mind, the amount of podiums are very, very slim that we've done, but the mere fact that we've shown up and actually gotten points at majority of the races, accumulative, we've done well. And so if we win the national championship without even getting one single win, that's going to be still pretty satisfying.
That's fair.
To me. Yeah. You know what I mean? And so that's why I say a podium and a top 5 mathematically would make me very happy.
I gotcha. Scott, man, thank you for stopping by DriversEye Live. You did owe this to us.
Yes, I know.
And I really appreciate it.
Sorry. I rarely get this opportunity.
No, I totally understand. You're a busy man. And just it's really cool to see you guys competitive on it, and with a car that, for being the lightweight, fuel economy minded build that it is right in the thick of things this weekend.
I appreciate
tremendous run so far, and best of luck to you the rest of the way.
A quick shout out to Jason's folks. That would be Zach's grandparents on the East Coast. I don't think they miss one of these ever. They love to watch the
fantastic.
team. And so, Grandma and Grandpa, hey, thank you very, very much. We're going to come see you at Watkins Glen. That's up in their neck of the woods. So we're going to be out there in 6 weeks?
3 weeks.
Oh, is it 3 weeks?
It's
Whatever
3
it is.
Weeks.
Yeah, it's right around the
It's a
corner.
quick turnaround.
Yeah, exactly. And so looking forward to seeing him in person.
Fantastic.
All right,
Scott,
thanks,
man, thank you
guys.
very much. Blaze Racing, number 118. Class leaders at the moment in GP1.
Another update in GP1 is after the round of pit stops, BSR Racing did take back 3rd place. However, TC Design only 4.5 seconds behind at the moment. Both cars running relatively similar lap times at the moment, both into the 15s and 16s here. So we're going to definitely keep an eye on that, as that fight for the final podium spot will continue here with just over an hour remaining in today's race.
I know that Scott's left to go handle the end of this one. I have a suspicion here that Blaze is going to come up about 45 seconds behind the Zalus car after they make their final stop. Maybe a little bit less because it'll be a shorter stop.
Wasn't that what they were already at before the Zalus pit stop?
Yeah, I didn't do the math, but probably right around 45, 50 seconds, based on what I'm seeing here. It just swings 90 seconds on the pit stops. Zalus last lap, though, 2:19. That's like 4 too many more of those. AE Victory is back out.
Nice.
The in here.
Give Sarah some fresh shoes. Go get pole for tomorrow.
Yeah. Speaking of fresh shoes here. Southwest or southeast direction here from Tuella. There's a shower coming over the mountains. And my weather app of choice, well, one of them, rain will likely form in 20 minutes. I mean, it's there. I see the shower coming over into the valley. Ironically, it doesn't even look big enough to coat the whole track, but there is a non-zero chance that this doesn't end completely dry.
Excellent.
We do the East Coast mind literally cannot comprehend. West Coast weather patterns baffle me.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Utterly baffling. I don't even know where this moisture is coming from. And I'm sure the mountains do a fair amount of lifting, and we are on the downwind side of the mountains from the southeast. But yeah, this stuff just kind of appeared and may just have a role to play. Not in turning things on their heads, but the margins have been so fine in GTU is 5 seconds right now from the 908 back to the 58. GTO has been, close. Rapscallion's up onto the podium. They're in a fight with TCB. That's 13 seconds in the battle for third. GP1 has obviously been a scrap, and we're expecting it to be that way through to the end, both for first and for third, because the battle for third is 4.5 seconds. Oh, man. Big grab of opposite lock there in the middle of turn one.
The curb. Yeah, the wrist might hurt a little bit there.
I'm sorry, what happened?
North loop, just a big, like a whole hand of opposite lock in the middle of turn one.
Jeez.
And then he kind of picked his hand up and brushed his shoulder off after he came out of the corner.
I don't know if he brushed his shoulder or if he was just shaking his wrist because it was in pain.
One or both of those things. It was a snap, but he did a really nice job to catch it. Dark Taney says, you can get all 4 seasons in one day here. I believe that. 100%. I was freezing this morning. Not freezing. I was quite cold this morning at 53. It's been hot all day. It's hot in here. We're about to get rain, potentially.
What kind of car do you have for your rental?
RAV4.
Nice. What trim?
It's fine. I don't know.
Is it an Adventure or is it an XLE?
I don't know.
Does it have orange highlights on the interior or no?
No, and it doesn't have heated seats either. So it's like that basic model. Well, here's the problem, Ryan, is I would normally rent from Avis. But Avis didn't have any cars available when I went book my rental car.
Mm-hmm.
So I went with Hertz and did the status match.
Ah, okay.
So I got to pick my car at Hertz. It's the first time I've ever done this, and I have no skills picking out cars from a lineup if I can't just pick the CX-5.
See, you suffered through me having to pick a car at NOLA that one time. And
I
that
wasn't
was
there.
pretty
You
quick.
picked me up. I came in later than you, I think.
Oh, maybe I did pick you up. Anyway,
Yeah.
I remember. No, because we were walking up and you were. No, because I had told you what car it was and you'd complained. I was like, I don't
right.
care.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, it takes me probably a good 7 minutes to pick a car.
I was getting up to 3 or 4, and I was like, I think I just need to pick one. So they were all roads and RAV4s. Like,
That's too bad. I mean, for
yeah,
Utah, that makes sense. But like, I would rather a RAV4 than a Rogue. Like, that's for sure.
And I wanted to go to National, but National didn't have their rates were that competitive, so I did Hertz and let it be.
Got it.
Yeah, anyway.
I like National. I always get good cars.
Yeah, my father said the same thing in a recent conversation. Zalus drops another 5 seconds.
That's because the car sucks.
Yes.
Like that's
definitely explains why they were doing 215s earlier as well.
Bad car.
Yeah.
Flow car bad.
Yeah, I don't know here. I mean, this is not rapidly, but meaningfully starting to go the way of Blaze Racing there in GP1. It's still, 30 seconds they're going to need to pick up, but I'll tell you what, 3-4 seconds a lap at a time is going to get it done, whether we stay dry to the end or not.
Right.
Frankly.
In the next 25 to 30 minutes, I'm going to close my deal.
What deal?
On my new car.
Oh, you're getting a new car?
I am.
No. Well, what are you getting?
I think I'm going to get a Hyundai Ioniq 5.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well,
very attractive lease deal with the lease incentive expiring here in a couple days.
Have you... Sorry. After our discussion earlier about San Diego State football,
Sure.
Have you seen the current San Diego State football score?
One moment, please.
Yeah. Their opponent has the opportunity to do something very funny in Midwestern. There's a non-zero chance here that Minnesota on the imperialism map becomes Northern Illinois. Yeah, I'm here for that. I am here for that.
Oh my gosh. So, by extension, the University of Minnesota is worse than Northern Illinois. Like that, I mean,
so is Notre Dame. So that just puts Notre Dame and Minnesota on the same tier.
This is incredible.
Future Notre Dame head coach PJ Fleck. The crossover episode nobody asked for.
Sure.
Yeah.
Utah is now putting up a good fight against Boston College.
Good.
Got a quarter left.
Utah's putting the beat down on West Virginia in a battle of 2 out of my last 3 weekends.
Stanford's going to play San Jose State, and if they don't win, that's going to be a clown show.
A problem.
Yeah. They've been pretty hit or miss, too. So we'll see. I did see a great video that I guess was about a year old on the on the fall of the Pac-12. And he really highlighted 2011 as, like, the apex of Pac-12 football. Where you had Stanford playing
Stanford,
Oregon,
USC,
it was like 2 and 3 or 2 and 4 seed or something like that, and
that was Harbaugh.
That was the end of Harbaugh. That was the first year of David Shaw.
Oh right, yeah, okay.
And that would have been the last year of Andrew Luck, and it was like the first or second year of Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, okay.
Both of whom got robbed. On that, and so did Toby Gerhardt. Gerhardt, McCaffrey, Luck, all robbed on the Heisman. East Coast bias.
That's probably true.
One of them should have won it. I'm not saying all 3 of them should have won it, but one of them should have won it.
Yeah, McCaffrey in particular, I think was, and Luck. I mean, Luck was really good too.
That is the worst wasted career in professional
Andrew Luck?
football. Yeah, by far. Jordan says Jordan disagrees because he doesn't like the Colts, which isn't really Andrew Luck's fault. I don't think so. Jordan,
we'll see how his
Andrew Luck was overrated.
GM career.
Well, of course he didn't. They didn't have a line. They couldn't keep him protected like they protected Peyton Manning. That's a terrible.
How many halves of this discussion are happening over the air?
Anyway. Not
okay. Yeah,
Jordan
Ryan's arguing with himself here.
Jordan Worth is telling me, the producer, that that Andrew Luck was overrated
because he wasn't as good as Peyton Manning.
Because he wasn't as good as Peyton Manning when Peyton Manning had a way better team around him than Andrew Luck ever had. And Andrew Luck, I think, was a more gifted quarterback than Peyton Manning. I genuinely believe that.
Yeah. I don't know about that. That one's a stretch.
I think he would have been in the with the Colts. It would have sucked if he had been able to go somewhere else. The way the salary cap works too. It's unfortunate that he was at the Colts, because if he was with a halfway competent team, I think we would be discussing Andrew Luck in the same realm as Peyton Manning and Drew Brees and Tom Brady and like all of that. Like, the days when he was not hurt and they were not constantly down his throat because his line sucked, he was the best quarterback in the league. Completely robbed of a great career.
You're going to make a lot of friends when we go to Indianapolis.
People in Indianapolis like Andrew Luck, and until he got his job with Stanford, he still lived there. That's the thing. He stayed after he retired.
Stanford GM.
Now he's the AD.
No, he's not the AD.
He's the GM. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, which is like bait. Yeah, okay. Do you think him and Ron Rivera have lunch?
Him and who?
Ron Rivera. Who I believe is the GM of the Cal program.
Who's their head coach? Who's Frank Reich.
Yeah.
At Stanford. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, Ron Rivera is the GM of Cal.
This rain shower is marching our direction.
Good.
I would call it a march. I would say it looks approximately as wide as maybe half the track. The problem here, Jordan, is I think you got to go in a little bit closer. Obviously, we're looking at the shower just to the southeast there, and morphing its way over this side of the mountains. I don't know, maybe it passes to the east. Maybe it fizzles. 119 is back in. Battle for third in GP1 is 3.6 seconds. This is a matter of tenths between these two cars.
Yeah, because remember they were 4.5 seconds. What, 10 minutes ago?
Yep, that's exactly my point.
Same with the fight for the lead in GT right now, which is less than a half a second. I believe that is mostly because Automatic had pit far more recently than Stratus. I'm not sure both of those cars can make it to the end.
Automatic's going to be really close.
Yeah.
My guess is they're going to come up a couple of laps short here. Well, an hour 5, man. I don't know. That is really close. Stratus 58 is definitely going to need a stop. No question about it. And the lead has changed on track. So actually, I'll come through our turn 1 camera here momentarily, and you will see black and blue, Stratus number 58 leading yellow, Automatic 908. Mike Anderson says, seeing rain at 5:30 local. I'm telling you, man, that's not 5:30.
See, you say see the yellow MP01. I think those are mixed up this weekend.
Oh, I think you're right. No, I have them mixed up. It's the livery is on the 908 now, whereas it used to be plain livery 908, proper livery 909.
Yes.
Now it's plain livery 909, proper livery 908. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, so now the 909 is just basically all yellow.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. 909 is into the final sequence here. Wind up, release.
You no.
Shadows beginning to lengthen here. You can really tell what time of year it is now with the shadows, you know? I had a moment the other day when I was pulling cameras after qualifying. It's 3:30 in the afternoon, and there were like quite long shadows. And I was like, you know what? It's fall. The weather could be a bit cooler, but we're there.
Yeah, still close head between TCB and Rapscallion for third in GTO as well. Still at about 3.5 seconds here.
It may not matter if that automatic doesn't have to pit. Stratus put 3 seconds almost on automatic last time through. El Diablo's in and out. Expecting a splash for most of the GTO runners. We would think before the end of this one. GP1 should just be a pit stop for Blaze. I think BSR and TC. Ooh, it's getting close. Really close. We jump on board the North Loop number 21 again. Jordan has a knack for picking out interesting things on cameras, so
he does.
Sure, something wild is going to happen at turn 7 here.
I'm waiting for Jordan to not be able to do this because he has a full-time gig with NBC or ESPN.
You know, Jordan and I just had that conversation yesterday, kind of.
Was that in the works? Is that happening?
I don't know. I mean, we had a related conversation, yes.
Got it. Because he's got his foot firmly in the door, you know what I'm saying?
Damned, I would say.
I think that with Apple now having announced that they're doing this thing with the iPhone 17 for the baseball broadcast, it's going to put the whole industry on notice that that's an option, and it's going to make my resume look a lot better. Because
that's a really good point.
Because now places are like, oh, that's a legitimate strategy. And I'm going to say, not only is that a legitimate strategy, but I've already been doing it for 5 years. Yeah. I know how to do it.
I mean, the difference there is that for the iPhones in that controlled broadcast environment, the infrastructure already exists.
Right.
Like those buildings, those arenas and stadiums are meant for that. We don't have that.
No, we don't.
I
Which
mean,
is harder. It's harder.
Yeah, I'm just throwing cameras up in the sunlight for 12 hours a day, crossing my fingers we don't get throttled. Like, yeah, it is harder for sure. Also, they're still manned. Like, those iPhones are not just static.
Sure. So when I was thinking about the other day or yesterday with the PTZ thing, like, I don't think it matters. I think you need someone on each camera regardless.
Yeah.
You could do presets to change them so it looks like you have more cameras than you do, but you're not going to be able to have the workload to track stuff.
You could. So if you watch, like some Porsche Sprint Challenge stuff, where they had. Oh no! It was either them or like USF Juniors, somebody like that. One of those two, they very clearly are using PTZs, at least one.
Yep.
And you can see the progression through the balance of the weekend. The operator getting used to the rate of pan and zoom as they track a car through the shot. Because on Friday it's a mess, and you're like, this is not a good use of anybody's time. And by Sunday it's like, okay, this is kind of passable as a manned camera.
Sure.
But if you're starting from scratch at every new track as to how you operate the camera, and you don't have that like tactile feedback of you standing there with a unit, it's tough. Yeah. 45 minutes remaining. It's 3/4 of an hour. End of sentence. Yeah, and at the moment, I think we're just kind of waiting for his final pit stops and to see where things shake out. I mean, the Blaze Racing pace relative to Zelus Motorsport, the number 88, has been enough. Ooh, we go around the outside of the last corner there. Has been such that I am becoming less convinced this is going to be a contest. I am, unless Blaze has a mess of a final pit stop here. I don't anticipate being the case.
Look at those clouds on the mountains. That is an angry cloud.
Yeah, I drove back towards a very tall cumulus development on the other side of the mountains last night when I was going back towards Salt Lake. And it's impressive, right? I mean, you can see that stuff that's probably 50 miles away, and it just towered, you know? Very cool.
Yeah.
JT, did I tell you I caught a Starlink launch while I was setting up cameras at Daytona on Sunday morning?
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, it was cool. Caught me off guard. I was at the bus stop as the sun was coming up. Hadn't cleared the horizon yet, but it was reflecting off the trail. Mm-hmm. And I looked up and I was like, into the pit lane comes the 118.
There we go.
Kind of that primary pit stop we've been waiting for. Blaze Racing against Zelus Motorsport. I will do my best to pick out a blue BMW M2 somewhere out in the distance. Remember, it's a pretty short pit lane here. Full fills tend to be about an 80-second loss all told. This car won't need a full fill.
Is that them coming out of the last corner?
Zelus? No.
Okay.
Mercedes there. And we go CHR in round 3, who almost has that car lap down, by the way. Blaze gets a wipe of the windshield. There is Zelus in the second to last corner.
Nice.
Winds through turn 14, winds up through turn 14, and then releases through turn 15, back to the apex. Back on the throttle as 119 pits again. So this will still go towards the favor of Zelus in the number 88. And 118 is released. margin at the line will be, or margin once they come back around will obviously be more than it shows at the line now, with 118 being in the pit lane. DeLuz dips into the 217, so on the quicker side of where they've been for the last couple of laps. I don't know if we've really touched on this the way, but it is something we should mention because I've only been focusing on class battles. The top 3 cars overall are still GTU entries.
Yep. It's becoming less and less of a thing, and if all the rumors are to be believed, that will not be a thing, or it will only be a thing next year.
Yeah. I actually haven't heard any updates on that, but yeah, you're right. At Road Atlanta, a lot of the discussion talking points centered around, hey, let's just give the GTU cars a little bit more power and let them go do their thing.
Yep.
Yeah, which does make some sense as we get a driver change for Garage 66. Is that in the pit lane or is that in the garage?
That's the pit lane.
In the pit lane, okay. It's a little washed out, so I couldn't really tell because I wasn't paying attention to the screen earlier. And it's not really even close between the 2 classes. Round 3 is at 199 laps. Stratus number 58, 7 laps ahead. So for a car that's 2 cars that have had faultless runs, although 59 hasn't been the outright fastest of the Stratus GTU entries this weekend, or at least today. Yeah, 7 laps at the end of 8 hours is really quite something. And let's take a moment to acknowledge the fact we've got 7 hours, 20 minutes without a full course yellow, no interruptions to our Saturday 8-hour enduro here at the Crossroads Endurance Challenge. And we've still got multiple class battles inside of 10 seconds. It's tremendous. I don't know about you guys. I cannot speak for you. I think in terms of the way the race has played out here, this has been one of the most consistently interesting races we've followed. And it's not just that, like, especially not banking on safety cars, right? But knowing that the top 3 or 4 in, I mean, GP1 and GTO, just on pace, you know those cars are going to be glued together, right? And not one thing has happened out on track that has changed that or made it false or fake or anything like that. It's just been a good, really competitive day of racing.
Yeah, I agree. And
don't need safety cars to make racing interesting, man.
People have been able to, gain positions, lose positions. Like, people have controlled their own destinies for the most part. There's not a whole lot of, like you said, banking on yellows, banking on this, banking on that. It's been pretty straightforward. I've enjoyed it.
Well, and in some ways, it does still lend credence to the idea that you do need to plan out an optimum race strategy. Right, because in pro racing, you can kind of make the case like, oh, well, we're going to get a bunch of yellows anyway, so, we'll probably make an early stop and then just bank on that, but it's probably going to happen, and everybody just kind of builds their strategy around the yellows. And, I mean, there is some fairness in that if you're pretty sure you're going to get them anyway, but also you need to kind of run your race in a way that makes it efficient and fast for you, not taking advantage of happenstance. I really enjoy following races like that because, I mean, JT, you and I, the long sim races, right? We never really had safety cars. So you build out your strategy in a way that is the most efficient across many, many, many stints. This 21 gets a number board again, or a pit sign here on the front straightaway. The box board, as it were. And it seems like it's been a while since we've been able to just call a race or follow a race that is played out in that same manner. Well, this year was close. Low zones made it a little weird, but apart from that safety car right at basically halfway, Le Mans was pretty organic across the full race distance. Hello, Brian Belansky in the chat.
B-Dog.
Looking good DEL. I mean, you know, I shaved today, so that's not true. I didn't do that.
58 pits from the lead in GTO and overall.
Yep, and immediately gives the lead back to the automatic racing 908. Do anticipate the 908 needing a stop, and actually I think that 58's in. That's not early. We're in at 173, too. It's 31 laps. We do 31 laps in the 908, 192 and 31. As I do some quick mental math, it's us to 223. It's 15 laps from now. 15 laps? No, it's going to be tight. No. I think they're going to need a splash.
Yeah, probably, because 15 laps at 2 minutes. That's going to get you a half hour.
Yep. Yeah, I think they're going to come up just short unless they've been doing some fuel saving. And I don't know that you can save that much in a downforce car at a place like this. What's that rain doing? Oh, it's here. It's like right there. It has arrived. It's like right there. That is vaguely the direction of where we're looking. The Utah Fire Museum likely to get the rain first, ironically. I haven't had a good guys in a while.
Well, here it is.
Jokingly, I have. You know, actually,
it may blow out by the time the race is over, from what I was seeing on the radar. Like it might come and go, and then it'll be dry when you're. Well, the ground won't be dry, but
sure, yeah. Well, the ground here it can absorb a couple of raindrops. I think it's pretty arid at the moment. Any interesting overall battles to keep an eye on here? I don't think so. 909 is in. It is the team car for automatic racing. When were they in? 168. So that car has actually gone quite a bit further than the 908. Born to Eat Toast. Agree, this race has been great. Been watching on and off, but have been listening the whole time. The announcers are top notch. Thank you, JT. Under a different name.
You're welcome.
Born to Eat Toast is not a paid actor. We do appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
We got to start screenshotting these so that we can keep them when
testimonials for the website.
Discussions come up about contracts and such.
Yes.
What's
shout out to all 7 people that do that.
What's the username in Parks and Rec when Paul Rudd is running for city councilor? There's a username that somebody posts from Twitter.
I actually haven't watched Parks and Rec.
Have you really not?
I only watched up until the first episode with Adam Scott.
It's Mr. Munchmeat. That's what it is. Mr. Munchmeat, and then I think there's a number afterwards. But I like Parks and Rec.
Yeah, it was good. I just it was on a subscription service that I had to cancel at the time, so I watched half of it.
Yeah,
do you not have that subscription service anymore?
I don't think so. Isn't it on Hulu?
No, it's on Peacock, which no one has.
Yeah, well, but
I
you
do
if you watch IMSO, which is why I was kind of sick to hear you say you didn't have it.
I didn't know it was on Peacock. My bad. I just watched Resident Alien. That was the last one I binged.
It may have been on Hulu back in the day. Yeah, Adam Scott, notably not in Emmy Award winner in his current show.
No, but what's her name is, which I feel good.
Britt Lauer?
Britt Lauer, yeah.
So I only cared about
the male.
Tremelton.
The males winning awards. Yeah.
Well, no. I only cared about. I wanted Britt Lauer to win, obviously, but like Tremelton was so good, so good.
It was. So I've been rewatching it. He's so much better in the second season too.
Agreed. Yeah, well,
so much better.
I'm sure like there's feedback there with the writers of which direction the character goes, and it suits him a little bit better, and he gets more comfortable with it. And I get all that, but he was just tremendous. He's so good, and Britt Lauer is obviously in a lead role is amazing. Milchick's character, or Tremelton's character, Milchick is just awesome. He does such a good job.
I think Andor winning the writing was correct. That was a very well written show. Absolutely. The rest
I
of
haven't
it,
seen it, but
the second season's pretty good.
Yes.
I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a go.
I do want to say Adam Scott does win an Emmy in the studio.
Yes,
in their series. I just watched that episode last night.
That's very
That was
funny.
good.
Is the studio worth watching? Should I get in?
Yeah, I think it's so well done. If you like that kind of comedy.
I don't like Seth Rogen comedy, but I've also been told it's not very Seth Rogen.
It's not very Seth Rogen, but it is that kind of like almost kind of like slightly painful type of comedy, kind of like The Office is.
Yeah, cringy.
It's kind of like it's extremely Emmy bait as well.
Okay.
When you watch the first 2 or 3 episodes, they have a oneer about a movie doing a oneer, and it's like it's very like, come on, man. I know who you're trying. I know that you're just trying to win awards, and like it's pretty good, but you can tell that it's very navel-gazily about the industry.
Got it.
So like that for me is like a little bit grating.
I loved that episode. I felt it was so well done.
No, it was. To be clear, JT, they're good episodes, but I think the motivation behind it is very cynical. It's very much, can we get Seth Rogen an Emmy? Yes or no? And the answer was yes.
Sure. I don't know about that, but yeah.
I also like Platonic. That's pretty good. That didn't win a whole bunch of awards or anything, but he's also in that, and I find that to be a pretty good show as far as like sitcoms go.
We are allegedly 5 minutes with some moisture here, and I think it may actually end up missing us to the west. I'm sorry, to the turnaround, Brandon, east.
Oh man, so TC Design has got that gap down from 4.5 seconds to a half second behind BSR Racing in that fight for a podium on GP1.
And doing it the hard way. I mean, it's taken them, 40 minutes or so to claw the gap down?
35-ish, yeah.
Yeah, down from 4.5 seconds to half a second. I mean, that is commitment. Really tremendous stuff there for the place in GP1. And remember, if you're Blaze Racing, I mean, there is a chance for a really substantial swing in the points here. If TC Design is able to take points away from BSR Racing and Blaze can go get the Zalus Motorsport car, although they've normalized a little bit in terms of lap time here, which is really interesting. Down at 14 seconds for the gap. That has the potential to put Blaze in prime championship contention position for the Midwest Championship to come tomorrow, with Ginger Racing being down there in P5 despite being the class points leader. I believe also in GTO, for interested parties, round 3 will probably clinch the Midwest Championship today with their finish. I have a suspicion the 908 is going to try and save.
I mean, at this point, why wouldn't you? It's as long as you're able to keep that gap within the time loss delta at around like 2 seconds or so.
Yeah.
You should be fine. Might as well go for it. Because you got to say at this point we're about 15 laps to go, 14 to 15 laps remaining in the race. So you got to look at that delta. So it's just over a minute. So yeah, they can afford to lose.
Yeah.
4 seconds a lap right now? No more.
Unfortunately, the 908 is the worst placed of the 2 automatic cars in the point standings on the West for the West Championship, but does stand to gain a fair amount here on the 2 round 3 cars, in particular the number 10, who's just up ahead of it. So that will probably swing the other way as of tonight. I need to update the point standings tonight. Good hand. Whoa! Good heavens.
Brendan, did you use any of my notes at all, or look at them at all?
No, I read them and I was like, none of these feel very reliable. I did look at them, yes. I did.
Yeah, exactly. Some of it also, I think is reasonable, but yeah,
I really like the spotter's guide, but some of those are just not the
not
shades
correct.
Of the colors are correct, but not on the right cars at all.
So that
it
one
has round 3 very backwards.
I had to force it to give me more. It only found 3 that it was definitively sure about.
Sure, yeah. So that was the confirmed ones.
Right,
yeah.
and then, so it told me on the thing, it said, if you would like this to be a perfect guide, please have whoever's at the paddock take pictures of each car, and I will update it.
Got it. I don't have time for that.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't think so.
I mean, code 80. You and I can figure that out.
No, it's a work in progress. I messed with it enough yesterday to see how it would work.
Yeah,
and
sure.
if you're putting an hour or two's worth of effort into it, it could become a really robust tool.
I gotcha.
But yeah.
Out of the pit lane is Reptilian 669. Uh, 981, 256 together down the front straightaway. Actually going to go past the camera car here in a moment. Where's the 256? What happened? Porsche's a rocket ship down the front straight, man. We can watch it from this angle here, Jordan, if the camera sticks with us. Sail off into turn number 1. That is your battle for third place in GP1, just ahead of us. TC Design. It's too many TCs. Between TCB, TC Design, and TC Klein. It's tough. Off in the distance there, BMW chasing Porsche. It's dark over there, man.
That is a stark set of clouds, let me tell you.
Yes. You only get this stuff this part of the country, though. The East Coast Mind, etc.
I mean, I know that thunderstorms exist elsewhere.
Yeah,
like
it's
that's
not really the same. You don't really have the same like lifting mechanisms from the mountains.
Got it.
Yeah. Right. Not the same.
It'll be very difficult to leave California again. I'll tell you that much. Every time a customer comes in and tells one of my coworkers, "Oh, how much longer do you have? Oh, I can't wait to leave." I'm like, "Cool, get out."
Yeah.
Sounds good. Leave now.
Go to Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear Austin's great.
Oh, I'm going to Tennessee. See ya. Goodbye.
Do you know how many people I grew up with in Pennsylvania that expressed at one point or another to me personally or publicly how much their life goal is to live in the mountains in Tennessee?
Oh, these people aren't going to the mountains. They're going to...
That's all people talk about, man, and none of them ever go. Like, we're going to build a cabin in the mountains in Tennessee. I can't wait. And then you live in your hometown in Pennsylvania for 45 years.
I think we're seeing very light sprinkles on those last 2 cameras.
I believe it. Well, the old Scott Michaels Memorial head rain.
Got it here.
Oh, are we going to go side by side in the last corner here?
I don't know if it's going to matter. I don't think it's going to have rained. Well, 25 minutes is a long time.
Scallion there.
Well, we've talked about the grip on this track, or lack thereof.
Well, and in particular in that last sector, with all the drift rubber that's been laid down through...
Ooh, good call.
11 through 15 there. That was Brad McCall noted it in the dry, that it's really polished and really smooth. And if it does rain over there, look out, because the racing line is going to vary pretty wildly as to how you go find grip. We're about to get an update here on the GP1 class lead. Remember, it was about 14 seconds last time we looked at it. Here comes Zelus in the 88 with 25 minutes remaining on the clock. Look to the left. 118 is going to... Ooh, around the outside goes the 908. That was bold. Does it cost a 118 any time? Stand by. Oh, it didn't. Why didn't it update? Oh, because my timing's behind. Stand by.
Is that Stefan Saracen going around the outside there?
Still says 12.2 seconds. What about Stefan Saracen?
Is that who was going around the outside of the 908?
That's pretty good. I appreciate that.
I think we didn't ask JT that because I've made that joke before.
Oh, okay.
JT, who's your favorite Peugeot 908 driver? Full-time driver. Like, you can't pick, what's his name? David.
Whoever was in the car when it wasn't functioning properly.
That was all the time.
Like, ever?
Yeah. I was not a Peugeot fan.
Got it.
Yeah, I did like the, who was the customer team with the cool livery?
Orca?
Oh, that was Orica.
Or
yeah.
Pescarolo.
Yeah,
they were both pretty good.
No, the Pescarolo one sucked. The Orica one is killer.
The Pescarolo one was great. Forget you, man. Green highlights on blue and black.
JT, you're talking about the chrome one with, like, the blue and yellow and red squares.
Orica, yeah.
Yeah, it was Orica, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have a favorite 908 driver. Bourdais, just because he's so cynical about his experience now.
Yeah, I enjoyed his podcast about that.
The Marshall Pruitt one?
No, the Dinner with Racers
There's
one.
Dinner with Racers one.
Oh, yeah. So
he gets pretty real about it.
The Marshall Pruitt one is awesome. It's really, he goes a little bit more in depth than he does on Dinner with Racers.
Because, I used to really really dislike Bourdais.
Yeah.
And that Dinner Thirsters interview changed my mind.
For sure. Yeah, he's the most positive French cynic I've ever met.
Yes.
Not met, but ever heard. You know, he is so French, like to his core. But he's also at a point in his career where he just doesn't care anymore. And
Well,
it's
I really enjoyed the background for like a lot of the stuff that was happening at the time. The added context made it okay. I can
100%.
understand. Yeah,
100%. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm with
JT.
you.
So that means you have your pick of Olivier Panis, Nicolas Lapierre, or Loic Duval in the Orica car.
Duval was the best out of the three.
Yeah,
I mean, Lapierre was good, but Duval was the best out of the three.
Yeah. Well, Duval went on to have a career. Panis was on the downslope, firmly.
And Lapierre was.
I like Lapierre,
there,
but, you know. He went on to have
Lapierre,
Toyota because it was. Oh, that's why. That's the connection. He raced for Toyota because he was an Orica guy.
Orica, yep.
Yeah. Okay, got it. Oh, and they kicked him down to Alpine.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Automatic lead Stratus by.
Should be like 50.
Stand by.
I think. Yeah, waiting for it to update.
Here comes the 58 right now. Come on. Don't do this to me.
Yeah, it'll do it. Just give it a moment. It's gonna be like 55, 57 seconds.
I'll tell you what, if Automatic saved this much fuel and get an extra 5 or 6 laps out of it, tremendous.
Well, I don't think they need to do 5 to 6. I think the difference was when you did the math, it was
it's 55
basically,
even, by the way.
It was like 6 minutes. Was
oh,
what they
you're
had
right.
to
Yeah,
make
3
up,
laps.
which
Sorry,
is 3 laps.
6
yeah.
minutes, not 6 laps. You're absolutely right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, tremendous. I mean, they have a lot to play with here. You know,
They
Scott
do, yeah.
Michaels always makes the argument, well, you know, you're losing a lot of time. You might, in some cases, you're better just making the pit stop, and sometimes it is true.
I don't think that's going to be the case here.
I don't think here.
No.
Yeah, if you got 55 seconds to play with, man, I mean,
Yeah,
that's...
yeah, no, like I was pointing out, we had 15 laps roughly to go. They've got a full 60 seconds at the time, which means they can bleed off 4 seconds a lap for their buffer zone to save fuel.
Yep. Oh no, here they are. They didn't get close. 20 minutes.
Okay, I guess. Well,
I mean, it will be a short fill, right? So if David Russell and the lads down there are on it, there is the opportunity here to hang on to this. The problem is that 58, I think, is the quicker car pretty consistently. So probably a can's worth of fuel here.
I mean, if you were already they should have been relatively close to get to the end. So I don't even think they need a full can.
There they go. Just roared back to life.
Yeah, full can is 12 seconds. So this should. I don't know.
Wait. There's the pit lane release. 58, I look to my left, is off the exit curbing of the final corner now. Comes across start finish. I think on the road, this is going to be about 8 to 10 seconds. And with about 10 laps, 9 to 10 laps left. Okay, so there's the Stratus pair, and we saw the 908. You're right, Jake. It's probably, let's call it 6 to 8.
Yeah.
The 58s had the pace. 204s pretty consistently through the last stint. Automatic's been working down from the 206s, 205s, 204s. Interesting to see them make that call this early. I don't think they needed to pit that early.
No, the only thing I can think of is they decided, hey, if it's going to come down to the wire, let's get it out of the way now, and let's just go ahead and push. Because you've got,
I suppose,
9 to 10 laps now.
Yeah, but you made the car heavier for 3 or 4 laps that you didn't need to.
True, but right. It's not a ton of fuel. It's not substantial. It's
sure.
Like I said, it's less than a full jug. So it's not a ton of weight.
That's true.
And at this point, you're no longer necessarily having to save. It's go. So like we saw earlier in their stint, they were able to do 203, 204s, which if they can do right now, full bore, they can really limit the gains that the 58 has at the moment.
That rain has picked up over there at the final corner, and I actually saw a race director just pop in over here, I think to try and look through a single pane of glass out at what the precipitation might be like just to the east. It's certainly not raining everywhere on the circuit at the moment. But as we kind of talked about earlier, that last sector, if that's the first to see the rain, it's going to get really slick really quickly by virtue of the surface condition over there. There is a rain. I can see it out the window here.
The rainbow.
Yeah. I saw one on Friday too, over the mountains.
All right, and
Really
then
cool.
a quick reminder: GP1. That gap is just under 9 seconds now between Blaze, who I believe just went through, shot into turn 1 there, and Zelus.
And well, not just that, the BSR TC design battle for third in GP1 is
still at a half second.
Very sticky, yeah. Once TC design got there, and we kind of figured this would be the case, right? If you really think about it, if you're only a couple of tenths of a lap quicker, or sometimes a tenth of a second per lap quicker, when you get up behind the car, you're just going to end up being, held up in the places that you're marginally quicker, and it's going to be really, really difficult to find a way by. Like, really difficult.
Yeah, because the issue you're going to be dealing with is the fact that the Cayman is slightly quicker on the straights.
Yep.
So you're not really going to get a lot of passing done there, and it has that weight over the rear axle.
Yeah.
Which is going to definitely help it a bit more in these kind of conditions now.
It closes in so much through the second. Let's say the last 2/3 of the lap, once they're through that initial sector where everything's pretty quick, it's so much better in the technical corners that BMW is over the Porsche. And then once they get onto the front straightaway, even though it's within a car length, that car length becomes 4 or 5 by the time they get down to Sunset Bend. I have a suspicion this GTU race is going to end up coming down to traffic. I think that Stratus is going to. I think the Stratus car is going to be a little bit more flexible in keeping its pace up, just by virtue of its pace overall. But that 908, man.
Look at that shot.
Oh, they're pushing.
You can see the rain trails in the background.
Oh, yep.
And the previous shot just showing blue skies.
An updated time for the race leader, 2:03.7. How does Stratus 58 answer? 2:04.6. You're absolutely right, JT. I think they brought that car in, said, we're going to give you as much fuel as you need to push to the end, so you don't have to worry about saving, and just go get after it. 2:03.730. They actually extend the margin by 9/10 of a second that time through, and it's not because of traffic for Stratus. That Stratus 58 has been in the 2:04s basically for the last hour and a half, and Automatic in the 908 just answered the call, I think, here.
Yeah, once you get to the point where if it's too questionable on whether or not you're going to make it, every single lap you are bleeding time to the car behind. So, yeah. If you come to that decision, hey, we're not going to make it, it's probably better to pit sooner or later, as long as you're only using 1 can of fuel. And at that point, it's just go, push, go hard, and, you might still be losing a bit of time here and there, but you're at a point where it's a much smaller loss than trying to save and then find out it's not going to happen.
You know what I really love about this battle? No matter which way it goes, either side, right? Stratus has been running these GTU cars, these NPO1s, for as long as we've been a part of the series, right? They've been class of the field in GTU, pretty much unquestionably. Automatic gets these cars the end of last year. They go racing in 2005, start piecing it all together. It's a task to get those cars up to speed, right? They're also dealing with the loss of Ramin Abdul-Vahabi earlier this season. David Russell, quite emotional when we talked to him back at Mid-Ohio. It has been quite the season for Automatic. And now their opportunity to prove it head-to-head against Stratus doesn't just come at a new venue where they're figuring it out. They're doing it without the assistance of full course yellows. Right? There is no argument to be made that this isn't happening on raw pace and development of that platform. And I love everything about the opportunity that exists now for Automatic in the next 13 minutes. And now Stratus answers the call. Automatic does a 2:02.7. Stratus dips into the 2:03s for the first time in a little while. I think Red Mist has crashed. my friends. Can't open the app, and I can't open it in browser either. That is tough.
Confirmed. Yes.
Yep, great, got it. Okay, well, we know what we're looking for anyway. We're watching the overall lead battle and the battle in GTU, Automatic 908 against Stratus number 58. We're watching the lead battle in GP1, Zalus against Blaze Racing. That margin is 6.7 seconds. That's 88 versus 118. And we're watching the battle for third in GP1, which is BSR from TC Design. And that gap is 0.4 of a second at the line last time.
The best part is both battles are right here in this shot here.
Yeah.
Zalus, there's the Stratus car. Here comes Blaze Racing. We previously just had Automatic go through the shot.
Yep. Yeah, this is tremendous stuff. What did we say earlier in the day? This race goes green more often than not. These races have a way of coming together right at the end. Different strategies all align themselves, and you find yourself right at the end with a race that in reality has been toe-to-toe all along, and that's exactly what we've gotten here. I cannot imagine a better debut for WRL at Utah than what we've gotten today so far.
Well, it's been great.
Just tremendous.
Absolutely incredible.
Yep, 2.5 car lengths between BSR and TC Design across the line this time. Yeah, it's exactly as it was, 0.4 of a second. There goes Automatic. It's 58. 7 seconds. That time, Stratus did close in a little bit, but the Automatic 908, I think, had to deal with a little bit of traffic that last time. The Hyperion 720 there and the North Loop.
Should be 6 laps to go.
I think that's actually going to hold the Hyperion car, I'm sorry, the Stratus 58 up through this first sector. They work their way up towards the top of what is technically a hill at turn number 3. There goes that battle for third, way out in the distance, disappears out of the shot. There's your race leader. By the way, whoever's behind the wheel of the 908 is not Patrick Wilmot, because Patrick Wilmot is in the 909. I had to go back and look. He had sent me a Facebook message earlier saying, yeah, I'm going to get in right for the end. It's about 210. Like, okay, cool. Wrong car. He's tearing it up in the 909, and meanwhile the 908 has another hot shoe in it, whoever that happens to be this week. It's tremendous stuff. Hello, Bucks County Motorsports fan who's back into the chat, holding it down for Pennsylvania. Pretty good county. .4 is where the GP1 lead margin has stabilized, let's say, last time around, and as much as any battle could be stabilized.
Yeah. Was your timing working again? Mine's
yes.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
I've just reverted to race monitor for the end of this.
Nah, it's back. It's back.
We are so back. Oh, 909 has lost a chunk of time on this lap. I'm sorry, 908 has lost a chunk of time this lap. 207.5 last time through. The margin's down to 3.1.
Yep.
What happened last time with the 908? Because I didn't see a ton of traffic. GP1 lead battle is going to come down this time through as well. Zalus to Blaze down to 4.2. So another 2 seconds pulled in last time by Zach Leibvol in the number 118 Blaze Racing BMW. And 8 minutes left on the clock here, JT, looking at probably this lap and 4 more, we would think.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, I'd feel a lot more comfortable if I were Automatic with 4 seconds in hand than, I'm sorry, with 7 seconds in hand instead of 3.5. That chunk that got dropped by the 908, it's happening again.
Yep, just hurt the exit there.
Yep. As they work down towards turn number 7 this time, should be clear of the 256.
And it has to get through the Porsche Cayman here.
Yeah, that 58, I think, is catch this. Oh, that's tough for the 908. Around the outside of the second part of the attitudes there. 58 is going to have a run down the hill, backs the acceleration zone up really well. Coming through the chicane there at the attitudes, they're going to get the first of those two cars is the number 58, shows the nose, and actually keeps it up the inside of the Porsche through to a turn there at turn number 11, and that's been hugely in the favor of the Stratus number 58. What did I say a couple of minutes ago? I think traffic is going to end up deciding this GTU fight. It looked a couple of laps ago like it was going to go in the favor of the 908, but man, the last two laps have just been brutal for that automatic NP01. 1.2 across the line. There is the old adage of, you know, catching is one thing, passing is another here. And I'm sure that automatic 908 is going to get, going to expand a little bit horizontally, let's say. I'm sure there will be some meaningful defense. More rain over the mountains. Well, I don't think we're going to see it before the end of this, but there's a more substantial shower developing to our south and southeast. Zelus and Blaze, what is it this time? About 3 seconds? 2.3.
2.3.
Mike Anderson says Zelus in traffic. Yeah, no surprises there. That Zelus car is a little bit less nimble in traffic. It's got some power, some more power than the Blaze car does, just by virtue of being heavier. But it's also, you know, a racing car built by the factory, so it does take a lot more modifiers than you might expect the Blaze racing car to. And I do wonder if that just hamstrings it a little bit more in traffic. Can't keep the mid-corner speed up. Doesn't quite have the punch down the straightaways either. Well, it's got some punch down the straightaways, but it's obviously not enough to make for what it's losing through the corners. And there are your race leaders. Man, that 58 is pushing hard through the second part of the attitudes. Has the car sideways and just wide of the curb. Born to Eat Toast can see them stepping up much more aggressive. Absolutely. I mean, you could see it visually out of the 58. And the 202 from the automatic a couple of laps ago after the pit stop was all the proof we needed to know that they're going to go get after this. More traffic here. Is that a Ligier they're going to go around the outside of here?
No, it's the Mustang.
Oh, Mustang 111. Ooh, good switchback there to go up the inside of the final corner. Maybe held them up a little bit, just getting crossed back over to the inside in some awkward, it wasn't really even communication, just the 111 trying to pick a line and the 908 working around it. They do that. And that should put a car in between the two race leaders here headed into the first sector. 908's going to have to rocket up the inside of the 189. Do they get the move done? Around the other side. A long distance away to look as we pick them up on the exit of turn number 2. There's automatic. There's the 189 who's going to balk the 58 quite badly at the apex of turn 2. That'll expand the margin out to probably 2.5 seconds, which at this one is fundamentally doubling. The race lead in GP1 is nose to tail out of the final corner. The blue Zelus number 88 is going to try and expand the margin down the front straightaway with a little extra power and a little extra weight. But watch the Blaze Racing E36 when they get to these fast sweepers, turns 1, 2, and 3. See what the mid-corner grip is like as the 88 has to kind of bounce out to the outside there awkwardly, opens up the radius on the way into turn number 1. Oh man, look how much that Blaze Racing BMW closes in through turn number 1. That is exactly what Matt Guyver was talking about earlier with those cars just having, or that car 88 having little to no grip in the mid-corner, having to kind of park it at the apex, forces the 118 to go out wide. Try something on the way in, it doesn't quite work. Should be single file through turn 4 here. But the 118 will show the nose. Can it go deep enough into the braking zone here at turn 5 to make a move work? 88 just goes a lane to the inside. Vaguely defensive move on the way into the Black Rock hairpin.
Keeps splashing at the North Loop.
Yep, and that number 21 should... they should be able to clear that car as they get towards turn number 7. Actually, will stay out wide at turn 6 here. and let at least one of those cars through. The 908 is balked at the last corner by the Boulder number 76, and it's going to close this margin down now to a couple of car lengths in GTU. Let's call it 3 to 4 car lengths now with 2.5 minutes on the clock, 2 laps to go, and a standing yellow at turn number 1 because we've got a car in the runoff. There they go, 2 wide through turn 7 in the battle for GP1. It's all happening in the final 2 laps of the Crossroads Endurance Challenge.
Yeah, reports that it's the Forza Motorsports car that has often won. You see it on the left there?
It's been a mess for the Stratus number 58. Now the question is, did the 908 clear the lapped car before they got to the yellow flag zone? I think it did. They were nose to tail when they came out of the last corner, but that yellow flag may have been just enough with that 58 having to sit in the wheel tracks of the general production car to give 908 and Automatic Racing the margin they needed to get this through to the end. The lead has changed in GP1 at the final corner. The 88 has ceded to the 118, but as they get back on the power, all that push of the 88 side by side at the line into a yellow flag zone. How does that one play out? It looked like the 88 had the pass done, but they went into the yellow flag zone exactly side by side. So now what?
Stay side by side.
Yes. And that's exactly what they do. I don't think either of them knew who was ahead. At the line, it was 4 thousandths of a second. You might as well call that a tie. But it's awkward for everybody because they were racing into the yellow flag zone. So what exactly do we do here? I guess we just pack up and race on. White flag waves for Automatic Racing at start finish. Oh no, that's... Now I have questions. Who has the white flag waved for? Or do we have a white flag out for a safety vehicle? Now the white flag is waving. Oh, there it is. Now they're picking up the race leader. So the white flag now waves for the 908 of Automatic Racing, waves for the Stratus number 58 with the yellow flag still in hand here at start finish. So wherever this pass is going to happen, it's going to happen before they exit the final corner, because awkwardly we're going to be finishing this race into a local yellow flag.
Stay loose.
Oh, stay loose. That will just about do it, I think, for Blaze Racing. By the way, third place battle in GP1, 1.7 seconds to the good of BSR Racing. My guess is that is going to settle it in favor of the Cayman. No, it's not. They come out of the final corner to take the white flag, and it's right back to nose to tail. Kind of doesn't matter here racing onto the front straightaway because the Cayman's going to be quicker in a straight line no matter what. Same thing, man. It's they spun. Zelu spun.
Okay.
According to Mike Anderson, they spun, not fuel. So that was a recovery, trying to hustle that car maybe down at turn number 5. It kind of felt inevitable, but man, did Blaze leave that to the very end. Man, this has all popped off in the final 6 minutes here from the Saturday 8-hour from the Crossroads Endurance Challenge. Zelus has recovered. They're actually in behind the CHR entry now through the final sequence. That margin's going to be like 25 seconds, but not at all indicative of the intensity of this one right through to the checkered flag down in GP1. That's your GTO leader in the back, by the way. We'll still have one more lap to do in that number 70 Porsche. Ironically,
are they
very
nose
little.
to tail going out of turn 11 there, heading towards turn 13?
Oh, they absolutely are, JT. Great pickup. I thought it was going to be enough for the 908. It's definitely not. Just to tail, nothing to choose between your overall race leaders in the final sector. 908 and Automatic Racing defends from the Stratus number 58. They'll come into turn number 15. Release. 58's going to try and square this thing off and get the run onto the front straightaway, but I think 908's kept the speed up. As they exit the final corner, it's nose to tail at the line. Automatic Racing by 1/4 of a second over Stratus number 58 wins the Saturday 8-hour at the Crossroads Endurance Challenge. How close do you like it? That is 1/4 of a second after 8 hours and zero safety cars.
How many?
That is unbelievable. Tremendous stuff out of both of those cars to clean, kept it tight. Just awesome racing through to the checkered flag here. Let's take a peek back to the battles in GP1. Blaze has settled over Zalus Motorsport. That's 27 seconds last time through. We need to pick up the Cayman and...
Right here, last corner.
Oh, last corner, absolutely. It's a good call, JT. The Cayman's got about a car length and a half in hand, and I think that's going to do it as they accelerate towards the checkered flag. Third place in GP1 goes to BSR Racing, and Porsche just ahead by 1 second of the number 256 from TC Design. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that. GTO, as we said, will go the way of round 3 racing by just about a lap over the number 191 BMW of CHR, and then another lap further back to the TCB Racing number 246 Supra, who in some ways was having to defend from a chasing rapscallion number 678, but that margin will end up being right around a minute. GP2, North Loop Motorsport, the number 21 for Palomar Racing, and the number 83. That margin is a lap. Boulder, number 76, with a solid day to finish on the podium. 9 laps in arrears of the race winning number 21 of North Loop Motorsport. GTU's podium, incidentally, since we didn't really round that one out, behind the Stratus 58 is the team car, Stratus number 60, and then the number 1 of round 3 racing, an automatic 909. Rounding out your top 5. And breathe. I didn't ask for this, man. Zalus is going to come across the line, just kind of nursing the car home here, I think. A valiant effort to defend against a really hard-charging Blaze Racing in the number 118. You know, I got to be honest, guys. When we talked to Scott Mann just not so very long ago inside the final hour here, and I asked him what was going to be a satisfactory result, and he said a podium and a top 5. I genuinely thought he would say anything less than a win here is going to be a disappointment, because I think they knew they had a real shot to get this. And in endurance racing, JT, Ryan, you guys know this as well as I do, you only get so many chances to run a perfect race, right? Uninterrupted, you get to run your race and put your best foot forward for 7, 8+ hours at a time. And I kind of saw this from my perspective as Blaze Racing's opportunity, and they absolutely went and took it. Tremendous. Well, let's begin to wrap things up, because guys.
guys, the rain's over.
It's here. No, it's coming. Round 2 is here. Let's begin to wrap things up here from Burt Brothers Motorpark on this fine Saturday afternoon, and turn our attention to Championship Sunday for the Midwest region. JT, you want to start us off?
Sure, that was
let's do it.
That was fantastic. Unfortunately, you know, we would have loved a larger crowd, but the racing delivered. It absolutely delivered. You know, we just wrapped up this race. We had several battles literally come down to the final lap. It was entertaining. It was good racing all around. It was this is exactly what you want to see from a WRL event and from an endurance race. You can't really ask for much better, and this is a great way to start the weekend here at the Burt Brothers Motorsports Complex.
No, indeed. It was a great race. Like Brendan talked about, it was clean the whole way through. Didn't have a whole ton of penalties, nothing too crazy. People just able to get out there and execute their races. We're on board with North Loop Motorsports. They're able to stay consistent. The 66 had the pace, but ultimately ended up having issues that put them well out of contention. And North Loop even having a little bit of a minor hiccup there. Able to keep it going. So that's what we saw up and down through the fields. People just put in the laps that they can put in, drivers doing the best they can, and you get no interruptions, no outside interference. It's just a result that you can be proud of. You know exactly where you were and exactly how well you did. So I'm excited for tomorrow, as genuinely, we say this every time, we get to see what's going on with the cars now that people have figured out the setup. Maybe they figured out their driving strategies, things like that. Everybody knows the track now, and we'll get it taken care of. Get the job done.
Yeah, tonight is another chance to optimize, as you say, Ryan. 8 hours of data and learning and experience. Like we talked about at the top of the show, the FOBs to victory, FOBs to the race. It's the learning experience for cars that haven't been here before. Now, you know, take what you learned today and set it up for tomorrow and try and knock it out of the park again. The Blaze Racing 118 obviously was on the flip side of that. They were on more of the local knowledge side, but it all kind of, the circumstances conspired to give them a day that was going to be well suited to their strengths, which is good track knowledge and a much improved car and platform than they came into the weekend with. And yeah, you get the chance to string it all together and show just how strong you are as a team. And ultimately, that's what these uninterrupted races are about, right? It's not necessarily about being fast for very long. It's about being consistent and executing on a plan consistently. And, you know, ultimately you get to watch people who are good at doing something be good at doing that thing for a really long time. And that was today. Seeing people at the top of their game executing on a plan and watching those plans reconverge at the end of 8 hours is incredibly satisfying. And that's what we got at the end today. Could not have asked for a better debut here at the Burt Brothers Motorpark. And the Crossroads Endurance Challenge off to a tremendous start. We here at DriversEye Live will reset tonight. We'll do some digging on the championship scenarios, get updated point standings out of the first half or so of our race weekend here in Tuella, and set the stage tomorrow for what should be, if it's even half as dramatic as today turned out to be, a pretty awesome day of racing to wrap up the Midwest Championship. So, with my hugest thanks to Jordan Worth, who's in production through the last 2 days and will rejoin us again tomorrow, with my thanks to JT Tammy and Ryan West, who have joined me on the microphones today, and all of our guests. I am Brendan Kazmarek. Join us at 10 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Mountain Time tomorrow for a little bit of sunrise action here from Burt Brothers Motorpark in Tuella as we get ready to crown some champions in the Midwest Championship here in the World Racing League. So yes, please do join us 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow for a little bit of coffee and motor racing. And until then, take care.